Chapter 6 Success. Unlike the others who were timid and hesitant, Ai Hui was in his element. In the wilderness, darkness reigned supreme. Countless acts of killing and sneak attacks bloomed silently in the darkness, stealing life and warmth.
Elemental cultivators who could adapt to the darkness, no matter how powerful, couldn't survive in the wilderness. Ai Hui immediately sensed someone nearby, very close to him, which was different from what he had expected. He hadn't planned to attack initially.
As long as he quietly lurked in a corner and held out for 5 minutes, he could claim the prize and leave. According to the rules, he would win as long as he wasn't defeated within 5 minutes. However, the wilderness was about life and death, not rules.
When Ai Hui realized that the situation was different from his expectations, he reacted instinctively. The opponent was too close to him. At such close range, if the opponent launched an attack, he would most likely be put on the defensive. Ai Hui,
once in the zone, measured danger against the standards of the terrifying wild beasts of the wilderness. He would never entertain such foolish notions as the people around him being unaccustomed to the darkness.
Countless experiences of life and death had taught his body that, in such situations, the attacker had more advantages. His footsteps were light, like a cat in the night. His steps silent. His movements were slow, so slow that there was no sound of wind.
This was where Ai Hui's experience came into play. In the dark, the flow of air and the sound of wind were as conspicuous as light. Before launching an attack, skilled predators were as silent as the pitch-black night.
Silence and darkness were the best of companions. Ai Hui vaguely sensed the opponent's position. He moved gently toward them. His nerves were highly tense, and all the muscles in his body were in a strange state, like a volcano nearing its critical point.
The slightest spark would be enough to set him off. Yet, from the outside, there was no sign of it. Suddenly, he stopped holding his breath. He was like a seasoned hunter, sensing that his prey was aware. He didn't know how to describe this vague feeling.
But the wilderness didn't need reasons. Only victory or defeat, survival or death. He stood still, unmoving, like a statue. Shi Xueman vaguely sensed a dangerous aura, although she wasn't too sure.
It made her alert and highly focused, her ears straining to capture the surrounding sounds. It was very quiet around and there was nothing. A little further away, she could hear the breathing of a few people.
Although they were trying their best to hold their breath, she still managed to catch them. She also heard someone tiptoeing to her left. She could help shaking her head inwardly. Any movement at this time would provoke an attack from others. Just then,
shouts and muffled erupted from a spot more than 10 meters away. There was also the sound of fierce punching and kicking. Soon, that area descended into chaos. Shi Xueman felt a slight sense of relief.
It seemed her earlier feeling was just her imagination. There was no one within 3 meters of her. Fighting blind was indeed a completely different experience. Shi Xueman felt a little excited. She had never experienced a battle like this before.
She felt her nerves were tenser than ever, and her perception of her surroundings was unprecedentedly sharp. If she could maintain this level of heightened awareness, her combat effectiveness would definitely undergo a qualitative leap.
She saw a path she had never seen before. She felt like a hunter lurking in the shadows, waiting for the best moment to strike. She was full of confidence, with her attention so highly focused.
Every slight change in her surroundings was crystal clear in her mind. The feeling was fresh and fascinating. Suddenly, she felt her shoulder touch something. She instantly snapped out of her previous state, and every hair on her body stood on end.
She hadn't moved, so why did she touch something? Someone was approaching her. She hadn't noticed anything, hadn't heard any sound, and there was no change in the surrounding airflow. A chill exploded from her tailbone and spread up her spine. However,
her reaction was half a beat too slow. By the time she understood what was happening, she was already in danger. When Shi Xueman's mind relaxed for a moment, Ai Hui, who had been like a statue, suddenly moved. His movements were very slow.
Even slower than those of a 90-year-old woman. His fingers reached forward little by little. His body leaned forward slightly, every muscle coiled and ready to unleash. Ai Hui's attention was highly focused.
He was completely deaf to the sounds of fighting nearby. Remaining undisturbed, all his attention was concentrated on his fingertips. He knew that if he touched his target, the battle would be decided in a flash.
Victory or defeat would be determined in the blink of an eye. The instant his fingertips encountered a slight obstacle, Ai Hui launched his attack without hesitation. His slightly bent knees and powerful tendons exploded with force.
His leaning body needed no adjustment. Like an agile and fierce leopard, he pounced with lightning speed. The sensation at his fingertips became more intense. The experienced Ai Hui immediately judged that he had touched his opponent's shoulder.
By the time Shi Xueman reacted, the fierce and forceful attack was like Mount Tai crashing down. She lost her balance on the spot and fell downwards. Her prepared left-handed counterattack was rendered useless.
She subconsciously reached out her palm to press against the ground to stabilize herself, but her arm stiffened. Her arm was twisted by the other party's arm. The other party's technique was extremely vicious.
She felt that her right arm had already lost all feeling. The suffocating attack was not over. To Shi Xueman's surprise, the opponent's body wrapped around her like a snake. The opponent was pressed tightly against her back, like an octopus.
Riding on her lower back, their legs like thick steel wires extended forward, securing her legs. Their inward, pointing toes were like iron locks, firmly clamping her calves, from childhood to adulthood.
Shi Xueman had never been in such close contact with a man. But at this moment, she felt no ambiguity or romance, only fear, deep fear. The fierce lock made her feel like a fish caught in a net. Unable to struggle, she wanted to remove the suppression bracelet.
But her limbs were locked and she couldn't move at all. She didn't hear the panting behind her, didn't hear the fluctuation of the other person's breathing. The icy silence frightened her, as if she was being attacked by a lifeless machine.
And what was wrapped around her was a steel cable. What frightened her even more was that the other person was tightening their grip little by little. She smelled a strong scent of death. Intense fear made her struggle desperately.
The instinct to survive made her burst out with unprecedented strength. Her hair kept brushing against the mask on her face. Behind the mask, the face with closed eyes remained cold as usual. This was normal.
The struggle of any beast before death was the most violent, let alone a human. The battle was not over. What followed was a contest of wisdom and resilience. He loosened his grip slightly. Sure enough, sensing that her struggle seemed to be working,
Shi Xueman's body twisted even more violently. Ai Hui was like a cold hunter. The parts holding the opponent's joints were as steady as a rock. The opponent's struggle would only continue to exhaust her strength. When her strength was exhausted,
it would be the time of the prey's death. Shi Xueman was soon panting and drenched in sweat. She could feel her strength being rapidly consumed. She was getting more and more tired. But the other person was tightening their grip.
Only then did she finally recover from her fear. Having regained some composure, Shi Xueman's long-term arduous training immediately showed its effect. Born into a prominent family, she had a broad perspective. At first,
it was panic that caused her to fall into a brief state of terror, leading to a complete mess. Now that she had regained her composure, she immediately found a way to deal with it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Her elemental power circulated within her body. The body that had been wrapped so tightly suddenly trembled slightly. This tremor was far less violent than her previous struggles, but the power that erupted was far greater than any before.
Ai Hui only felt an astonishing force penetrate his body. His limbs went numb, and he almost lost his grip. Danger! The prey's strength exceeded his expectations.
The signal of danger had just arisen in his mind when his body had already made the most direct reaction. Without the slightest hesitation, his left forearm, which had been wrapped around the target, suddenly rose like a viper.
His outstretched fingers reached for the target's throat in his arms with lightning speed. Unlike the silent kill of deep sea diving just now, this claw had a sharp wind and was as fast as lightning. Shi Xueman's heart trembled.
The hair on her body stood on end once more. She had no doubt that if this claw landed on her throat, it would leave 5 bloody holes. Fortunately, the other party's arm loosened, giving her a chance to defend. Her soft,
boneless snow-white arm swayed like a willow in the breeze, unfurling without a trace of artifice, blocking her throat. Poof! The enormous force caused a sharp pain in her wrist. She hurriedly leaned back with all her strength, but still didn't completely evade.
Her throat tightened, and her vision went black. She almost fainted, but she knew that even in this difficult moment, she had to persevere. She stubbornly held on, using her only mobile wrist to constantly parry the other party's violent attacks,
ignoring the burning pain in her neck. Such parrying was one of her most practiced skills. Although the opponent's attacks were fierce, she managed to block them firmly. Moreover, she quickly discovered a potential weakness in her opponent.
The reason she said potential was because she wasn't certain. The other party hadn't used any elemental energy up until now. Was he holding back, or was his elemental energy weak? She wasn't sure.
Shi Xueman's tenacity made Ai Hui feel an even stronger sense of danger. Almost instinctively, he launched even more violent and lethal attacks. Heart. Any enemy whose heart is attacked will lose the ability to resist. But first,
he needed to deal with the other party's armor. For him, this wasn't a big problem. Removing armor was one of the skills he was most proficient in while in the wilderness. The armor of the barbarians was rough and thick,
and the ropes were often difficult to cut with swords. Only by using skill to untie the knots could he strip the armor from the dead barbarians. This was a major focus of his work. His raised right hand was like a wisp of smoke,
quickly and silently untying the knots of the armor. If anyone saw it, they would hardly notice the pores in his fingers. Like a slippery loach, his right hand probed into the armor and touched another knot. Without thinking, he unt.
Any protection was an obstacle to him. The moment he touched the other party's skin, a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. The killing intent was intense. His 5 fingers, like claws, suddenly grabbed towards the heart.
But at the last moment, he finally remembered that this wasn't the wilderness, but for the 50,000 yuan prize. I'll restrain the other party's vital points first. If she still resists, then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Ai Hui thought with a chilling intent. Poof! Right on target! He could clearly feel the target he was holding in his arms suddenly stiffen. Ha! The darkness made Ai Hui's fingertips more sensitive than usual. He was a little puzzled. The feeling, it seems.
Not quite right. Chapter 7 Firm Belief. A confused Ai Hui took a while to realize what he had grabbed. Ai Hui felt like his hand was grabbing a ball of red-hot charcoal. He couldn't decide whether to grab on or let go. Damn it.
Ai Hui couldn't help but curse inwardly. He didn't know who he was cursing. The body of his target in his arms was stiff and unmoving, having given up resistance. From a combat perspective, this was a good thing. But why did he feel inexplicably guilty?
Every second felt like a year. Sweat poured down his back. Clang clang. The bell signaling the end of the battle rang. Ai Hui felt like he had been granted amnesty. He withdrew his hands from the other person's embrace with lightning speed.
Even helping the person re-tie the knots of their armor, he gently and quietly slipped off the person's back, and, with his back hunched, tiptoed into the smoke. Feeling guilty, it was better to stay away from the target. Rejoining the crowd,
Ai Hui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This blunder had left him at a loss. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, and the dark smoke was thick enough. Ai Hui felt like his face was burning up. His heart was filled with the urge to turn and flee.
Fortunately, he still had one last firm belief remaining in his heart, the 50,000 prize. As the smoke dissipated, the awkwardness in Ai Hui's heart gradually faded away. This was just an accident. There were always various accidents on the battlefield.
It actually made a lot of sense. He could even refute it himself. Having convinced himself, Ai Hui became more at ease. When the smoke cleared,
the person in charge of the training hall was shocked to see that there were still more than 10 people remaining in the arena. In his expectations, it would be good if 2 or 3 people were left.
He knew very well how strong his young mistress was in combat, and the young mistress always threw herself into such practical training with all her heart, never letting up. How could there be so many?
Could it be that the young mistress was not used to such a special combat method as blind combat? Someone saw that the training hall had not responded for a long time and couldn't help but shout, "Where's the money? Are you going to pay up or not?"
This immediately drew responses from several others. "Yeah, you're not trying to weasel out, are you? Hurry up and pay the money! We're busy!" The middle-aged man glanced at his young mistress. The young mistress did not react at all.
As if she did not see his inquiring gaze. He was, after all, the person in charge and had the ability to adapt to the situation. Moreover, a prize of 50,000 yuan was not worth mentioning to the training hall.
Although he did not expect that there would be so many winners, it was still easy to take out hundreds of thousands of cash. Upon receiving the money, everyone burst into cheers. 50,000 was a considerable windfall for students.
They would immediately go buy the things they usually couldn't bear to buy. Everyone scattered in a rush. Ai Hui mingled in the crowd and was not conspicuous at all. 50,000, the money was in his hand.
The wonderful feeling had long since made him throw the previous embarrassment and accident to the back of his mind. He couldn't be bothered with wandering around. He strode forward, full of vigor. Like a gust of wind, he rushed into the noodle shop again.
Facing the boss, he confidently opened his palm and said the most domineering sentence of the day. "Boss, 5 more bowls of noodles." Finally, he could eat to his heart's content only. Ai Hui's gaze suddenly fell on his open palm. Just now it was this hand. Clap.
He suddenly closed his 5 fingers and clenched his fist. There are always surprises on the battlefield. Ai Hui told himself seriously again. Then he ate the noodles heartily with peace of mind.
The person in charge of the training hall saw the young lady standing alone in the field, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. The young lady had been standing there motionless for more than 10 minutes. "Young lady," he couldn't help but call out.
The young lady seemed not to hear. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Could it be that something unexpected happened during the young lady's cultivation? He didn't expect the young lady to be injured at all. What a joke. In the entire induction field,
there were very few who could be the young lady's opponent. Although the young lady suppressed her realm, it was still an unfamiliar blind battle. But he still didn't believe that anyone could cause trouble for the young lady.
The young lady's biggest trouble would only be unfamiliarity with blind battles. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be that the young lady had an epiphany? That's right. Isn't the current situation like the legendary epiphany?
He immediately became excited. In the training hall he was in charge of, in the blind battle he arranged, the young lady had an epiphany. This was a great achievement. His mind was full of fantasies about his future success.
And he couldn't help but smile foolishly. Xueman's heart was blank. What had just happened had such a big impact on her that she was completely stunned. From the moment the accident happened until just now, her mind was blank.
She didn't hear the middle-aged man calling her at all, and she didn't know that the battle was over and all the contestants had left. She was in a daze. At this time, she finally slowly recovered a little. Her whole body was trembling.
But she tried to hold back. It was just an accident, she told herself, but it was useless. Her body was still trembling. The strong sense of shame made her tremble uncontrollably. She tried her best not to cry, even if it was an accident.
She would never let that damn guy go. She gritted her teeth and said to herself word by word. This sentence seemed to have a strange magic power. The trembling body immediately stopped trembling. She didn't want to cry at all. That's right.
Never let that damn guy go. She regained her former confidence. That aloof goddess returned to the mortal realm once more, removing the mask from her face. Light returned to her eyes. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically.
His gaze was fixed on the young lady's fair neck, where there were 5 purplish-blue finger marks. Good heavens! He could hardly believe his eyes and almost cried out in shock. Recovering, he covered his mouth tightly. The young lady had been defeated.
If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a major earthquake in the induction ground. The young lady's strength could definitely rank in the top 5 in the entire induction ground. Who could defeat her?
His first thought was that some of the top contenders were impersonating someone, playing a deliberate prank. But he quickly dismissed this idea. The young lady's itinerary was confidential, and there were too many coincidences in coming to the dojo. Moreover,
looking at the finger marks on the young lady's neck, the other party must have held back. Otherwise, the young lady's neck would have been instantly shattered.
The middle-aged man's back was instantly soaked when he thought about the possibility of something happening to the young lady in the dojo he was responsible for. Fortunately, the young lady was safe and sound. The middle-aged man, a survivor of the ordeal,
felt his legs were a little weak. Shi Xueman, without her mask, looked no different from usual. She said calmly, "Investigate the identities of those contestants just now. Everyone's identity, including those lying on the ground."
The middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate and immediately obeyed. Yes, he could hear the coldness in the young lady's calm tone. He knew that the young lady was probably really angry.
It seemed that the young lady had never suffered such a loss since she was a child. Catching a glimpse of the finger marks on the young lady's neck, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. If he knew what had actually happened,
he would probably have fainted by now. Although he agreed readily, he secretly groaned in his heart. He said cautiously, "This humble one was negligent and didn't keep their information. Now I can only investigate through other means."
It may require the help of the clan. He had never expected such a thing to happen. In his opinion, all the participants were just sparring partners for the young lady. Anyway, they were all defeated by the young lady. So what was the point of their identities?
At all costs, Shi Xueman said in an icy tone, "The clan will use all its strength to investigate clearly for me." The middle-aged man felt a shiver down his spine. Yes, he felt the young lady's resolve. This was not surprising. Suddenly,
a student who could threaten the young lady had emerged. Neither the young lady nor the family would sit idly by. He was confident that as long as the family used its power, no matter how deeply the other party was hiding,
he would definitely be able to find out. Shi Xueman, her face covered in frost, walked towards the entrance of the dojo. Stepping out of the gate, she glanced at the surging crowd on the street, and then looked back deeply at the dojo.
She clenched her fists tightly and turned to leave. Ai Hui was holding onto the wall as he left. He was also holding onto the wall as he returned to the ferment sword dojo. Before, he was so hungry that his hands and feet were weak. Now,
he was so full he couldn't move. It took him a full 10 minutes to move from the alley entrance to the dojo entrance with great difficulty. At the entrance of the dojo, Lu Lan was sitting on the stone steps, looking somewhat bored.
Ai Hui felt a strange feeling in his heart, a sand puppet being bored. This style doesn't seem to fit. I waited for you for an hour. Lu Lan saw Ai Hui, stood up, and patted the dust off his body.
This was the first time Ai Hui had seen a sand puppet with such intelligence, and the action of patting dust was truly amazing. "Hey, you're a sand puppet. Shouldn't you pat out a cloud of sand even if there isn't any dust? Also, we don't seem to be that familiar."
Right? He opened the door while casually asking, "Is there something you need?" "No." Lu Lan tilted his head and thought for a moment, as if searching for the right words. "We are neighbors. This is a casual visit." The night was deep.
But Ai Hui could still see the black mask on Lu Lan's face. Seeing Lu Lan's mask reminded him of the unexpected event tonight. He felt that if this continued, he might develop some psychological trauma. He asked absent-mindedly, "Why do you wear a mask?"
Lu Lan said, "Because I don't have a face." No face. Ai Hui was a little surprised. Why not make one? It was very simple for sand puppets to sculpt faces. Some could even change their facial features at will. Lu Lan said, "Master Xiao thinks it's troublesome."
Ai Hui thought about the reclusive earth elementalist next door and felt that it was indeed Master Xiao's style. Among earth elementalists, many had eccentric personalities. Ai Hui had seen many more strange and dangerous earth elementalists, in comparison.
Although Master Xiao had some personality, he wasn't that dangerous actually. It doesn't take much effort. Ai Hui said something that he himself felt was meaningless and futile. He felt that he really didn't need to dwell on that accident.
Although the feel was actually quite good, there's no need. I'm just a sand puppet. I don't need a face. Lu landed seriously. Who would remember a sand puppet? Ai Hui, who was opening the door, stopped his movements. He wanted to say something.
But the words came to his lips and he didn't know what to say. Yes, indeed, Ai Hui sounded like he was sighing. It was a little cruel, but he really couldn't bring himself to say anything against his conscience.
Sand puppets were the fastest to be eliminated and damaged in the wilderness, second only to coolies. No one remembers a sand puppet. Who would remember a coolie? We're all in the same boat, but I have 50,000 yuan, in high spirits.
I pushed open the door with unparalleled dominance. Welcome to visit, Chapter 8, Sword Embryo Seed. In the dark room, leaning against the wall on the bed and holding his sword, slowly opened his eyes. The moment the eyes, deeper than the night,
opened, a cold light seemed to flash through the dark room. This sharp and cold light disappeared in a flash, and Ai Hui returned to his harmless appearance. He had been away from the wilderness for some days, and he hadn't gotten used to sleeping in a bed yet.
He checked the sword embryo seed that he had been nurturing in his body for 3 years. There were no changes. He put down the grass sword he was holding. The feeling of the sword embryo in his body disappeared.
There was a time when he was overly dependent on the sword embryo. No matter what, he always had his sword in hand. Later, he realized that this easily made him lose his vigilance.
So he forced himself to not touch the sword except during battles and night watch. Ai Hui had his own unique ways of surviving intact in the wilderness. The seed of the sword embryo was his greatest reliance. On the 3rd day of entering the wilderness,
he almost lost his life. It was from that moment that he began his frantic pursuit of power. Only with power could he survive in the cold wilderness. He had no one to turn to for help. Elementalists never gave coolies the time of day.
Ai Hui was not a clever or ingratiating person either. Beasts driven to desperation often unleash greater power than usual. The same is true of people driven to desperation. Ai Hui was like a drowning man, desperately grabbing at any straw he could find.
Like the sword manual, which contained the most information in his mind. The disappearance of elemental energy caused the collapse of the cultivation world. The era of cultivators was gone forever, however.
The accumulation of millions of years was extremely profound. The development level of the cultivation system was far beyond what people can imagine today. Body refinement, formations, weapon refinement, the 5 elements, corpse draw-on.
All kinds of strange and bizarre things. Abundant and easy to use elemental energy, coupled with the rich imagination of mankind, gave birth to the most brilliant, glorious, and vast cultivation system in history.
But even with such a brilliant and vast cultivation system, sword cultivators were always the most dazzling pearl. In any era of the cultivation world, sword cultivators were always among the top powerhouses. At that time,
the emergence of a sword manual with a great background would often set off a bloody storm. Now, they are buried in piles of old papers and garbage, worthless. Sword cultivators are the largest group of cultivators. Naturally, there are many strange things.
Sword manuals that required spiritual power were the first to be eliminated by Ai Hui. These types of sword manuals were usually orthodox and belonged to major sects, in an era where spiritual power was abundant.
The paramount path was how to utilize spiritual power more effectively. Next to be eliminated were the incomprehensible sword manuals. There were countless obscure and difficult sword manuals. Ai Hui had read through an astonishing number of sword manuals,
making him something of a sword manual expert, but there were still many that he couldn't understand. Some were deliberately mystifying, while others were too ancient. After layers of screening, there were still some sword manuals left.
If they were placed in the era of cultivation, these sword manuals would all be considered unorthodox. If a righteous and upright cultivator encountered them, they would definitely shout demonic, even though he had read them before. Ai Hui was still terrified.
These sword manuals were bizarre and unpredictable, completely exceeding the limits of normal people's imagination. For example, there was a sword manual that used the practitioner's 7 emotions and 6 desires to create a sword,
ultimately severing emotions and desires to attain the supreme sword path. Another example was the Nightmare Sword Manual, where the practitioner would sleep in a giant coffin using secret methods, refining the sword in nightmares.
Those who achieved great success in cultivation would find that this sword transformed from illusion to reality, possessing its own divine mystery. In the past, reading these sword manuals was just for fun, and he didn't feel much.
But now that he thought about cultivating these sword manuals himself, He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Ai Hui finally found a sword manual that didn't seem too bizarre or unorthodox. This sword manual had no name and was incomplete.
It only talked about one thing: how to plant a sword embryo. After careful study, Ai Hui roughly understood the meaning of the so-called sword embryo path. It was actually quite simple. There was a limit to the growth of the human body.
But there was no limit to intangible things like essence, ki and spirit. However, essence, ki and spirit were ethereal and scattered, like mist, without any offensive power. The founder of this sword manual proposed a very interesting idea.
The human body was like a sword scabbard, while essence, ki, and spirit were the real sword, and how to condense the intangible essence, the spirit, into a sword. The sword manual gave a very unique idea. Essence, ki, and spirit were difficult to condense.
So use them as soil to nurture the seeds of the sword embryo. Compared to other sword manuals, this sword manual seemed much more normal. Ai Hui did not hesitate and cultivated according to the sword manual. To his surprise,
he successfully planted the seeds of the sword embryo. If he were in a sword cultivation dojo, he would definitely not take the risk. But in the wilderness, what was there to hesitate about? People were falling every day.
And he didn't even know if he could survive until tomorrow. The so-called risk was not worth mentioning at all. He was more concerned about whether the so-called sword embryo would be useful. Surviving was the most important thing. 3 years passed.
He survived the wilderness and entered the induction ground. The seeds of the sword embryo were still seeds, without any movement or change. Ai Hui was quite calm and peaceful about this.
The fact that it helped him survive and walk out of the wilderness was enough to make him feel it was worth it. He didn't have any more unrealistic expectations for the sword embryo. The sword manual was incomplete.
And there wasn't a single word about how to cultivate it further. The sword manual of the cultivation era emphasizes the unity of all streams. No matter how bizarre or unconventional the sword manual is,
it will eventually return to the essence of spiritual power. He estimates that subsequent cultivation will also revolve around spiritual power. Sword cultivators are outdated, and the basis of their cultivation is a worthless sword manual.
He is not the boss and will not be so obsessed with the sword manual. Believing in the greatness of sword cultivators, he doesn't even think about the cultivation beyond the sword embryo stage.
Although the sword manual says that meditating while holding a sword can nourish the seed of the sword embryo, what's more important is that meditating with a sword helps with night vigilance. The sword embryo is wonderful when he has a sword in his hand.
The sword embryo is activated. When the sword embryo is activated, his 6 senses become exceptionally sharp. He can detect even the slightest disturbance around him. Later on, many elemental cultivators know that he is good at vigilance.
And night watch becomes one of his main tasks. This is also why he can get a portion of the spoils, even if it's just scraps. Meditating with a sword replaces sleeping. 3 years is 1 day, persevering. At that time, he was shivering in the cold wind and mud.
Now he is in a warm and safe room sleeping through the night. He is very satisfied. He is very happy now. Today is the first day of class. He is full of expectations. Since getting the 50,000, he hasn't gone out for the past 2 days.
The sky outside the window is deep in the night. The faint light is tinged with cold. There is still some time before dawn. Ai Hui jumped out of bed nimbly. He stepped barefoot on the carpet. He was like an agile feline, each movement silent.
The carpet was woven from coarse, stiff, hard brown grass, somewhat prickly. Ai Hui was completely unaware. He didn't turn on the light. The faint light from the sky outside the window allowed him to clearly see everything in the room. In the dim light,
he began to wash in the dark room. He is already used to the darkness. This is also a gift from the wilderness. In the wilderness, which is full of dangers, any glimmer of light is likely to put oneself in danger.
He skillfully disarmed the simple trap behind the door and pushed open the wooden door. The cool air filled his lungs. Ai Hui's spirits lifted. The dim light of the sky, the quiet training hall, in a trance.
He seemed to have returned to the sword cultivator training hall. A familiar feeling permeated his body. The cool air seemed to have become sweet. The stiff, angular face softened. An unbidden, long-lost warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He began to fetch water and mop the floor. His movements were brisk. The body's memory was quickly awakened. The movements quickly went from awkward to skilled. The sun had not yet risen. Ai Hui had already finished cleaning.
Without bothering to wipe away his sweat, Ai Hui felt a sincere sense of satisfaction and joy as he looked at the spotless training hall. Looking at the clean training hall, he was a little reluctant to step on it.
The 3 years in the wilderness were spent crawling in swamps, mud, rotten leaves, and branches. Encountering rotten monster corpses was commonplace. His clothes were covered in blood, which, over time, turned into brown patches of varying shades.
It was unclear whether it was from beasts or himself. Bare feet step on the clean wooden floor. A familiar feeling. An immaculate and tranquil training hall. Like a dream deep within his heart. After getting through the first 2 days of unaccustomedness,
Ai Hui began to slowly enjoy this kind of life. It wouldn't be bad if he could live like this forever. He even had such a thought. Realizing his naivety, Ai Hui smiled, turned around and went back to his room to pack his things. His schedule was tight.
the sword embryo seed helped him come back alive from the wilderness. But it was insignificant. In the cultivation of elemental energy, he was far behind others and faced much greater pressure than others. The rules of the induction ground were very strict.
Once one failed to open their natal palace within a year, or did not achieve minor completion within 5 years, they would be expelled from the induction ground. If the students were from the 5 elements sky, their parents would be held accountable,
Deemed to have failed in their education. And if the students were from the old earth, they would lose the qualification to enter the 5 elements sky and be sent back to the old earth. Upon reaching the realm of minor completion,
one must also leave the induction ground, because that meant you were qualified to become a registered elemental cultivator. 5 years was the longest time the induction ground could give. In fact, Ai Hui only had 4 years.
because the induction ground also had a rule that all students must leave the induction ground once they were over 20 years old. Not much time was left for him. If he still wanted to control his own destiny, he had to work harder. If you're too humble,
Then work hard to stand on tiptoe. The sun behind the horizon dyed the sky with light, tinged with a cold blue, refracted in the air. He packed his things, chewing on a blade of grass, carrying his old cloth bag draped in the sky full of clouds and azure.
and walked out of the gate of the training hall. The streets in the early morning did not have the hustle and bustle of the day or the lights of the night. It was very quiet. It had not yet awakened. The first ray of sunlight crossed mountains and rivers.
Pierced through the roof, and cast the first speckle of light on the street. Ai Hui liked the sunlight. In the wilderness, the moment before dawn was the most dangerous moment. Sneak attacks often happened at that moment.
It was the moment when death and blood were the most intense. And when the sunlight passed through the dew on the grass, the desolate beasts and barbarians would retreat like a tide. The murderous wilderness returned to peace and tranquility.
The school building was not too far from the Bingfeng training hall, but it was not close either. The closer he got to the school building, the denser the students became. Ai Hui was very unfamiliar with the bustling crowd.
Their young faces were full of vigor and anticipation. Ai Hui was a little envious. He couldn't see the slightest bit of vicissitude soaked in blood on their faces,
Nor the slightest bit of instinctive defense against the outside world after experiencing slaughter. They were pure and flawless, with beautiful youth. Ai Hui felt out of place. He chewed hard on the grass.
letting the astringency and grassy smell spread in his mouth. For them, the induction ground was a school. For himself, the induction ground was his new battlefield. Tell yourself that survival is more important than beauty.
He quickened his pace and entered the school building. Chapter 9 Elementary Education. Shi Xueman looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her body, which she had always been proud of for its flawless perfection,
Now had 5 faint fingerprints on her left breast. They were so conspicuous and unsightly. Several days had passed, but the fingerprints had not faded, showing how strong the force had been. A murderous aura flickered in her eyes.
She didn't want to recall what happened that day, but seeing the marks on her body every time she showered made the anger in her chest uncontrollable. School started today. Fortunately, the marks on her neck had already faded. She put on her clothes,
And her usual confidence returned to her face. She walked out of her room. Breakfast was already laid out in the hall. Her grandfather saw her and smiled kindly. "Come and eat, Grandpa," she called sweetly and sat down next to him.
Her mother had passed away when she was young, and her father was busy with work, so her grandfather had raised her. Every morning, she would have breakfast with him. The servant brought up the hot soup she usually needed to cultivate.
So her 3 meals were specially prepared to replenish her yuan power and nourish her body. She sipped the soup slowly. The soup was made with precious ingredients and was not only beneficial to her cultivation but also delicious. But today,
She was a little absent-minded. The old man had raised her since she was a child and knew her very well. He said gently, "What's wrong?" Still thinking about the mishap that day. His granddaughter's talent was unmatched in the family.
she had been very sensible since she was young and not only had no signs of being a spoiled brat, but was also more diligent and hardworking than ordinary people. The talent and strength she had shown since she was young even surpassed her father.
She was regarded as the leading figure of the family's next generation and was the pride of the entire family. The elders of the family all doted on her. The old man was deeply proud of his granddaughter. He thought his granddaughter was perfect.
The only thing that worried him a little was her pride, which was just like her father's. She had never experienced any setbacks since she was young. But the old man had a wealth of life experience and knew that there were many hidden talents in this world.
there was always someone better. No matter how good his granddaughter was, there would always be someone more powerful than her. This setback was just like that. That day, he was shocked when he saw the fingerprints on his granddaughter's neck.
What followed was fear. If the other person's force had been a little stronger, his granddaughter would have died on the spot. From the initial fear, he quickly noticed that his granddaughter's emotions were not quite right.
It seemed that this setback was bigger than he had imagined. In the old man's eyes, this setback was nothing. But he also knew that for Xueman, who had always had a smooth life, it would take time to digest. But to some extent,
he was quite grateful to the other party. In his opinion, experiencing a little setback at Shi Xueman's age was a valuable asset in life. If the old man knew the truth, he would definitely tear Ai Hui into pieces. No, Shi Xueman lowered her head and ate.
The old man saw her like this and couldn't help but smile. Where do you think you lost? The old man was experienced. He knew that avoiding the issue was not a good option for young people. Shi Xueman's spoon stopped. She was stumped by her grandfather's question.
3 days had passed, and she was still immersed in shame and anger, thinking only about how to find this damned guy and tear him to pieces. She was not a fool. She was just blinded by anger, now reminded by her grandfather.
She immediately noticed the problem she had overlooked. The other party was very familiar with blind fighting. Shi Xueman's expression became serious and earnest, revealing a look of recollection.
Every detail of that battle flowed through her mind like a stream. This was the first time in 3 days that she recalled that battle without falling into anger. The old man smiled silently, patiently guiding her. What else? Rich combat experience.
Quick reactions, decisive and ruthless moves, knows how to take advantage of his own strengths. Once Shi Xueman calmed down, she immediately showed great insight. She seemed to be talking to herself. Now that I think about it,
he should have noticed my position immediately. But I didn't. And I didn't notice his movement. Has very good at blind fighting. Proficient in fighting in the dark. He chose close combat. If you think about it carefully, this is the best way to fight in the dark.
So I was very passive. There was no space at all. Without space, many moves and techniques couldn't be used. On the contrary, his strength could be brought into play. The old man listened carefully. He knew that at this time, it was enough to listen.
He deliberately let me struggle to accelerate my physical loss. Very insidious. I feel that the other party's yuan power is not very strong. From beginning to end, he didn't use yuan power. I can't determine his realm. The old man heard this and said,
he defeated you without using yuan power. Then the other party's strength is a bit strong. Very strong. And he should be wearing a suppression bracelet like me. Shi Xueman did not avoid the question. She thought for a moment. When he locked me,
I used to fish arches back, but I couldn't break free. The old man showed a moved look for the first time. Blocked your fish arches back without using yuan power. Is he old? If fish arches back is an escape technique, it is quite clever.
Imitating the movement of a fish arching its back to escape when startled, it has strong explosive power. The other party was able to suppress fish arch's back without using yuan power. The old man was quite surprised. Yes, Shi Xueman nodded sleep.
His killing intent was too strong. I originally planned to use Harfish Arch's back to break free, so I could tear off the suppression bracelet, but I couldn't break free. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the job for $50 in yuan.
Looking back now, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Because she was a girl, being locked would be more disadvantageous. Her family taught her the fish arch back when she was very young.
She spent a lot of effort on this move and deeply grasped its essence. The power erupted from the fish arch back was even somewhat uncontrollable for her. To suppress the fish arch back without using yuan power, if he's not too old, then he must be a student.
The old man's expression was full of admiration. It seems this year's freshmen include an extraordinary genius. I wonder whose child it is. Why haven't I heard any rumors? Grandpa, you must help me investigate properly. Shi Xueman,
shaking her grandfather's arm. I can't just suffer this loss. I want to have a fair competition with him. The old man laughed heartily. All right. Xueman is asking Grandpa for help. It's hard for Grandpa to refuse.
Xueman's intention to wash away her humiliation was obvious. It's good for young people to have some spirit, even if they encounter setbacks. Moreover, he himself was very interested in this young man. Suddenly,
someone even more powerful than his granddaughter appeared. Interesting. Shi Xueman was overjoyed. With Grandpa taking action, that damned guy was doomed. Just wait. I will never let you go. A hint of danger flashed in Shi Xueman's eyes.
The old man saw the expression on his granddaughter's face. How could the old man, who had experienced life's ups and downs, not know what his granddaughter was thinking? He pondered and said, he subdued you without using yuan power.
His strength is probably above yours. You must be careful. Shi Xueman raised her head. Her eyes were like two burning flames. Xueman will definitely work hard. The old man was a little surprised.
He had never seen such strong fighting spirit in his granddaughter. It seems this failure has greatly frustrated Xueman. The old man smiled in his heart. Ai Hui had no idea what kind of trouble his 50,000 blocks had caused.
He was in his elementary education class. The sunlight shone through the window of the study hall, landing on the desks and floor. Even the floating dust was lazy in the sunlight. The study hall was empty, with only 6 people sitting.
Few people needed to attend elementary education. Whether in the old earth or the 5 elements heaven, they would be exposed to elementary education at a very young age. On the platform, Mr. Dong gesticulated wildly,
enthusiastically describing the 5 elements heaven's plan after years of planning and the amount of human and material resources consumed. He talked about how united the various cultivation sects were at the time,
and how the 5 elements heaven today was completely stable and had begun its first attempt to penetrate the wilderness. He spoke of how this declared the end of the 5 elements heaven's defensive phase and the beginning of a great counter-offensive era.
And so on. Unlike the others who were drowsy, Ai Hui listened with great interest. He had only been exposed to the sword manual before,
and his knowledge of the history of the 5 elements heaven mostly came from the conversations of yuan cultivation masters in the wilderness. Telling history was Mr. Dong's greatest hobby. He spent most of his elementary education class telling history,
and very little time on the basics of cultivation. What nonsense historical significance is this? What does it have to do with them? The other students secretly call this class a spit class. They particularly loathe such a waste of time. But what could they do?
This class cultivation foundation was also taught by Master Dong, and Master Dong was known for his bad temper. If they skipped his class and then asked him about cultivation problems, he wouldn't even glance at them.
Who told them they were completely beginners? The students from the 5 elements heavens naturally didn't need to be said. Those with family traditions went straight to advanced classes, and ordinary students uniformly took intermediate classes.
Even students from the old earth had been cultivating since childhood. Although their strength might not be as profound as the students from the 5 elements heavens due to environmental conditions, they had no problems with the theory.
Survival is always the strongest motivator for change. After thousands of years of development, the 5 elements energies have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. There were very few people like Ai Hui who started from scratch.
When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. After lecturing enthusiastically for half a day, Master Dong finally got to cultivation, and the other students' spirits lifted a lot. Master Dong's enthusiasm seemed to be all in teaching history,
and he had little interest in explaining the cultivation of elemental energy. He only lectured for half an hour before announcing the end of class. Ai Hui was still savoring the content just now, and by the time he came back to his senses,
Master Dong had long disappeared. Compared to the others who were complaining and wailing, Ai Hui's heart was filled with a sense of enlightenment. He had stayed in the wilderness for 3 years, had rich experience, and was capable.
He wouldn't hold anyone back when encountering danger, and he was extremely good among the coolies. The elemental cultivators trusted him quite a bit, and when they were in a good mood, they would teach him 1 or 2 practical moves. However,
the wilderness was full of dangers and could encounter danger at any time. No one would patiently and systematically teach a coolie how to cultivate in such an environment. Over the past 3 years, he had learned a lot of things,
all of which were very practical methods, but very fragmented. His theory was incomplete, but his practical experience was rich, and his accumulation was far from comparable to other students. Moreover, he was good at thinking.
Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to create the sword embryo seed. Although what he learned in the wilderness was simple and fragmented, he spent countless hours pondering each one. Due to his weak foundation, the gains were limited.
But he also accumulated many doubts and questions. Although Master Dong lectured for a very short time, he only said a few words about specific cultivation methods and focused more on explaining the theory related to elemental energy.
And this was precisely the part that Ai Hui lacked the most. Chapter 10: The Valiant Glory Society. Elemental energy is not something rare. As early as the era of cultivation, some people studied it. However, in the era of cultivation,
where spiritual energy was abundant, the use of spiritual energy was more widespread, because the activity level of spiritual energy was much higher than that of elemental energy, making it easier to use.
Abundant spiritual energy also suppressed the production of elemental energy. Therefore, in the era of cultivation, most of the research on elemental energy was done by some minor sects.
Only in the sparsely populated wilderness where the spiritual energy is thin does yuan power become the mainstream. It must be said that the cultivation world is uniquely blessed. Abundant spiritual energy and vast borders, as if bestowed by heaven.
The cultivation world has always been proud of this. For a long time, almost all cultivators have believed that the cultivation world is the center of the world. The harsh survival environment of the wilderness has never been taken seriously by them. However,
No one could have imagined that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would gradually become thin. Spiritual energy is the foundation of the cultivation system. When spiritual energy dissipates, the brilliant and dazzling world of cultivation collapses.
For millions of years, which the cultivation world had never taken seriously, became an insurmountable enemy. The predecessors, forced to a desperate situation, frantically searched for new power, and their teachers were their enemies.
The wild beasts and the barbarians, yuan power was discovered and strengthened under such circumstances. However, the cultivators with millions of years of accumulation quickly created their own 5 elements yuan power system.
Theories were constantly being improved, and the system became richer. The 5 elements heavens gradually grew stronger: metal, wood, fire and earth. The power of the 5 elements is the foundation of all things.
Stable power of the 5 elements constitutes matter. The active power of the 5 elements is the 5 elements yuan power. In the existing theory of the 5 elements, there is no essential difference between the 5 types of yuan power.
They are just different forms of yuan power. The 5 different forms transform and restrain each other, forming a perfect cycle. This is also why the power of the 5 elements rarely exists alone. They often coexist.
This is also the reason why natural things have complex attributes. What Mr. Dong is explaining are the most superficial principles, which seem tedious and useless to many people. However, for Ai Hui, it explains too many doubts in his heart.
The set of swordplay he is familiar with, whether it is the Grand Road or the unorthodox path, has countless sword manuals, but without the foundation of spiritual energy, these things have no value at all. Even the sword embryo seed he tinkered with himself.
If it hasn't sprouted in 3 years, he would have given up hope. Browsing countless sword manuals is still helpful in broadening Ai Hui's horizons. The ancient sword cultivation theories had already developed to their peak, profound and vast as the sea.
It was like this even in the wilderness. His use of many moves is different from others. Even those powerful yuan power masters marveled at it. It was not by chance that he was able to come back alive from the wilderness.
What he had learned before were some fragmented pieces. Now he is sorting out the context bit by bit, which makes him excited. He had some vague ideas before. Now it seems that his ideas are not impossible to realize. He suppressed his restless heart.
Now is not the time, he needs more accumulation. Coming to induction ground this time was the right choice. The first class had so many gains, which surprised him. Next he is full of expectations for other courses.
The days of class were ordinary yet fulfilling, but for Ai Hui, they were as wonderful as sunshine. He cherished each day and every class. For someone with ordinary aptitude, it was no easy feat to obtain this opportunity.
He greedily absorbed all nutrients like a sponge. Elder Dong's elementary education class was very short, only 10 sessions. Ai Hui felt somewhat unsatisfied. He had many courses.
But he noticed that only Elder Dong's elementary education touched on the principles of elemental energy cultivation. The other instructors taught practical techniques or cultivation methods, but rarely explained the underlying reasons.
Perhaps in the eyes of the instructors, it was enough for these novice students to know how to cultivate. Ai Hui had gradually become accustomed to the learning life in Pine Forest City.
He would no longer react as strongly as he did at the entrance of the induction field. Learning in Pine Forest City was very relaxed, without strict regulations. Any course could be selected as long as you met the requirements, such as reaching a certain realm.
But he still had his own class. His classmates were those he had met on the first day, and the instructor in charge was also that instructor Shu. Everyone's realm and strength varied greatly, and they chose different courses.
It was rare to see each other usually. Only during the weekly class meeting would he see his classmates. No one paid attention to Ai Hui. Most students probably didn't even remember Ai Hui's name. A student like him, who was not strong and not active,
had no presence at all. Instructor Shu, seeing that everyone had arrived, began to speak. The reason I called everyone here this time is about being selected for the Yinghua Wind Society. Upon hearing the words Yinghua Wind Society,
the students from the 5 elements heavens immediately became excited, while the students from the old earth looked blank. The Yinghua Wind Society is actually about selecting some students with strength and good talent.
The society not only has instructors specializing in cultivation guidance, but also many practical activities, such as being responsible for some school work, such as dealing with schools in other cities to organize competitions, etc.
There are even opportunities to follow the instructors into the wilderness and experience the atmosphere of the wilderness in advance. Being able to enter the wilderness immediately excited the students, and they began to discuss animatedly.
The wilderness was mysterious and full of unknowns in everyone's eyes. What's more, with the accompaniment of the instructors, there was no need to worry about safety. Being able to enter the wilderness to see it made the students yearn for it.
Among the excited students, Ai Hui looked indifferent. He was unmoved by the so-called Yinghua Wind Society. The instructor's guidance was good, but for him now, it was more important to accumulate enough elemental energy to open his natal palace.
As for the wilderness, he was tired of being there. Master Shu smiled slightly, seeing the excited students, and continued, "Of course, the entry requirements for the Yinghua Win Society are quite stringent. You all have just entered the induction field.
According to previous years, the minimum threshold should be opening at least 2 palaces." A collective groan erupted from below. Based on this standard, only 3 or 5 people in the class could meet the criteria.
Those who felt they could be selected couldn't help but reveal expressions of excitement. "This is the minimum standard, and it's not a rigid one. You should all try it out," Master Shu continued. "You'll know how to get selected once you go."
What I want to say now is that for every student who is selected, Songjian City also has rewards. These are resources that are greatly beneficial to your cultivation. Everyone work hard. Duanmuhuangan, distribute these materials.
Duanmuhuangan was the well-dressed young nobleman that Ai Hui saw at the school gate. He was also the strongest student in the class. Ai Hui remained calm. The rewards were probably good, but thinking about all the trivial matters involved.
Moreover, his strength was far behind. His thoughts turned to cultivation. The cultivation environment in Songjian City was so superior. It was like heaven. He was contemplating his cultivation plan, pondering it carefully.
Duanmuhan, distributing the materials, passed by Ai Hui without stopping, tossing a mocking remark. "Those who haven't even attended elementary school don't need to bother looking." Ai Hui was utterly bewildered.
The other party's hostility was truly inexplicable. Besides, how childish the Shi family. Only 6 people confirmed. Shi Xueman's voice was not loud, but the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees abruptly.
All the servants and guards couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The person in charge of the Songjian City branch below looked ashen and trembled, saying in a shaky voice, "This subordinate is guilty." We didn't get their names at the time.
And it happened to be the start of the new semester, which brought us a lot of difficulties. We could only identify 6 people through things like rumors among students and feedback from nearby merchants. However, we ruled out these 6 people.
He was now filled with regret. Why did he get involved in a blind battle? He was pushing himself into a fire pit. Shi Xueman took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. She knew she couldn't blame the other party. Her reaction was too slow at the time.
If she had been stunned, she could have easily obtained everyone's information. That damned guy wouldn't have escaped either. "You've worked hard. You've done a good job." This is Xueman said, her voice still cold.
Tears instantly streamed down the face of the middle-aged man below. The pressure he had been under recently was far greater than most people could imagine, and there had been little progress in gathering information. He was on the verge of collapse.
The tense atmosphere in the hall dissipated considerably. Shi Xueman slowly opened her mouth. "However, I still need you to put more effort into this matter. Everyone will cooperate with you at all costs. Find this person."
The middle-aged man hadn't expected Miss Attitude to be so firm. This wasn't the first time he'd heard at all costs from her, but considering her spirit of never giving up after setbacks, he felt this was normal. "Your subordinate will certainly do my best."
He didn't dare make any more guarantees. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Your subordinate has an idea, though I'm not sure if it's feasible." "What idea?" Shi Xueman asked directly and concisely. "Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack."
But your subordinate was thinking, if he poses a threat to you, miss, then his strength must be formidable. Surely such a person would stand out in Songjian City. Your subordinate was thinking, with this person's strength,
it shouldn't be a problem for him to be selected for the Yinghua Win Society. Right? So can we narrow down the scope and start with the Yinghua Win Society? He looked at Shi Xueman. He hadn't seen the mysterious man take action.
And he knew nothing about the details of the battle between the mysterious man and Miss. Only Miss had the authority to judge the person's strength. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Shi Xueman's beautiful eyes grew brighter.
When the subordinate looked at her again, she said without hesitation, "Keep an eye on the Yinghua Win Society. I want the list as soon as possible." "Yes," the subordinate quickly responded. Shi Xueman turned and left, decisive and swift.
She didn't want to waste any time. Her mind was now filled with cultivation, and her eyes were full of burning fighting spirit. "Even if you're stronger than me now, I'll never give up. This humiliation, I, Shi Xueman, will personally take ban."
Ai Hui's conjecture. Ai Hui, of course, didn't know that someone was searching the world for him to take revenge. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Who had that kind of free time? He was too lazy to even bother with Lulan when he came to visit.
And he was such a nice sand puppet. He was completely immersed in his studies and cultivation. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a completely new world. This world was so vast and so colorful.
The induction ground had many cultivation places that he couldn't see at all on the outside. Every day, Ai Hui had new discoveries. He was absorbed in it and enjoyed it immensely. Nowhere needed strength more than the wilderness. There was no warmth.
Only bluntness and directness, without even a thin veil of disguise. But in the wilderness there was no place for him to cultivate.
Any place with even slightly denser elemental energy was either occupied by powerful wild beasts or taken over by barbaric tribes. There was no time for him to cultivate. He needed to keep up with the main force. He had heavy chores to do.
The time he could sleep each day was pitifully small because the elementalists almost didn't need sleep. Their pace was very fast. No instructors would explain the principles to him. It was already very kind of the elementalist to teach him a trick or two.
If he encountered someone with a bad temper who didn't like him, he would inevitably suffer some hardship. Compared to the wilderness, the induction ground was heaven. The passion that had been accumulating in a man for 3 years finally erupted.
And its intensity far exceeded that of a volcanic eruption. Ai Hui seemed to be possessed. Immersed in his training, he knew his aptitude wasn't good. He didn't dare to dream of goals that were too far away.
He only hoped he could become a registered elementalist. Even that goal, for him, would require much more effort than the average person to achieve. Where was there time to waste? These 4 years were 4 years that would change his fate.
He knew he wouldn't have a second chance. Perhaps it was the adaptability he had developed in the wilderness. It didn't take long for Ai Hui to adjust to life in Pine Mist City. His strategy also gradually changed.
From attending every class at the beginning to now selecting courses. Always understand your situation and the most pressing issues you face. This was the experience the cold and brutal wilderness had taught him.
His most immediate problem now was opening his Palace of Life. If he didn't open his Palace of Life within a year, he would have to pack his bags and go home. He chose a place to cultivate. Hanging Golden Pagoda. Hanging Golden Pagoda was outside the city.
About 150 li from Pine Mist City. Due to its remote location, even taking a special 3-leaf vine cart took a long time. Few students would specifically travel so far, so it was very deserted. Of course, Ai Hui wouldn't take the 3-leaf vine cart.
The cost of more than 1,000 would make his heart ache for many days. 150 li was just a warm-up for him. In the wilderness, the pace and intensity of combat were astonishing. Ai Hui was a coolie and didn't need to participate in combat.
But he needed to keep up with the team and carry miscellaneous items. The first thing a coolie had to learn in the wilderness was to run. Being able to run was the only way to keep up with the team.
No team would want a coolie who couldn't keep up with their pace. Ai Hui's body didn't look very strong, and his pace wasn't very large, but it was very steady. His upper body remained motionless. He didn't walk on the main road,
but instead traversed the mountains and forests. He walked in a straight line, like an agile cheetah, passing through the trees with ease. When he arrived at Hanging Golden Pagoda, it took him 26 minutes, 5 minutes faster than last time.
Ai Hui revealed a satisfied expression. He liked the feeling of progress. A dilapidated iron pagoda appeared before Ai Hui. The surroundings were desolate and deserted. The iron pagoda had a total of 7 floors, and many places were in disrepair.
Its history could be traced back to the era of cultivation. It was said that its predecessor was the treasure of a great cultivation sect. Later, the spiritual energy dissipated and the sect collapsed. This pagoda had endured the years and was dilapidated.
But it was still preserved. The iron pagoda was able to survive to this day because of the golden wind cave below it. The violent waves gushing from the wind cave contained rich golden elemental power.
It was precisely the constant scarring of golden elemental power that gradually metallized the original wooden pagoda, turning it into an iron pagoda, which allowed it to stand to this day. Later, the induction ground transformed it into a place for cultivation.
But because of its remote location and lack of advantages among the many cultivation places in Pine Mist City, few people came. The Hanging Gold Pagoda is not a place for beginners to cultivate.
It is suitable for students who have already opened their natal Yuan palace. Ai Hui has other plans. Walking to the foot of the pagoda, he could hear the rumbling wind inside. Ai Hui finally understood why he couldn't see anyone here, just listening to the wind.
He knew how strong the wind was inside. He had read many experience guides written by predecessors in the induction field, and almost no one recommended the Hanging Gold Pagoda.
It is said that the gold wind inside the Hanging Gold Pagoda is like a waterfall hanging upside down, extremely powerful. Moreover, the gold wind contains a strong gold elemental power. When it blows on the body, it is like a steel knife scraping bones.
However, its penetrating power is extremely strong, and it can blow into the depths of flesh and blood from the pores, doubling the pain. In comparison, the whirlpool hot springs in the city are much gentler and more comfortable.
And the effect is not bad at all. Naturally, no one would come here to suffer. What drove Ai Hui to come here and suffer was an inconspicuous sentence he saw in a senior's experience from Penagap City. If your tolerance is relatively high,
you can come directly to the Hanging Gold Pagoda. the effect is good. When it comes to affinity for yuan power, he doesn't have much confidence, his aptitude is poor, and he can't even pass the passing mark. But when it comes to tolerance,
he still has some confidence. When he was in the wilderness, he cultivated a trace of yuan power. This trace of yuan power was very weak. It was a piece of wild beast meat given to him by a yuan cultivator, plus the materials he had accumulated over time.
That he stewed a small tongyuan soup, and then he cultivated it. The yuan power contained in the flesh and blood of wild beasts is the most similar to the yuan power cultivated by humans, and it is the easiest to be absorbed.
This is also the reason why the price of wild beast meat remains high. It is also the reason why countless yuan cultivators venture deep into the wilderness to hunt wild beasts.
This wisp of yuan power was extremely precious and saved Ai Hui's life several times at critical moments. The yuan cultivator had bluntly said that Ai Hui's aptitude was poor and his affinity for yuan power was very poor.
Relying on external objects for cultivation was something only wealthy people could afford to do. Ai Hui found out in his later cultivation that, as the yuan cultivator had said, his yuan power had not increased much in 3 years.
Although there were many reasons, such as less cultivation time, low yuan power concentration, and lack of systematic guidance, the near-zero growth also made Ai Hui realize how poor his aptitude was. However, he did not intend to give up instead.
He started thinking of ways from then on. All he could learn from were those outdated and worthless sword manuals. Ancient sword cultivators were almost synonymous with genius. Those without talent couldn't even get their foot in the door.
This phenomenon was even more serious in famous sects, but there were also exceptions. There were always some sword cultivators with unremarkable talents who reached the top of the cultivation world and intimidated the world with their swords.
In the distant age of cultivation, in the era when the myriad realms of cultivation had not yet merged, in a small sect called Wukong Sword Sect, there was a sword cultivator disciple named Wei Sheng, whose talent was mediocre.
But his final achievement was extremely high, towering above the rest. Ai Hui had read many sword manuals. There were a few other sword cultivators like these. Ai Hui had absolutely no interest in sword cultivation, however.
These individuals were able to forge a path through the most talent-dependent of all cultivations. So they must have had a winning strategy. He hoped to find inspiration from them. These powerhouses had similar personalities in some ways, such as perseverance,
diligence, and unwavering focus. These were all things worth learning, but it was clearly not that simple. As his research deepened, he discovered another commonality among these powerhouses. For every advantage, there is a disadvantage.
If one's aptitude in a certain area is not good, a change of perspective may not be a bad thing. Those predecessors with mediocre aptitude were able to forge a path for themselves because they found their own way.
Ai Hui felt that his summary and conclusions were very insightful, but they were useless. It wasn't until after he finished Master Dong's elementary education that many of his doubts were resolved. For example,
he learned that so-called poor aptitude meant that cultivators had a lower affinity for elemental energy. Due to his own aptitude, most of the elemental energy that entered his body dissipated, and only a small portion could be retained.
This was also why his progress was slow. Aptitude is innate and cannot be changed. For most people, hearing this news would be like being sentenced to death. But Ai Hui was not at all discouraged. Instead, he was thoughtful.
Since his body had a lower affinity for elemental energy, what were his body's advantages? He believed that he must have his own advantages. Perhaps this advantage was not so obvious or useful, but it must exist. Heaven will not close all doors and windows.
What else is related to cultivation besides affinity? When he saw that sentence in the predecessor's experiences, his eyes lit up. Yes, besides affinity, there is also endurance. His physique was not very affinity for elemental energy. In other words,
his body was not sensitive enough to elemental energy. What others felt was like a knife. He may just felt uncomfortable. Ai Hui suddenly understood. Wasn't this the advantage he had been looking for?
Not being sensitive enough to elemental energy certainly made cultivation slow, but conversely, wasn't his body able to withstand higher intensities of elemental energy attacks? Ai Hui was not one of those helpless newbies, his combat experience rich.
As long as he had a slight advantage, he could put it to good use. Ai Hui quickly thought of another advantage. High endurance meant that he could withstand higher cultivation intensity. Today, he was here to verify whether his guess was correct. Chapter 12.
Genius and waste. Master Shu looked at Xuanhuan, who was standing before him and could not hide his youthful arrogance, and also felt a little headache. Xuanhuan was a talented person, dressed in flowing blue robes,
and his figure was as upright as a spear. His handsome face had a hint of charm, and he was almost the most popular type among girls. Other than being too arrogant, this guy has no other flaws. Of course, he has the capital to be arrogant.
The Duanmu family has a long history in the five elements sky. His ancestors were among the founders of the five elements sky, and he himself is exceptionally talented. Among the students taught by Master
Xuanhuan ranks in the top 5. Master Shu had a bit of a headache. There's nothing wrong with being proud. For a genius youth, who doesn't have a bit of arrogance? However, Master Shu had spent a long time in the induction field and had seen many geniuses.
Duanmu Huanghan's hostility towards classmates with lower realms made him somewhat worried about Duanmu Huanghan's future. Master Shu was experienced in teaching. His face remained unchanged, and he asked amiably, "How is it?"
School has been in session for a while now. How do you feel? Not bad. It's just that the courses are a bit simple. Duanmu Huanghan replied with a hint of reserve. Master Shu smiled. Your family has deep roots in learning and you have a good talent. Naturally.
You feel relaxed and have extra energy. That's why I chose you to be the class monitor. As the class monitor, my expectation for you is to be a leader-level powerhouse. I hope you don't relax and work hard.
Duanmu Huanghan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard his teacher's expectations of him. Children of this age have the least resistance to praise. Leader, what a great word. Just thinking about it is exciting.
He involuntarily straightened his chest and said proudly, "Mas, don't worry. Huanghan will definitely not disappoint your expectations. You have the ability." Master Shi's tone was exceptionally affirmative. Then, as a leader,
what should you do with your teammates who are not yet at a high level? You need to help them. This is what a leader should do the most. So now I'm giving you a task. Ai Hui, a student in the class, is relatively weak. I need you to help him. How about it?
Do you have confidence? Duanmu Huanghan opened his mouth wide, his expression stunned. I knew that Duanmu is a responsible and genius leader, Master Shu said in a delighted tone, not giving Duanmu Huanghan a chance to speak at all. He directly said,
Then Ai Hui is entrusted to you. My requirement is not high. I hope that by this time next year, he can reach the realm of 4 palaces filled. Duanmu Huanghan was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. Open the 4 palaces within a year.
What a joke. This trash hasn't even opened his natal palace. What is a genius? A genius is someone who can do things that others cannot, Master Shu asked with a serious face. Duanmu, do you have any doubts about your own genius? Duanmu Huanghan blurted out.
As soon as the words came out, his face darkened, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He had long disliked that trash named Ai Hui. In the entire Songjian city, there were only 6 people attending elementary school.
As the class monitor, he couldn't stand such a waste who was dragging everyone down. What qualifications does such a waste have to be with a genius like himself? Now, Master actually wants me to be responsible for helping this guy.
He felt like he had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. He felt like he was going crazy. Just seeing this guy normally already annoyed him. And now he had to help him. Wouldn't that mean seeing this good for nothing every day?
Duanmu Huanghan felt like he was going to go crazy. No, he was already close to going crazy! He felt that going to Master Si's office today was a complete mistake. He couldn't believe he would encounter something so outrageous.
Duanmu Huanghan walked out of Master Si's office feeling somewhat dazed. After a few steps, he suddenly realized what he had just agreed to. He had to help that good-for-nothing reach the 4 palaces realm within a year.
If being responsible for helping a useless person made him feel like he had stepped into muddy ground, then having to open the 4 palaces within a year made him feel like he had fallen into a swamp filled with poisonous gas.
The cultivation system of yuan power has become quite mature after thousands of years of continuous development and improvement. Different families and schools have their own unique features.
But the core idea cannot be separated from the 5 mansions and 8 palaces system. The 5 mansions refer to the natal mansion, which is the source of yuan power. Different natal mansions produce different yuan powers: fire of the heart, wood of the liver,
earth of the spleen, metal of the lungs, and water of the kidneys. The first step in any cultivation system is always to open the natal mansion. Only when the natal mansion is opened will the first gate between the body and the outside world open.
The natal mansion can greatly accelerate the intake of yuan power. The nature of yuan power is very different from spiritual power. The parts where it is stored in the human body do not follow the meridians at all. After a long period of exploration,
humans have so far found 8 places to store yuan power and named them palaces. When all 8 palaces are full, it is considered lesser perfection. Having the 4 palaces full is nothing special in the induction field. Not to mention those senior students.
Even he himself has already reached the 4 palaces. Even if it's lesser perfection, he is confident that he can achieve it within 2 years. But the other party is a useless person who has just started primary education, reach the 4 palaces within a year.
What a joke! If it weren't for Master U's consistently excellent reputation and prestige, he would have suspected that Master Shu was playing with him. A genius who goes from primary education to the 4 palaces within a year needs his help.
His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He almost turned around and rushed into Master Si's office. But when he thought of Master Si's words, A genius is someone who can do what others can't. He abruptly stopped. That's right.
Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. The collar of his robe, embroidered with beautiful wisteria, was roughly torn off by him. There has never been the word give up in my dictionary. How can a genius give up so easily? Poor waste.
You should be grateful for the gift that God has given you. Xuanhuan raised his proud chin. He readjusted his collar and returned to his usual elegance. He advanced at a leisurely pace, pondering how to achieve the goals set for him by Master Shu.
Completely oblivious to the adoring gazes of the girls along the way. With his family's deep-rooted knowledge and experience, his understanding was naturally beyond that of ordinary students. Soon he conceived several possible solutions. His eyes grew brighter.
His handsome face filled with concentration, diluting his usual arrogance and wickedness, and adding another kind of temperament. The infatuated female students along the way stared blankly, and one, not paying attention to her feet, tripped and fell heavily.
Xuanhuan, startled by the sound, looked up. His charming eyes immediately made the female student sitting on the ground forget the pain. She was momentarily captivated. Xuanhuan chuckled, his warm smile causing people to lose themselves.
Bang bang bang, a series of wrestling sounds rang out around them. 10 minutes later, Xuanhuan stood by the whirlpool hot spring, his face livid. He scanned back and forth several times, but couldn't even see Ai Hui's shadow.
He had walked through several of the most common training areas for beginners, but hadn't found any trace of Ai Hui. He asked some of his classmates, but no one had seen him either. Damn it, a nameless fire of anger shot straight up.
Xuanhuan had never been so angry. Going to teach a good-for-nothing already made him feel insulted, and to top it off, this good-for-nothing was actually a lazy bones. His strength was so poor.
Yet he didn't work hard and couldn't even do the basic daily training. How could such mud be plastered onto a wall? But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't find Ai Hui. He made a special trip to the dormitory and asked all the students in the class.
Receiving didn't live in the dormitory. No one knew where he lived. Damn it. Chapter 13. Golden wind hangs in the tower. Separated by a door, it was like two different worlds.
Ai Hui spat out the chewed grass in his mouth and stepped into the hanging golden tower. Immediately engulfed by the raging wind, his ears were filled with the roar of the wind. He had never heard such a fierce wind. Underneath his feet were iron bars,
and the extremely violent golden wind surged up from below the bars, stirring and swirling within the tower, creating powerful vortexes. Before Ai Hui could steady himself, he was swept off the ground by the wind, spinning around and around.
He was like a leaf swaying in a storm. Bang! His back slammed heavily against the wall, causing Ai Hui to wince in pain. The golden wind was too violent, blowing so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Even worse, the golden wind blew on him
like countless tiny needles, piercing into his body, traveling through his muscles, and reaching deep into his bones. The indescribable stinging pain spread throughout his body, causing Ai Hui's expression to change.
He had underestimated the hanging golden tower. Fortunately, he was experienced and realized his mistake, so he immediately reacted. In the current situation where he couldn't control anything, it was most important to protect himself.
He wrapped his arms around his head and curled up into a ball. Bang bang bang, he was like a ball, buffeted and slammed around inside the tower. The golden wind had an extremely penetrating quality, like needle pricks, engulfing him like a tie.
The familiar feeling of helplessness washed over him. He felt like he was back in the early days of entering the wilderness. The pain grew stronger and stronger, especially in his bones. Ai Hui felt as if his bones were being harshly filed by countless files.
The intense pain was almost at the limit of what he could bear. How long had it been since he'd been this disheveled? He couldn't quite remember. Even in the wilderness, it had been a long time since he had been this disheveled.
Although he knew that the hanging golden pagoda was for students who had already opened their natal palaces, he was confident in his ability to endure. He thought he could bear it if he gritted his teeth.
The golden elemental power contained in the wind was very strong, penetrating into his flesh and blood without showing any signs of dissipating. In other words, the golden elemental power entered his body and could not be absorbed by his muscles.
Underestimating one's opponents easily leads to terrible situations, and this was a situation as bad as it could get. The first step in cultivating elemental power is to enable the muscles to absorb it.
A relatively quick way to achieve this is to take minor elemental invigoration soup. Wild beast meat is rich in elemental power, and this type of elemental power is the most suitable for cultivators to absorb.
The wisp of elemental power in Ai Hui's body came from this source. Although this method is good, it is costly and obviously not affordable for a pauper like Ai Hui. Another common method of cultivation is to guide elemental power from the outside into the body,
allowing the muscles to absorb it. This is the first step in elemental power cultivation. When introducing elemental power into the body, One must be particular about the type of elemental power. Most people choose gentle elemental power,
as it is easier for the muscles to absorb. The elemental power in the golden wind is like extremely fine silver needles, not gentle at all. It is condensed like needles, which means it is difficult to absorb.
The stinging pain indicates that it is harming the muscles. Ai Hui tried to assimilate it with his own wisp of elemental power, but soon discovered that his idea was too naive. The golden elemental power that seeped into his body, although as thin as a hair,
was more condensed than his own elemental power. At this moment, he finally understood why the hanging golden pagoda required one to open their natal palace before coming to cultivate. Bang! His body shook,
and all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. However, his consciousness suddenly became clearer. Although the impact just now was extremely painful, he found that the stinging pain on his back had lessened considerably. His heart stopped.
Could it be bang? He crashed heavily into the wall again. But his heart was filled with joy. He could clearly feel the pain in his muscles, but the stinging pain within his body had lessened a lot, even in such a chaotic situation.
Even without a sword in his hand, he had not lost his composure and keenly noticed the changes in his body. In the instant he crashed into the wall just now, a portion of the golden elemental power that had seeped into his body was dispersed.
This was the reason why the stinging pain had lessened. The dispersed golden elemental power was very easy to absorb. Ai Hui was only happy for 2 seconds before his expression changed. Before the dispersed golden silver needles could be absorbed by him,
more golden silver needles seeped into his body. The stinging pain grew more and more intense. He even felt as if his body was swollen. Ai Hui didn't know that although in theory,
one only needed to open their natal palace to come to the hanging golden pagoda to cultivate. In reality, very few students who had just opened their natal palace would come to the hanging golden pagoda to cultivate.
The golden wind in the hanging golden pagoda was too violent. Although the golden elemental power contained in the golden wind was rich, it was difficult to absorb. More deadly was the sheer number of them. When Ai Hui reacted,
he immediately realized the danger of his situation. If he stayed any longer, the increasingly intense stinging pain would cloud his mind, and the ultimate result would be exploding from within. He needed to leave immediately. Ai Hui stretched his body.
He carefully controlled the wisp of elemental energy within him, guiding it to his eyes. The raging wind inside the tower made it impossible for him to open his eyes. In such a violent environment, if he couldn't see, there was no way he could get out.
He carefully controlled the elemental energy within him. It was the first time he had infused his eyes with elemental energy. He didn't know if the stinging pain throughout his body affected his judgment of pain. He only felt a slight discomfort.
But he quickly overcame it. The surrounding scenery became clear. Only then did Ai Hui see the inside of the tower clearly for the first time. The golden wind surged endlessly within the tower. He was like a withered leaf spinning within it.
The surrounding walls had a deep metallic luster. Under the long-term erosion of the golden wind, the walls had become metallized. They were covered with dense, irregular linear wind. Those were wind marks.
The center of the hanging golden tower was already hollow. Stairs and the like had all disappeared. What surprised Ai Hui was that the golden wind spiraled upwards within the tower. Not only did the wind force not weaken,
but it became stronger as it rose higher. He couldn't bother to look up at the situation above. Time was tight. He had to rush out of the hanging golden tower before he reached his limit. Ai Hui's attention was highly focused.
He carefully adjusted his posture in the raging wind, preparing himself. Maintaining focus with the stinging pain all over his body was not an easy task. But for the experienced Ai Hui, this was not a problem. Seeing the tower door rapidly approaching,
Ai Hui suddenly and forcefully twisted his waist, his body unfolding like a spring. His toes barely touched the ground. Pop! His toes exerted force, and his body twisted strangely, as if broken in half at the waist. His palms pressed against the ground.
He was like an arched-back cat. Ai Hui used both his hands and feet to roll and crawl out of the hanging golden tower. The moment he rushed out of the tower door, all of Ai Hui's strength seemed to be drained at once.
The extreme stinging pain made Ai Hui feel like he had fallen into a million tiny needles. Ah! The shrill scream startled a large flock of birds in the forest. It took a full 20 minutes of screaming before Ai Hui recovered. It was too painful.
Teary-eyed, Ai Hui grimaced, his face contorted, and his body had no strength left. But he still struggled with great difficulty to get up. The amount of gold yuan and silver threads in his body was simply too much.
Just lying there motionless caused him excruciating pain that penetrated deep into his bones. A short pain is better than a long one. Remembering that the impacts inside the tower could alleviate the pain, Ai Hui gritted his teeth and made up his mind.
He threw himself towards the nearest tree. Snap! The tree broke. He charged towards the large rock ahead. Bang! The rock shattered. With bloodshot eyes, Ai Hui searched around. What else could he crash into or up?
Countless birds and beasts in the forest fled in panic. Behind them, piercing screams accompanied flying sand and rocks, trees snapping and breaking. The scene was like a terrifying ancient wild beast rampaging and running amok. Chapter 14. Harder than iron.
Stronger than steel. Lu Lan sat at the entrance of the Vanguard training hall, feeling bored. When he saw Ai Hui, his face bruised and swollen, barely alive, he tilted his head and asked, what happened? When Ai Hui saw Lu Lan,
his dim eyes suddenly lit up. Without saying a word, he grabbed Lu Lan and pushed him through the door. Help me with a favor. Hearing the word help, Lu Lan immediately stood up, his tone somewhat happy. Okay. Dragging Lu Lan into the training hall.
Ai Hui chose an open space and stood still. With a serious expression, he pleaded with Lu Lan. Beat me up. Lu Lan's eyes widened. He thought he had missed it. Come on, beat me up hard, Ai Hui said with an encouraging expression.
He had crashed into everything he could along the way, but a lot of gold yuan and silver thread still remained in his body. However, he had exhausted all his strength. Not to mention crashing, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Moreover,
after entering the city, he didn't dare to crash around randomly, in case he broke something he could afford to pay for. When he saw Lu Lan, he immediately came up with this brilliant idea.
It could achieve the effect of crashing without him having to expend any energy. Lu Lan tilted his head and looked at Ai Hui with a serious gaze, his tone revealing a trace of concern. Ai Hui, are you sick? I'm not sick. This is cultivation.
Ai racked his brains to explain. This is a special cultivation method I invented. I see, Lu Lan said, suddenly understanding. Come on, Ai Hui exclaimed excitedly. Hit harder, the harder the bet. Don't worry about hurting me, don't worry.
I can take it. But Lu Lan doesn't know how to fight, Lu Lan said weakly. Ai Hui looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Lan in disbelief, stammering, You don't know how to fight, fight.
Ai Hui almost thought he had misheard. The words fight sounded rather unfamiliar to him. As a seasoned professional fighter who had honed his skills in the wilderness for 3 years, fight, such an amateur term, took him a full 2 seconds to process.
Wait a minute. Doesn't know how to fight. There's a sand puppet that doesn't know how to fight. Ai Hui stared blankly at Lu Lan. Every sand puppet he had ever seen was proficient in combat. They were cold and cunning, skilled at disguise and traps,
and carried out orders to the letter. Their methods were varied and unpredictable. Each sand puppet was a true killing machine. Sand puppets were created for battle. This was the first time he had encountered a sand puppet that couldn't fight.
Then what can you do? Lu Lan counted on his fingers. Lu Lan can do laundry, cook, buy groceries, clean the room and yard, and make tea. Ai Hui was dumbfounded. He felt his worldview being strongly challenged. Is this
still a sand puppet? When he came back to his senses, Ai Hui demonstrated his remarkable adaptability. Since there was no other choice, he had to encourage him. It's okay, it'll teach you. However, his tone lacked confidence. Lu Lan was full of enthusiasm.
Lu Lan will work hard. Night fell. The gourd of the Vanguard training hall glowed with a soft white light, illuminating the training hall in a snow-white glow. 2 figures intertwined in the light. Your exertion is wrong this time. You are a sand puppet.
Without joints, don't just imitate me blindly. Lu Lan, you are a sand puppet. You can be soft or hard. Be soft when you need to be soft, and hard when you need to be hard. Elemental energy is the key. Use elemental energy to make your attacking parts harder.
Harder than iron. Stronger than... Pay attention to the angle. Right, the angle of attack is important. Don't hold back. Don't stop until I say stop. Ouch. There's progress. More force. Time passes relentlessly.
Lu Lan felt that he was improving rapidly, which made him very happy. Learning new things was a joyful experience. Although Ai's hobby was a bit strange, being able to help Ai Hui was also a happy thing. He remembered Ai Hui's instructions not to hold back.
And every punch landed solidly. Lu Lan executed a beautiful series of 15 consecutive strikes, converging into a powerful critical hit. With a paw sound louder than before, Ai Hui, like a human punching bag,
flew out in a graceful arc for more than 10 meters. Well done. Lu Lan was very satisfied with the previous combo. There were no mistakes. Ai Hui lay on the ground, barely alive, with unfocused eyes and a blank expression. Lu Lan bent down, tilted his head,
looked at Ai Hui and asked seriously, Ai Hui, shall we continue training? Ai Hui could no longer feel the stinging pain, because all his muscles ached. The gold yuan and silver hairs must have been shattered. Let's call it a day. However,
Ai Hui quickly discovered a terrible fact. The muscles in his cheeks were numb from the previous critical hit. He couldn't even open his mouth. Not only that, but all the muscles in his body were in a state of paralysis.
Was what he just taught Lu Lan a concussion attack? Damn it, why did he teach him this? Ai Hui. Lu Lan tilted his head. Shall we continue training? Enough? It's enough. It's completely enough, Ai Hui wailed in his heart.
Lu Lan suddenly remembered and realized. Lu Lan understood. Ai Hui just said, don't stop unless told to stop. Okay, let's continue. Lu Lan will continue to work hard. One of Lu Lan's arms transformed into a sand rope, coiling towards Ai on the ground.
Harder than iron, stronger than steel. No, Ai Hui's wail turned into terror. No, no, no. Hey, hey. Enough, no more training. Let's not train anymore. Bang, 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 with his heart collapsing.
Ai Hui watched helplessly as he was submerged by a torrential rain of attacks. Xuanhuan wore a gloomy face. The young masters who were familiar with him all kept a distance from him. It was best not to provoke this guy when he was in a bad mood now.
He wasn't just in a bad mood, but in a very, very bad mood. They knew that Xuanhuan was an extremely face-conscious fellow. No matter when you saw him, he always had an elegant and graceful appearance. When had they ever seen him with such a dark face?
Moreover, his complexion was getting worse day by day, and the murderous intent emanating from his body made anyone with a little discernment avoid him from afar. Xuanhuan was in an extremely bad mood. His gaze swept across the schoolhouse.
Damn it! Bastard! His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. That damned good for nothing. He hasn't come to class for days, making him tutor a good for nothing who hasn't even had basic education.
His self-esteem has already been severely frustrated. He desperately tried to comfort himself. He needed to be mindful of the big picture, be a leader, and remember that he was a genius. Reality dealt him a cruel blow.
Even the most patient genius is helpless when dealing with a useless person. From day one, he scoured the beginner training grounds, but couldn't find Ai Hui. This already put him in a bad mood.
He could tolerate beginners with poor talent and low starting points. It would be fine if this guy didn't train. At worst, he would drag him over and keep an eye on him. But, this guy doesn't even attend class! Xuanhuan now just wanted to curse.
He had seen lazy people before, but never one this lazy. Doesn't even attend class. What did you come to the induction ground for? He finally lowered himself and condescended to agree to tutor. And the result? He couldn't even find the person.
Xuanhuan's heart was filled with tears. Heavens, why do you torment me so? How unlucky must I be to be saddled with something so outrageous? To be saddled with someone so outrageous!
Just the thought of his genius reputation being tainted by this good for nothing. The anger in Xuanhuan's heart blazed fiercely. Just you wait. Xuanhuan thought fiercely. Chapter 15 Nourishing Soup. Ai Hui groggily opened his eyes.
The ache all over his body made him hiss and take a breath of cold air. You're awake. Lulan pushed the door open and entered, holding a bowl of steaming soup. Even from afar, Ai Hui could smell the enticing aroma. His stomach immediately growled unashamedly.
And his mouth was practically watering. Ai Hui forced himself to swallow his saliva. What time is it? 8 in the morning. Lulan handed over the soup. Ai Hui didn't care about the ache and devoured the soup in a ravenous manner. It was truly a delicacy.
He asked vaguely, what time did we finish last night? Last night. He didn't last long. His consciousness had become blurred. He had no recollection of what happened afterwards. 5 in the morning, Lulan said. 5. Ai Hui movements.
His expression stiffened. He finally understood why his body was so sore. Every part of him ached. Even moving a finger was excruciating. His cheeks twitched slightly. Still somewhat incredulous. You kept beating me until 5 in the morning.
The thought of being beaten like a sandbag until 5 in the morning after losing consciousness. Ai Hui suddenly didn't feel too good. I'm very sorry. The apology in Lulan's tone was even stronger. Although Ai Hui didn't say stop.
Lulan had to cook for instructor Xiao at 5 o'clock, so he had to end the training. Lulan has already completed all of today's work and can continue to train with Ai Hui. Shall we begin? I'm sorry for only punching you till 5 in the morning.
Ai Hui shook his head firmly. No need. The tragic tragedy of last night is still vivid in his mind. Ai Hui really couldn't muster the courage. Ai Hui noticed that Lulan was a little down. He coughed lightly. This soup tastes good.
Ai Hui couldn't tell what kind of soup it was, but he found it extremely delicious. It was the most delicious soup he had ever drunk. Moreover, after drinking it, a warm current spread to every corner of his body, making him feel warm all over, being praised.
Lulan's spirits were immediately lifted. Ai Hui, your cultivation puts a lot of burden on your body. You need to replenish and nourish your body in time, otherwise it will easily lead to depletion, which can cause hidden injuries. Lulan is really amazing.
Ai Hui couldn't help but praise. No wonder I feel my body warming up now. Just like when I used to drink little tong yuan soup. That's a yuan food. Lulan's tone rose slightly. This is replenishing yuan soup. This replenishing yuan soup. Yuan food.
Ai Hui was taken aback. The price of yuan food is much more expensive than ordinary food. The school also provides yuan food, but you also need to pay the cafeteria a sum of money. The price is much cheaper than outside, but it is still not low.
A bad feeling suddenly rose in Ai Hui's heart. The ingredients for the soup, found in your cloth bag. Ai Hui. Lulan took it for granted. Although they are all scraps, the quality is very good. They are also very suitable for making soup.
Although it is not according to the standard recipe, please rest assured, the utilization rate of yuan power should be above 70%. Ai Hui felt like he had been hit by a sap. His expression was wooden. How much did you use? Used them.
Please rest assured, Lulan guarantees that there was no waste. Lulan guarantees. He didn't want to hear such a guarantee at all. Bang! Ai Hui fell straight onto the bed, his heart filled with despair.
The materials he had saved for 3 whole years were gone just like that. Heart-wrenching pain. He had pitifully saved every penny for 3 years and saved some for a rainy day. He woke up after a nap and found that it was all gone.
If Ai Hui understood the meaning of a 70% yuan power utilization rate, Lulan reminded, Ai Hui, you'd better cultivate now to absorb yuan power. Ai Hui shivered, since it's all been spent.
There's no point in feeling sorry for it. He gritted his teeth and got out of bed. Even if he sweated blood, he couldn't waste even a trace of yuan power. Following the method taught by Mr. Dong, the enlightenment teacher, sat Kroged.
His eyes watching his nose watching his heart, guiding the trace of yuan power in his body to circulate along the path of the 5 palaces and 8 mansions, the so-called 8 mansions.
The 4 mansions that are easiest to open up are the 4 mansions of the hands and feet, the left-hand mansion, the right-hand mansion, the left-foot mansion, and the right-foot mansion.
From the brow center down to the tail vertebra are the 4 mansions of heaven, gate, sea and earth. Opening up these 4 mansions is much more difficult than opening up the 4 mansions of the hands and feet. However,
regardless of whether one's natal palace is opened or the 8 palaces are developed, the circulation path of elemental power cannot escape the scope of the 5 palaces and 8 palaces. It's just that each family's sequence of paths is different.
Different paths result in vastly different effects and functions, forming a wide variety of mental cultivation methods, coupled with the unique mysteries of the 8 palaces, which have many intricacies.
Each family will select some of them for long-term research. Over time, accumulation and precipitation gradually form each family's secret knowledge. The route chosen by Ai Hui is the safest and simplest. First,
complete the small circulation through the 4 palaces of the hands and feet, and then run down from the space between the eyebrows, connecting heaven and earth. As soon as the elemental power circulated, Ai Hui felt the difference.
His elemental power had just flowed to the palace in his left hand when it became much stronger. He had never encountered such a situation before. His body was full of active and gentle elemental power. His body felt light and lively, full of vitality.
The circulation of elemental power was effortless and handy, changing the usual heaviness and stagnation. But soon, Ai Hui couldn't care about being excited. He found that the elemental power in his body was gradually dissipating outwards.
His body's affinity for elemental power was still too low. He dared not be distracted again, but raced against time to circulate his elemental power. With complete focus, gritting his teeth, he couldn't afford to waste it.
At the thought of all his accumulation being exchanged for this elemental power, Ai Hui was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His attention was highly concentrated, and the elemental power in his body circulated at an unprecedented speed.
Like a wild horse running amok, Lulan quietly withdrew from the room when he saw Ai Hui enter a meditative state. Time passed bit by bit. Ai Hui, who was sitting cross-legged, exuded a thin layer of silver light from his skin. If one got close enough,
one could see that this thin layer of light was formed by countless fine silver filaments. These tiny filaments were the dissipating elemental power. Even though Ai Hui worked hard, a large amount of elemental power still dissipated into the air.
With the circulation of the mental cultivation method, Ai Hui gradually gained some understanding. The most abundant elemental power in his body was the silver elemental power. That was the elemental power after the golden elemental silver hairs were shattered.
Unlike the condensed sharpness of the golden elemental silver hairs, after being shattered, they became tiny and their properties became much gentler, like fireflies floating in his body.
They appeared in a free state and were also the elemental power that dissipated the fastest. Another type of elemental power was much more stable. They were very compatible with flesh and blood. Every time Ai Hui's elemental power circulated,
it would absorb a large amount of this type of elemental power. More importantly, it would carry a large amount of free golden elemental power and integrate it into Ai Hui's elemental power.
This type of elemental power must be the unique elemental power contained in the ki boosting soup. Ai Hui finally understood why so many people would venture deep into the wilderness to hunt wild beasts.
The free golden elemental power had already dissipated completely. But Ai Hui did not stop circulating his mental cultivation method. He still circulated his elemental power repeatedly and tirelessly. A faint aura emanated from Ai Hui. Chapter 16.
An encounter on a narrow road. Faint silver light curled and twisted like smoke, coiling around Ai Hui's body. It transformed into a vague sword shape, then vanished like a flash of sword light, disappearing without a trace. Ai Hui was immersed in cultivation.
Completely oblivious, an hour later he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with joy. In his 3 years of cultivation, this was the first time he felt such significant progress. He couldn't help but be excited.
His persistence over the past 3 years had finally seen the light of dawn. What could be more joyful than this? Although the yuan power he absorbed in the end accounted for only 1/20th of the yuan power he ingested. For him,
this was already an unimaginable improvement. The yuan power within his body had grown threefold. Low absorption efficiency didn't matter. He could just cultivate for a longer time. As long as he could see progress, no matter how small, he wouldn't be afraid.
What he feared most was cultivating for years without any movement in his yuan power. Ai Hui carefully savored the cultivation process just now. Leland's bowl of yuan replenishing soup played a crucial role. Without that bowl of soup,
the amount of metal attributed yuan power Ai Hui absorbed would be drastically reduced. Ai Hui didn't know to what extent it would be reduced, but he had a feeling it would be very low, shaking his head. Ai Hui cast aside all other distracting thoughts.
The wealthy have their cultivation methods, and the poor have theirs. The metal attributed yuan silver bristles ingested into the body, although not at all gentle, were more condensed and purer, although Ai Hui could only absorb a very small portion.
In terms of purity, it was much stronger than that of ordinary beginners. Ai Hui also realized this point and didn't immediately stop cultivating after the wandering yuan power dissipated, but instead continuously circulated the yuan power to make it more pure.
Ordinary students pursue realm advancement and the expansion of yuan power. However, Ai Hui had very rich combat experience. He had seen all types of strong individuals.
He had personally witnessed many yuan cultivators with similar realms but vastly different combat power. Pure yuan power allows you to be more adept and makes your attacks more efficient. Ai Hui also had some understanding.
That strand of yuan power in his body, although very weak, was exceptionally pure. It had saved his life many times and played many roles in his hands. Some of his small tricks even made those yuan cultivators praise him.
A powerful weapon is not as good as a handy weapon. When Ai Hui walked out of the room and saw the spotless dojo, he was somewhat surprised. Lu Lan noticed Ai Hui's gaze and explained, "I was relatively free so I cleaned up a bit. If Ai Hui minds..."
"Cleaner than I clean," Ai Hui said, feeling a bit ashamed. The dojo looked like it had been washed. Not a speck of dust could be seen in even the smallest, most secluded corners.
Ai Hui had always prided himself on being a professional dojo cleaner. But he didn't expect there would be someone even better. Lulin heard the praise and was obviously very happy. His tone unconsciously became a bit more cheerful. Lulin is a sand puppet.
So I'm better at doing these things. Who would remember a sand puppet? Ai Hui didn't know why he thought of this sentence. Looking at the happy Lulin, he suddenly said, "Thank you for the replenishing essence soup. It's very useful." Ai Hui rarely said such things.
In front of others, he always maintained his guard and distance, but in front of Lulin, he was much more relaxed. Maybe it was because Lulin was a sand puppet. Probably that was it.
Lulin was even happier to hear that the replenishing essence soup was effective. He carefully sized up Ai Hui, and a strange earthy yellow light shone in his eyes. Ai Hui seemed to sense something, and suddenly his hair stood on end.
Bruises and swelling take time to heal. The muscle damage wasn't a big deal anymore. The yellow light in Lulin's eyes disappeared. Ai Hui's uncomfortable feeling also disappeared. He thought Lulin was a really strange sand puppet. Proficient in cooking.
Making soup. It even seemed like he knew some medical treatment. What a strange combination. Him going to cultivate. Ai Hui prepared to go out. He planned to go to the suspended gold pagoda again. But before that,
he had to do some preparation work and buy some things. Lulin is going to work too. Goodbye. Lulin waved to Ai Hui, his body turning into a pool of quicksand, seeping into the ground and disappearing. Xuanhuan walked alone on the street.
His eyes occasionally scanned the crowd. Ai Hui hadn't come to class for several days. Helplessly, he had to come and try his luck. He also knew that looking for someone like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
But he couldn't bear to go back to Master Shu and ask to give up. He couldn't afford to lose that face. The more he thought about that bastard Ai Hui, the more irritable he became. His yaoyi却又精致英俊 face constantly attracted the attention of passers-by.
Several beauties stepped forward, but were scared away by his cold gaze. His slender body leaned against a camphor tree by the roadside, holding a string of candied hawthorns in his hand, slowly eating them.
The bright red candied hawthorns and the pale CMA face formed a visually striking image. The young girls didn't dare to step forward, but gathered not far away, their eyes burning as they stared at Xuanhuan.
Wishing they were that string of candied hawthorns, Xuanhuan was oblivious to his surroundings. He was used to being watched and surrounded, with a calm and composed expression.
Xuanhuan, see where you can run now!
Suddenly,
a loud shout came from the other end of the street. Xuanhuan glanced at it, then looked away, too lazy to pay attention. He ate his candied hawthorns by himself. A burly and powerful man appeared not far away. He saw Xuanhuan and his eyes lit up.
He grinned and said, knowing that I Zhou Zhabao want to challenge you. What? Are you chickening out? Hiding on purpose? I'm so disappointed. I thought Dama Honghan was some kind of genius. But it turns out he's a coward.
Dama Honghan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Long eyelashes set off by his pale complexion, elegant and charming, enough to make women jealous. The surrounding girls were instantly roused. Zhao Zhabao, you don't even bother to draft your boasts.
What right do you have to challenge our Honghan? Exactly! Is our Honghan someone who can be challenged by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Look at you. The same width top and bottom, and you keep your hair long. Heh, a wooden box with a mop stuck in it.
Zhao Zhabao flew into a rage, his face flushing red. He had always considered himself extraordinary. Although he had long heard of the genius of this year's Duanmu Honghan, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he publicly challenged Duanmu Han.
His own strength was indeed remarkable, ranking him in the top 5 in his class. So this is our genius Duanmu Honghan, a genius hiding behind a bunch of women. Ha! Duanmu Honghan still didn't lift his eyelids, spitting out the hawthorn seed from his mouth.
I'm in a bad mood today. You better get lost. Bad mood. Ha, come on. Hit me. Zhao Zhabao couldn't help but scream, as if he had heard a joke. 5 minutes later, Duanmu Honghan expressionlessly retracted his leg with elegance.
Zhao Zhabao on the ground didn't have a single good spot on him, his face swollen and bruised. He bit off the last hawthorn on the sugar-coated hawthorn stick in his hand, threw down the stick, and turned away indifferently. Peft.
The bamboo stick sank deeply into the ground, stuck 2 centimeters away from Zhabao's nose. Zhao Zhabao's gaze froze instantly, not daring to move. The surrounding girls cheered and screamed, following Duanmu Honghan's back in a swarm.
In a corner not far from the street, a woman wearing a light veil had a glint in her eyes. Shi Xueman had quietly arrived in Songjian City, specifically to visit her own dojo, but she didn't expect to see this scene. She had heard of the name Duanmu Honghan,
but didn't expect him to be in Songjian City as well. And the strength he had just displayed was very remarkable. Could it be him? But soon, Shi Xueman shook her head, although it was a blind battle.
That damn bastard's fighting style was completely different from Duanmu Honghan's. That bastard's fighting style was more violent and ferocious like a beast. She turned and left, heading towards her own dojo. It took Zhao Zhabao a full 20 minutes to recover.
He struggled to his feet with great difficulty. He was stunned when he looked up. He saw a guy with the same swollen and bruised face as him, walking towards him. Ai Hui, who had just finished shopping,
was also stunned when he saw Zhao Zhabao in the middle of the street. They really looked too much alike, equally bruised and swollen, edema all over, bruises everywhere, distorted features, covered in wounds, clothes tattered, Zhao Zhabao freshly beaten.
Saw in Ai Hui his own miserable and wretched state. Was this mocking him, humiliating him? He felt like a clown today. A surge of anger welled up within him. He snarled, "You better get lost." Ai Hui squinted his swollen, bruised eyes.
Just a favor. Ai Hui never thought of himself as having a good temper. The wilderness didn't need good tempers. It needed strength, resistance, struggle. Even in the face of despair, you had to gamble everything for a chance of survival.
Those with weak characters were long eliminated. And speaking of temper, getting beaten until 5 in the morning. How could he not be angry? Ai Hui felt like a volcano, always wanting to erupt, but never finding the opportunity.
Lu Lan's earnest and simple-mindedness was like a hard turtle shell, leaving him no way to start. The fatty was better. He didn't even need a reason to beat him up. Unexpectedly, just when he was getting sleepy, someone brought him a pillow.
Just when he wanted to beat someone up, someone offered themselves as a punching bag. Ai Hui, squinting his swollen and bruised eyes, felt a chilling, killing intent stirring within his swollen and purplish body.
He casually dropped what he was holding on the ground. He had paid for it, and it wouldn't be worth it if it got damaged. Zhao Zhabao's anger flared even more when he saw the other party walking towards him. He could only endure being defeated by Duanmu Honghan.
But now some random Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to challenge him. How could he not be furious? With a grimace, he reached out to grab Ai Hui. Red flames instantly covered his palm. The red flames flickered like tongues of fire.
And the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Light shimmered in the palm of his right hand. Zhao Zhabao was extremely pleased. He hadn't even had time to use his yuan power before being knocked down by Duanmu Honghan and humiliated for a full 5 minutes.
But now, as the flames rose, his battered confidence returned to him. He felt so powerful. He had lost to Duanmu Honghan because he had been too careless. Yes, that must be it. If he had activated his yuan power earlier, the outcome would have been uncertain.
Through the flames, the other party's figure was distorted and insignificant, just like the countless opponents he had defeated before. "Blame it on your bad luck," Zhao Zhabao roared, took a textbook perfect lunge.
And the red flames on his right hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. The tongues of fire flickered and transformed, and 2 flames spread out like wings. A sharp, piercing crow's cry rang out from within the flames.
Like a fire crow spreading its wings, Zhao Zhibao was ecstatic. Ha Crow Wing Chill and Heat is a move that can be used with both water and fire attributes. Zhao Zhibao has a fire attribute. Of course, he practices Fire Crow.
The first move he learned when he opened his right palace was Fire Crow. Transforming it into shape was not difficult for him. However, transforming into shape is only the first stage of this move, and Crow Cry is the second stage.
When the elemental power resonates, the power of this move will suddenly increase greatly. Zhou Zhibao didn't expect to have a breakthrough at this time, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. Such a gorgeous move, but his opponent is an unknown person.
Thinking that he didn't use this move in front of Xuanhuan just now, he felt regret in his heart. Ai Hui remained unmoved. Ha Crow Wing Chill and Heat is a very common move, there's nothing to be surprised about. As for Crow Cry,
it's not easy to achieve at this age, but that's all. The moment Zhou Zhibao rushed forward, a cold light flashed in Ai Hui's eyes. Almost at the same time he rushed towards the opponent fiercely. Ai Hui's action surprised Zhibao.
He didn't expect the other party not only didn't dodge, but rushed towards him instead. Is he out of his mind? But since the other party is seeking death, he certainly won't show mercy. The distance between the two sides rapidly narrowed.
Zhou Zhibao became more and more excited. His eyes widened, his face full of ferocity. He was about to raise his right palm, ready to let you taste what it's like to be knocked down with one blow, just as the opponent was about to hit his right palm.
Ai Hui's figure suddenly swayed. Zhao Zhibao's aura became chaotic. The other party's sway made him feel indescribably awkward. A little later, he could ignore it and speed up his palm strike. A little earlier, and he would have had time to react.
But the other party's sway was neither too early nor too late, making him want to vomit blood. The distance between the two sides was very close. Zhou Zhibao had no time to change his move at this time, so he could only forcibly twist his wrist,
turning his palm into a chop and sweeping towards Ai Hui. Wait, where is he? His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. The other party had disappeared from his sight. What's going on? Bang! Zhao Zhibao felt a sharp pain in his right ribs.
The intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. His body froze. How is this possible? His mind went blank, not knowing whether it was the intense pain or the intense shock that made his brain lose the ability to think. After Ai Hui sway,
he stooped and sneaked to Zhao Zhibao's right ribs. He didn't even use elemental power for this blow. The nerves in this area are dense. Once it is hit hard, it is enough to cause the other party's consciousness to go blank for a short time. Ai Hui,
who succeeded with one blow, took advantage of the situation to turn sideways, pouring elemental power into the soles of his feet. A flash of silver light disappeared silently, and his back quietly stuck to Zhou Zhibao's chest, sticking to the opponent's chest.
Ai Hui's archback was like a titan spring being released. A powerful force suddenly erupted. Zhao Zhibao was like being hit in the chest by a rampaging rhinoceros. With a muffled sound, Zhao Zhibao drew a high parabola and flew backwards. Bang!
Zhou Zhibao crashed heavily to the ground. At the same moment, Ai Hui appeared beside Zhou Zhibao like a ghost, as if he had been following him. Without any hesitation, Ai Hui's right knee pressed against the other person's lower back.
His left hand grabbed the other person's head, and his right hand smoothly pulled out the bamboo skewer stuck in the ground next to him, and fiercely stabbed towards the back of Zhao Zhibao's neck. Don't mention a sharp bamboo skewer.
He could easily pierce the throat of a beast with a chopstick several times thicker. The whole process was smooth and fast as lightning. At the moment when the bamboo skewer was about to pierce Zhou Zhibao's neck skin, Ai Hui suddenly reacted.
This is not the wilderness. The bamboo skewer was forcibly stopped by him. A pin-sized red dot remained on the back of Zhao Zhibao's neck. A drop of blood slowly seeped out. Zhao Zhibao, who was completely stunned by the fall,
didn't know that he had been to the brink of death. This is not the wilderness! Ai Hui's eyes were calm and deep. He secretly reminded himself again. Then he casually stuck the bamboo skewer in Zhao Zhibao's butt. As long as it doesn't kill him, Zhao
Zhibao let out a shrill scream, but the next second, the scream stopped abruptly. Ai Hui's palm blade retracted from the back of Zhao Zhibao's neck, without even looking at the unconscious Zhao Zhibao.
He didn't feel any pleasure or excitement from defeating such an opponent. The attack was superficial and had no concept of timing at all. He would also be distracted during combat. Such an amateur performance made Ai Hui feel uninterested.
Out of good professional habits, Ai Hui didn't forget to search for his spoils. Poor Zhao Zhibao was stripped clean, leaving not even a scrap. It had long become Ai Hui's instinct. An income of 20,000 yuan put Ai Hui in a great mood.
The other party's clothes were also made of good material. Without saying a word, Ai Hui put them on himself. Picking up the things on the ground again, Ai Hui leisurely walked towards the city gate, unwilling to give up.
Xuanhuan picked a higher spot near the city gate and restarted his plan of waiting for the rabbit. He conjured up another candied hawthorn and began to eat it slowly. If he's not in the city, could he be outside the city? After beating up Zhou Zhibao,
Xuanhuan felt that his mentality had become much more peaceful. This place is the only way to enter the city. Not far away, the girls still had fervent gazes. Suddenly, they became restless.
Look, Xiao Zhou
All deformed. Serves him right. How dare he challenge our Huang'an? This is still light. Damu Huang'an, high above, glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze. He had no interest in a defeated opponent, from beginning to end.
He hadn't looked at the other man directly. He had no interest in what Zhao Zhibao looked like, and even less in his current swollen state. Ai Hui, noticing Xuanhuan, also glanced over and then looked away.
Skipping classes and cultivation to eat candied hawthorns here. The hobbies of these pampered young masters were truly strange. He also heard the chattering of those women. Zhao Zhibao didn't know him. It had nothing to do with him.
Ai Hui ignored it completely and headed towards the suspended golden pagoda. Chapter 18, Exploration. Defeating an amateur didn't stir any excitement in Ai Hui, however. He did feel his progress during this brief battle.
The increase in elemental energy had a direct impact on his strength. The golden elemental energy absorbed from the suspended golden pagoda was much purer than ordinary golden elemental energy.
The elemental energy within his body could still only be considered weak, but a threefold increase meant he had much more room to maneuver. Ai Hui walked to the outside of the suspended golden pagoda. This time he didn't rush in. The last lesson was profound.
The howling wind inside the pagoda was as intimidating as ever. Ai Hui took out the rope he had just bought. He tied a basket-sized rock to one end and tied the other end around his waist. He raised the rock and threw it into the pagoda.
The rope suddenly tightened, and a strong force came. Ai Hui was prepared, but he was still staggered. The golden wind inside the pagoda was too violent. The rock was blown around everywhere, clanging loudly.
The force transmitted through the rope exceeded Ai Hui's expectations. He struggled to steady himself, but was still pulled little by little towards the pagoda entrance. A trace of lingering fear rose in Ai Hui's heart.
He was lucky to have come out alive last time. Suddenly, the rope loosened, and the force pulling him forward disappeared. Caught off guard, Ai Hui fell backward. Ai Hui reacted quickly. At the moment of falling, he gently patted the ground with his hand.
And his body soared into the air, landing steadily on the ground. The rope had broken. Ai Hui pulled over the break and found many tiny holes on it, like needle pricks. Ai Hui shook his head. Straw rope still wouldn't work. The dense,
small holes were formed by the golden elemental silver needles in the golden wind. He estimated that the rock wouldn't last long either. Sure enough, after a while, the banging sounds inside the pagoda suddenly disappeared.
The rock should have broken into a pile of small stones. The golden wind is really powerful. No wonder it's a cultivation place that can only be visited after opening one's natal palace. Fortunately, Ai Hui had another preparation.
He dragged out a bundle of iron chains. The iron chains were as thick as a wrist. Dragging them to the suspended golden pagoda exhausted Ai Hui. He threw one end of the iron chain into the pagoda, and after a while, he dragged it out. The chain was intact.
Last time, Ai Hui saw the iron railings inside the pagoda, and he thought that the iron chains should be able to withstand the golden wind. Ai Hui exerted all his strength, spending another full hour to drag a rock taller than himself from afar.
There was no other way. All the larger rocks around him had been shattered by him last time. He tied one end of the iron chain to the rock and the other end around his waist. After making sure it was securely fastened,
Ai Hui took a deep breath and leaped into the hanging golden pagoda. As soon as he entered the hanging golden pagoda, Ai Hui was swept up by the violent golden wind. A sudden, powerful force came from his waist, almost snapping it.
The iron chain around his waist was stretched taut, and Ai Hui couldn't help but feel relieved that his method had worked. But before he could rejoice for long, his back slammed heavily against the wall. He quickly covered his head with his hands,
curling up into a ball, allowing himself to be tossed around like a ball. This time Ai Hui stayed for a shorter time than last time. He didn't wait until he was about to reach his limit to come out, but rather,
he climbed out along the iron chain when he felt a slight swelling sensation. Pulling the iron chain, Ai Hui let out a long sigh. Inside and outside the pagoda were completely different worlds. Ai Hui's timing was excellent. His mind was clear.
And he even had some energy to spare. He began to pat his body. After the last cultivation, he had been thinking about how to absorb golden elemental power. Ai Hui's pursuit of power was beyond doubt, but even so,
he didn't want to be beaten until 5 in the morning every day. That was definitely not a pleasant experience, and he didn't want to go through it a second time. So he came up with the current method to absorb golden elemental power.
The first thing he needed to do was to dissipate the golden elemental silver filaments that had seeped into his body, and if he did ingest so many golden elemental silver filaments at once, perhaps he could handle it. It was still patting.
But patting himself was completely different from being beaten by someone else. Ai Hui patted his body, not holding back, while carefully observing the changes in his body. How much force, what kind of technique, would be the most effective?
He needed to explore slowly. His aptitude was terrible, and he was a poor wretch, so he could only spend more effort. Gradually, he grasped some tricks, but he soon discovered another problem.
He couldn't reach the golden elemental power in the muscles on his back. After a moment's thought, his eyes fell on the hanging golden pagoda. Having been blown by the golden wind for so many years, this pagoda should be quite sturdy, right?
Ai Hui simply used his back to strike the pagoda wall. There was no more suitable prop. Soon he realized that he had thought too much. The pagoda wall was as hard as iron. After hitting it 2 or 3 times,
all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. There were still quite a few golden elemental silver filaments in the muscles of his back that had not been dispersed.
Ai Hui suddenly remembered the move to fish arch's back that he had used to slam his back into the lungs of the amateur bloated man in their previous fight.
The fish back.
What impressed Ai Hui the most about this move was the time during the blind battle. He locked his opponent, and the opponent tried to break free using fish arch back. The opponent's strength was surprisingly great at the time, and he almost lost his grip.
Which shocked him, because he had been doing high-intensity physical work for many years. He was quite confident in his brute strength. He could feel that the opponent's elemental energy wasn't very strong, and their inherent strength wasn't great either.
Yet they were able to unleash such power using Heifish arched back, which showed profound skill. Ai Hui paid more attention to Heifish arched back. He also knew this move. During the 3 years in the wilderness, he learned many unsystematic fragment,
but very practical moves like fish arch back. But he rarely used them. With his strength, if he were to be locked by an enemy, it would basically mean certain death. He won't even have the chance to use this move today.
He had a flash of inspiration and used Heifish arched back to knock the amateur bloated guy flying, which made him see that this move could be used in other ways. He began to repeatedly use a fish arch back against the tower wall. Before long,
he discovered its wonders. Inside the tower, his body was curled up, and the place where the most gold elemental silver threads permeated was his back. Heifish arched back not only had amazing explosive power, but also had a shaking effect.
No wonder his arm went numb during the blind battle. So that's why his idea's effectiveness greatly boosted Ai Hui's morale. He became even more diligent and earnest when all the gold elemental silver threads in his body were shaken apart.
Ai Hui began to meditate cross-legged, absorbing the free, floating gold elemental energy. An hour later, Ai Hui opened his eyes. He could feel the growth of his own energy and elemental power, although the progress was much smaller than last night's.
Thinking of that bowl of elemental replenishing soup, Ai Hui felt a bit of heartache again. Although last night's progress was significant, it cost a lot. Today's progress was small, but the expense was almost zero.
Although this kind of cultivation method was arduous and lengthy, as long as Ai Hui could see hope, he didn't care at all. He, who was silent in darkness and insignificance but unwilling to sink, didn't care at all. Chapter 19. There is the fish arched back.
The middle-aged man watched Shi Xueman, who was sweating profusely in the arena, and regretted it to the core. Really, why did he have to be so clever and organize a blind battle for no reason? Now it's good, has made Miss Xueman like this.
His heart was filled with guilt. Among the young masters and misses of the Shi family, Miss Xueman not only had unparalleled talent, but also a cold exterior and a warm heart. Everyone sincerely loved and protected her. He was eager to make merit before.
But now seeing Miss Xueman cultivate so madly, he was greatly self-reproached. He had also tried to persuade her a few times, but it was useless. Once Miss Xueman had identified a goal, not even 9 bulls could pull her back.
This character is just like her father. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. He had worked with Shi Xueman's father for a period of time and admired him the most. Seeing the figure drenched in sweat in the arena at this moment,
it was as if time had turned back 20 years. He was somewhat lost in thought. Shi Xueman also finished her practice in the arena. She walked towards the middle-aged man, wiping the sweat from her face, and said to him, "Uncle,
you don't need to worry too much about me. I can practice on my own." Her tone was cold, but with less distance. Shi Xueman had only learned from her grandfather, this time that the person in charge of the dojo was a colleague her father had worked with.
Although he didn't achieve much due to his limited talent, he had a good relationship with her father back then and could be considered her elder. "I'm afraid you're working too hard," Yongzheng sighed. "Don't push yourself too hard, Alice."
Just like your father back then. If your father lost a competition to someone, he could even sleep at night, like father, like daughter. Shi Xueman listened quietly. Since she was a child, she rarely saw her father.
All her impressions of her father were relayed by others. This is the list of new members who recently joined the Yinghua Winds Association in Songjian City. These students have just enrolled, and not many have joined yet. Yongjing handed over a list.
I will continue to pay attention to the new members. Although I have said it many times, It's a bit long-winded. But I still want to say, you really don't need to be so harsh on yourself. That was just an accident.
Shi Xueman took the list with a calm expression and said, Uncle Yongzheng, that was not an accident. Losing is losing. There's no arguing about it. Yongzheng smiled wryly. He knew this would be the result. Shi Xueman suddenly said, Uncle Yang.
What do you think about holding another blind battle? Hold another blind battle. Yongzheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Miss wants to lure him in. Yes. Shi Xueman nodded. Xueman is thinking.
The reason this person participates in the blind battle is nothing more than two possibilities. One possibility is that he's excited by the challenge. He himself is good at night battles, so it's normal to be excited by such a unique competition.
The other possibility is that he's poor and here for the prize money. Yongzheng pondered. The first possibility is more likely. A strong person who can defeat Miss should be moved by 50,000 yuan. Xueman thinks so too.
Can we put some effort into the blind battle? Design a brand new blind battle to attract this person. Shi Xueman continued. Although the possibility of the second option is relatively low, we still can't ignore it. Increase the amount of the prize money.
Yong's idea is great. This person is so good at night battles. If he sees a novel blind battle competition, he will definitely not be able to resist it. As long as it's novel and unique enough, it will be very attractive to him.
It's easy to increase the prize money. We can increase it to 500,000. 1 million, Shi Xueman said decisively. I'll go back later. I'll leave the blind battle to you. I have 3 days off in 2 weeks. I'll come and bother Uncle Yongzheng then.
Leave it to me. As long as there's a way. He was full of enthusiasm. To be honest, he was also full of curiosity about the mysterious genius who could defeat Miss Xueman. Suspended golden pagoda, Ai Hui was like a ferocious fish.
His back slamming violently against the wall. The moment his back made contact, there was an almost imperceptible tremor, eyed puggish, an exceptionally loud sonic boom, like a whip cracking through the air. Ai Hui's eyes suddenly lit up this time.
The power of chairfish arcback had clearly improved, explosive and far surpassing any previous attempt. Before he could rejoice, a fiercely powerful force came from the wall. His figure was like a leather ball that had been heavily struck.
Flying out more than 10 meters, bang, he crashed heavily into the dirt. Fortunately, he was experienced and adjusted his posture in the air. Although his landing looked battered, he did even graze his skin, struggling to his feet.
He casually plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Lost in thought, the power of that fish arcback just now greatly exceeded his expectations. If his fish arcback had been this powerful last time,
the other party's chest would have been crushed instantly. The power of fish arcback is much greater than I imagined. More importantly, it still has the potential to improve. Ai Hui spat out the grass in his mouth, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Isn't a sophisticated technique. Plus, it's not systematic, so not many people practice it. But being unsystematic has its advantages, meaning he only needs to practice this one move. If he could improve the power of this move by another level,
it would definitely be a killer move. In Ai Hui's original plan, her fish arcback was just a part of his cultivation of elemental energy. He didn't expect to gain a killer move, which was a pleasant surprise for him. His cultivation became more and more intense.
Every day his cultivation was monotonous, entering the pagoda, leaving the pagoda, practicing fish archback against the wall, sitting in meditation, absorbing elemental energy and so on tirelessly.
It was in this repetition that his elemental energy slowly and steadily grew. He didn't know if it was because of the growth of his elemental energy, but his body's adaptation to gold elemental silver hairs was improving.
And as his fish archback became more and more refined, his cultivation efficiency was constantly improving. He soon discovered a problem. He could easily shake the gold elemental silver hairs on his back with fish archback, and the effect was very good.
But for other parts of his body, he could only slap them with his palms, and the efficiency was much worse than fish arcback. But the force-generating technique of a fish arcback could not be used on other parts of his body at all.
Because the essence of a fish archback's force generation is to use the spine and muscles of the back to imitate the force generation of a fish arching its back to break free. Discovering that his cultivation progress was being hindered by this problem,
Ai Hui knew that he needed to go back for a trip to prepare some things. He went back once last time, bringing a lot of dried food with him. He also asked Lulan to help clean up his dojo. Lulan happily agreed. After 7 consecutive days of cultivation,
he looked like a wild man. His clothes were tattered, but they couldn't hide his valiant aura. Beneath his messy hair and dusty face, his eyes were as calm as water. Suddenly looking back,
there are no rigid rules for the activities of the Ying Huafeng Society, but members rarely miss them. Everyone cherishes the opportunity to receive guidance from seniors, unlike the instructors in the resonance field.
The seniors in the Ying Huafeng Society are mostly veterans from the front line outposts. They may not be good at theory, but they have a wealth of combat experience and impart very practical skills.
Being dispatched from the front line to the resonance field to oversee the Yinghua Feng society has always been a highly sought-after cushy job. The work is easy, you can receive double the allowance, the food is good.
And you don't have to risk being ambushed by wild beasts at night in the freezing cold. How enjoyable it is to drink hot tea in a warm room. Because it is so competitive, the personnel stationed in each city are rotated every year.
Liu Wei and Zhou Xiaoxi had just been transferred to Songjian City to be in charge of the Yinghua Feng society there. Liu Wei came from the soldier department, while Zhou Xiaoxi came from the Bihai department.
The relationship between the two departments was decent, with no old grudges. The two quickly became familiar with each other. In any case, they would be spending the next year together. What a peaceful place, Zhou Xiaoxi said, looking around.
And couldn't help but flies, in the blink of an eye. 15 years have passed, I really wish I could go back to 15 years ago. It's good to be young. Li Wei smiled upon hearing this.
And then chase after the girl you didn't manage to get back then. Zhou Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. Am I such a superficial person? Before Li Wei could speak, he pouted and replied in a serious tone, yes. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xiaoxi suddenly asked,
if you could go back to the past, to your life in the resonance field, what would you want to do most? Sleep, Li Wei said without hesitation. Sleep. Zhou Xiaoxi was a little surprised. That's right, Li Wei said with certainty.
He imitated Zhou Xiaoxi's tone from earlier. I would say to myself, Li Wei, you're going to be sleep deprived for the next 15 years. Hurry up and take this opportunity to get some extra sleep. It's now or never. Zhou Xiaoxi laughed heartily.
He asked with some curiosity, do you have a lot of activities at night? Yes, Li Wei said with a helpless expression. It's unlucky, really. Soon after I graduated from the resonance field and went to the front line.
The activity of wild beasts became more and more frequent every day. The first 2 years were a bit better, but in recent years they have been so rampant that they harass us almost every night. Zhou Xiaoxi's expression became solemn. In recent years,
the situation in various places along the front line has been much more tense than before. Wild beasts have become unusually restless, which is unsettling. Having spent a long time on the front line, they feel this deeply.
But those in the rear felt no tension whatsoever. The anxiety at the front lines had no impact on their indulgent lives. Li Wei noticed the atmosphere turning heavy and laughed. Why are we worrying ourselves? There are so many big shots above us.
Let's enjoy this wonderful year and catch up on all the sleep we've missed.
That's right. None of our business.
Zhou Xiaoxi grinned savagely. I'm going to train these rookies hard.
Just thinking about how I was tortured to the point of ecstasy by the old fudgies at the Yinghua Wind Company when I was in the induction field. I'm full of motivation now. Thinking about how miserable he was back then, Li Wei nodded in deep agreement.
In this regard, we can't lose to our predecessors. Look, this guy coming in doesn't look too good. Is he sick? That won't do. The future of the 5 elements heaven rests on their shoulders. How can such weak shoulders bear the future of the 5 elements heaven?
Zhou Xiaoxi agreed wholeheartedly. The smile on his face became even more savage. He looked at the weak-looking trainee like a big bad wolf looking at a snow-white tender and fragrant little rabbit. Xuanhuan looked terrible.
He felt extremely unwell, dizzy, weak and cold all over. If it weren't for the first gathering of the Yinghua Wind Company today, he wouldn't have come, guarding high on the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights.
He hadn't noticed the cold of the night and caught a cold. Damn bastard. Thinking of this damn guy. Xuanhuan was filled with anger and couldn't help but cough violently. Just you wait, one day you'll fall into my hands, Xuanhuan.
We'll never let you go, Domu. Are you sick? Are you alright? The concerned greeting interrupted Xuanhuan's fantasy. He raised his pale face. He didn't recognize the man in front of him, but the badge on his chest told him the other's identity.
He quickly replied, thank you for your concern, senior. It's just a cold, it's nothing serious. I thought so. Zhou Xiaoxi grinned, revealing his fangs. Duamu is known as one of the most outstanding geniuses of this class. How could he be defeated by a mere cold?
Come, take a look at the training plan I've prepared for you. As a genius, the training plan must also be a genius training plan. Since it's nothing serious, let's start. If we delay, we won't make it to night training.
Xuanhuan stared blankly at the senior, thinking he had misheard. Night training. Taking a student with a cold to night training. His pale and captivating face was filled with astonishment. Beneath his handsome and straight nose,
2 streams of snot flowed silently, just as Xuanhuan was shivering in the cold wind with a runny nose. In the Bingfeng dojo, in a steaming hot bath, Ai Hui looked utterly content. All his fatigue was swept away. This is so comfortable.
Training grounds are for cultivation. Generally, there are dedicated bathhouses for recovery after training. Back when he was at the sword cultivator training ground, he had fashioned one out of a tin barrel himself. in the wilderness for 3 years.
Not to mention soaking in a bath. Even a cold shower was a luxury. When it dawned, he would set off again. A day's rest had relaxed his taut nerves considerably. Lu Lan suggested that he should take some bone-strengthening soup, or the like,
which could repair hidden injuries to muscles and bones. Then he volunteered to brew it for him. Ai Hui asked about the cost, which was at least 40,000. Ai Hui, greatly pained by the expense,
asked Lu Lan and decided to take it when he returned next week. Really expensive. Yesterday he went to the blacksmith shop in the city to order some things, which cost him a lot. The iron chains he bought earlier also cost a lot.
If he had scavenged 20,000 from the amateur swollen-faced man, he would even have been able to scrape together 40,000. The sky gradually brightened. Ai Hui also came out of the bath. His vitality was complete,
and he felt his body was full of infinite power. After tidying up the training ground, he took his dry food and water, locked the door, and set off for the blacksmith shop in the city to pick up what he had ordered.
Xuanhuan wrapped his clothes tightly and shivered. Trembling, his legs weak, he staggered into the city. It was a nightmarish night. He didn't know how he got through it. He had been blown by the cold wind in the wilderness all night,
and his cold had become more serious. At this time he was cold, hungry, and tired. His eyes were blurred, and he was on the verge of death like a walking corpse.
The last trace of reason told him that the most important thing right now was to find a doctor first. His gaze unconsciously swept across a blacksmith shop on the street. He happened to see someone lifting the grass curtain and entering the shop.
I searched for him 1,000 times in the crowd. Suddenly I turned my head, and the man was in the blacksmith shop. His gaze suddenly froze. All the anger exploded. What cold? What doctor? He threw them all behind him. Finally caught you, bastard!
He didn't know where he got a surge of strength, and he strode towards the blacksmith shop. Rushing to the entrance of the shop, seeing Ai Hui's back through the grass curtain, Xuanhuan had only one thought in his mind. Let's see where you run now.
Carrying endless, and he reached out and grabbed the other person's shoulder. Chapter 21.
Target.
Heart boss. Are the things ready? They are ready. The time was tight, so they are not very pretty, but you can rest assured about the quality.
There will definitely be no problem. Please check them. Ai Hui casually picked up one and checked it carefully. He was quite satisfied. The boss craftsmanship was good. Although the shape was very rough, the workmanship was very solid.
As long as it was sturdy, that was enough. He never cared about being pretty. After packing up the things, he was about to leave. He sensed someone approaching and immediately became alert when he noticed the other person's unsteady and weak gait.
He felt a slight relief. This wasn't the wilderness, he reminded himself. No sooner had Ai Hui reminded himself than something touched his shoulder. A hand. The hair on his body stood on end. He forgot every single word of his reminder.
His body reacted instinctively in an instant. He didn't dodge. Instead, he hunched his back and chest, and his legs exerted force explosively. His entire body shot backward like a cannonball. His nerves were on high alert the moment his back felt the touch.
The fish-arched back had practiced for an entire week was launched without any thought. His arched back suddenly snapped open. Like a fierce fish leaping out of the water, the arched fish back suddenly shook, like a flood breaching a dam.
A forceful and surging power suddenly erupted, poof, like striking leather. Ai Hui realized immediately that this move, fish arched back, had truly hit the other person because he had knocked the person away without feeling any effort.
It was as if he had knocked away a light sandbag. He was just a little strange. The other person didn't make any sound. Ordinary enemies would scream when they encountered such a counterattack, or when they were hit, like that bamboo shoots from that day. Bang!
A heavy object fell to the ground behind him. So vulnerable. Ai Hui was a little puzzled, but he suddenly realized what he had just done and a bad feeling rose in his heart. When he turned his head, he saw a guy lying motionless on the ground.
Ai Hui's heart skipped a beat. He was a little annoyed. He had just reminded himself that this wasn't the wilderness. How could he have acted directly on impulse? This guy was a little too fragile, wasn't he? He was floored by one move of fish arched back.
Muttering to himself, Ai Hui quickly ran over. Hey, are you okay? Are you alright? When he turned the other person's body over and saw his face clearly, Ai Hui was stunned. Hey, isn't this that guy whose name is Don something evening?
He remembered being very surprised at the time that someone would have such a strange name. Or did he remember it wrong? How could evening be Duan? Could it actually be Xuanhuan holding bowl? Evening classmate, are you alright?
He had knocked himself unconscious. A trace of guilt arose in Ai Hui's heart. He had knocked his classmate unconscious. His reaction was too strong. Although this guy looked arrogant and pretentious, and didn't seem too friendly to him,
Ai Hui didn't think the other person would attack him. Thinking about how he had directly knocked his classmate unconscious. Too impulsive. While reflecting,
Ai Hui directly picked up the unconscious Xuanhuan classmate and carried him on his shoulders. Then carrying the customized equipment, he ran towards the training hall. As soon as he rushed into the training hall, he shouted to the neighbor, "Lulan!"
Before long, a patch of sand seeped out from the ground and morphed into a human shape. Lulan was curious. Ai Hui, what happened? I accidentally injured a classmate. Ai Hui didn't hide anything and confessed honestly, but his face was burning.
If this had happened in the wilderness, someone who injured a teammate would be ostracized by everyone. Ai Hui hadn't expected such a low-level mistake to happen to him. That's not right. He's not my teammate. Ai Hui immediately felt.
Ai Hui quickly said, Lulan, you know healing, right? Can you help me see what's wrong with him? No problem. Lulan agreed readily. His eyes lit up with a yellow glow as he gazed at the unconscious Xuanhuan.
This was the second time Ai Hui had seen Lulan's eyes glow yellow. This time he was observing from the side, so he didn't feel the same pressure as before, but he still found it incredible. Most of the medical personnel he had seen were wood practitioners,
who had a natural advantage in saving lives and healing wounds with their mastery of vitality and nourishment. A sand puppet that can heal? That's too rare. Sand puppets can only use earth elemental energy.
Ai Hui felt ignorant that earth elemental energy could have healing skills. He's unconscious due to an external impact. He has a cold and his body is in a weak state. It's quite bad. Lulan quickly gave his assessment.
Ai Hui felt even more guilty after hearing this. Even though Xuanhuan wasn't his teammate, he had knocked out a sick classmate. It was really wrong of him. He quickly asked, what should we do now? The simplest solution is to rest, Lulan said.
His body will recover quickly after a few days of rest. That's good. Ai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but then he suddenly reacted. A few days? Is there a faster way? Ai Hui had a strong sense of time.
He frowned as soon as he heard a few days. A few days would delay his training too much. Yes, Lulan nodded. But it will be more troublesome, Ai Hui quickly said. Troublesome is fine. Tell me, Lan.
He has already opened the 4 palaces of his hands and feet, so he usually won't get sick, but he must be emotionally stressed, causing excessive heart fire that suppressed his 4 palaces, allowing external pathogens to invade and cause the cold. However,
his own resistance is quite high. As long as you reactivate the suppressed 4 palaces of his hands and feet and clear the heart fire, he will naturally recover. Ai Hui was stunned by Lulan's eloquent explanation. After a while, he reacted and asked,
how do I do that? Use elemental energy to pat his skin, starting from the 4 palaces of his hands and feet, directly to the heart, to clear the heart fire. Okay, Ai Hui was decisive and didn't hesitate at all.
He skillfully stripped the clothes off the unconscious Xuanhuan. Saving a life was like putting out a fire. There was no time for niceties on the battlefield. Speed was the priority. His gaze swept over the guy's pale skin.
Ai Hui even clicked his tongue in evaluation. It was comparable to a freshly slaughtered pig, skinned and scalded with boiling water. Pa! Ai Hui used both hands simultaneously, striking repeatedly. Fortunately,
his elemental energy had improved significantly recently, or he wouldn't have been able to keep going. Thinking about saving himself a medical bill. I slap. The final strike. Target, the heart.
Carrying the last trace of elemental energy, slapped precisely onto Xuanhuan's heart with a pa. Success! Even Ai Hui, with his extraordinary stamina, was exhausted at this point, his arms supporting his body as he gasped for breath.
He groggily opened his eyes. Their eyes met. The air froze. Chapter 22. Xuanhuan's roar. Words could not describe what Xuanhuan was thinking the instant he opened his eyes. In fact, his mind was blank at that moment.
He felt cold all over. A man's hands were pressed against his chest, and he was breathing heavily. He didn't even see the man's face clearly. His head buzzed as if he had been punched hard in the temple. His mind was a blank.
Ai Hui noticed Xuanhuan opening his eyes, but his pupils were dilated. Ai Hui immediately became anxious. He had seen too much death. When he first entered the wilderness, there were 2,000 laborers. Only 2 of them walked out alive.
The others all fell forever in the muddy soil of the wilderness. Ai Hui had personally seen them fall in pools of blood, seen their pupils dilate little by little until they lost all their luster. Lulan, what's wrong with him?
Ai Hui asked as he slapped Xuanhuan's cheeks. Hey, buddy, are you okay? Wake up, fall asleep. Lulan seemed somewhat puzzled by the situation. He's fine. Pa. Ai Hui slapped Xuanhuan's cheeks with force.
Xuanhuan's scattered pupils gradually regained focus. His vision slowly returned to normal. A face went from blurry to clear. When he saw the face clearly, his eyes widened instantly. Isn't this that damned bastard?
That guy who was obviously so talentless, yet skipped classes, didn't train, dragged down the entire class, and was utterly hopeless. Wasn't he the culprit who wasted countless hours of his time, tarnished his genius reputation, and caused him to catch a cold?
Rage surged to the top of his head, driven by anger. Xuanhuan suddenly sat up, ready to tear this detestable guy into pieces. But suddenly, his movements froze. A cold draft all over. His expression froze, his movements froze.
After a moment, he turned his head down blankly. All he had on was a pair of boxers. The red palm print's long legs and arms starkly contrasted with the pale skin elsewhere on his body. Oh, no! Deep within his widened eyes, horror instantly emerged.
What had this damned guy done to him? Xuanhuan's mind went blank once again. Almost subconsciously, he grabbed the clothes nearby, stumbled, and scrambled out of the training hall. Ai Hui and Lulan tilted their heads in unison to watch the door.
Looks like he's better. Lulan, you're amazing. Hui's tone revealed joy. He could finally go cultivate. Although there was a period of time where Lulan didn't quite understand the situation, it seemed like he was better. Hearing Ai Hui's praise,
Lulan was also happy. Thank you, Lulan, I'm going to cultivate. Ai Hui, goodbye. Xuanhuan walked down the street. The bleak, cold wind blew through his heart. He was filled with despair. He dared not recall the scene from just now.
Dared not imagine what had happened during the time he was unconscious. The darkest time of his life was now. After a while, Xuanhuan gradually calmed down from his terror. He suddenly realized that his cold had actually healed. He was, after all,
born into a prestigious family. In addition to his own outstanding talent, the family had cultivated him with care. His knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare with. Now that he had regained his composure,
and recalling the red palm prints on his legs and arms, he roughly understood how his cold and dampness had been cured. He was somewhat astonished. Did that trash actually understand such techniques? Even he, who prided himself on being knowledgeable,
had to think for a moment to connect the dots. Yet the other party had already used this unorthodox method to cure his cold. One must know that hearing about knowledge is one thing, but being able to apply it in practice is another.
Perhaps this guy wasn't as bad as he thought. A metal elementalist skilled in healing. Although it was very strange, it wasn't unheard of in the history of the 5 elemental heavens. Perhaps he had underestimated him. After all, with that guy's poor aptitude,
he would never have been able to enter the induction ground. If he had some other talent, the induction ground might make an exception. Calming down and knowing that the other party had treated his illness,
Xuanhuan wasn't as concerned about what had just happened. However, the thought that he had been knocked unconscious by such a weakling still darkened his face. Even if he was sick at the time, his strength was depleted.
And the other party's attack was too sudden. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been knocked unconscious by a good-for-nothing. Too humiliating! Especially when he thought of the requirements the instructor had set for him. His face burnt.
The instructor had asked him to teach a useless person, but he had been knocked unconscious by that useless person. Yes, he could make many excuses. He was too careless, too dismissive. He was blinded by anger. His constitution was too weak.
And he caught a cold from a little breeze. His endurance was too poor, and one night of practice had exhausted him. However, there wasn't a single reason that Xuanhuan could accept. He was a genius! A genius must do what others cannot.
How could he demand the same of himself as those ordinary people? That was relaxation. That was degeneration. Xuanhuan, you're so embarrassing. Xuanhuan internally cursed himself out thoroughly. Suddenly, he noticed passers-by pointing at him.
Among them were many girls who covered their mouths and giggled when he turned around. Something's not right. In Xuanhuan's life he had never experienced such a scene, no matter where he went or when.
The women who greeted him always had gazes of fervent admiration. He had never seen such expressions on the faces of women looking at him. Was there something dirty on his face? Passing a weapon shop, he stopped. He picked up a polished knife,
using its blade as a mirror to look at his face. Then he froze. Who was that guy with the face swollen like a pig's head? A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. A vague fragment intruded into his mind without warning. A blurry.
It seemed to be shouting something. Both hands moved left and right, slapping his cheeks forcefully, like continuous slaps. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of slaps. His cheeks were like fermenting and baking buns, swelling and bulging little by little.
Then, the face in his mind overlapped with the face reflected in the blade now. The hand holding the hilt of the knife trembled. Xuanhuan's lips trembled slightly. After a moment, like a volcanic eruption,
a furious filled with gnashing teeth almost lifted the roof of the weaponry pavilion. Ai Hui, I will tear you to pieces. Chapter 23. Naked back iron armor. Xuanhuan's roar was scattered by the wind. Ai Hui couldn't hear it at all.
If he had any residual memory of what happened just now, it would probably just be to remind himself that this was not the wilderness. Outside the suspended golden pagoda, custom-made equipment was scattered on the ground.
Ai Hui picked them up and put them on one by one. This was the armor he had custom made. It was all made of steel. Because of the rush, the appearance could only be considered simple. There were no patterns, The helmet was like an inverted bucket.
With only 2 thin slits left for the eyes, the other parts of the body were even more so. The chest was just a piece of iron. The other parts were rough and crude. On the contrary, the joints were very flexible, showing that the blacksmith's skills were good.
The most peculiar part of the entire set of armor was the back. There was no armor on the entire back. This was the naked, back iron armor that Ai Hui had specially prepared for cultivation in the suspended golden pagoda. After putting it on,
Ai Hui tried to move around and felt pretty good. Because Ai Hui had told the blacksmith to make it strong and sturdy, the iron armor was also made particularly thick. The entire set of naked back iron armor weighed about 200 pounds.
Even though Ai Hui had been carrying heavy objects in the wilderness, he was exhausted from dragging this set of iron armor to the suspended golden pagoda. Fortunately, Ai Hui's body had been doing heavy work for a long time and could be considered strong.
But putting on the whole set of iron armor, he could still feel that his body's movements were affected. Having fastened the chains, Ai Hui, fully dressed, entered the suspended golden pagoda again. Bang bang bang.
The impact of Ai Hui's iron armor against the wall was much more spectacular than before. Each impact produced sparks, and the impact sound was many times louder than before. His head was buzzing after a while.
Ai Hui gradually adapted to the deafening sound and began to appreciate the benefits of the naked back iron armor. The golden elemental power in the golden wind could not penetrate the iron armor on Ai Hui's body. All the stinging pain gathered on his back.
Ai Hui's spirits lifted. The naked back iron armor took him a lot of thought. He was still inspired by the safety of the iron chains. Since the golden wind could not destroy the iron chains, it certainly could not destroy the iron armor.
Facts proved that his idea was correct. Nothing could be more encouraging to Ai Hui. Feeling the stinging pain in his back reach its limit, Ai Hui grabbed the iron cable and climbed out. Once out,
Ai Hui didn't bother to take off the iron armor and practiced a fish archback against the outer wall as usual. Clang! Ai Hui felt the difference with the very first attempt. His back almost fell apart from the shock.
He rested for a full 5 minutes before recovering. A bitter smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The effect of the gold yuan silver needles scattering was excellent, even better than before, however, due to the added weight of the iron armor.
The force of the fish archback was much greater than before, resulting in some minor injuries to the muscles in his back. Although the force of the fish archback had increased, it was due to the iron armor. In terms of completion,
it had actually decreased significantly. The weight of the iron armor caused Ai Hui's exertion of force to deviate. There was more than enough power, but the force was not concentrated enough and was rather scattered. Feeling that he had recovered,
Ai Hui pondered for a moment at a distance and tried the fish archback again. Clang! This time, Ai Hui was directly sent flying, crashing to the ground with a loud thud and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Ai Hui struggled to get up.
Spitting out the dirt in his mouth, he secretly gritted his teeth and strode suspended golden pagoda. Bang bang bang, a tin can tirelessly slammed into the iron tower. Night fell, and stars climbed onto the dome of the sky.
The sweat raised in the night breeze was like a scattering of brilliant stars. The sky turned blue, and the clouds gradually died.
The morning glow of the rising sun passed through the eaves of the tower and fell on the tin can sleeping soundly against the wall. Dewdrops glistened. The scorching sun hung high. Sweat burned and evaporated inside the tin can.
The fire-scorched throat remained silent amidst the clanging sounds. Time passed day by day, continuous, monotonous, and high-intensity training is a great test of one's nerves. When he was exhausted, Ai Hui sat down on the ground.
Too lazy to take off his armor, he just took off his helmet, which became a bit stuffy after wearing it for a long time. Ever since he put on the naked back iron armor, he had never taken it off, whether eating or sleeping. His expression was a bit dazed.
This was how it was when training approached the limit. After sitting for about 20 minutes, his wooden face regained some vitality. He came back to his senses from the trance. As soon as Ai Hui recovered, he was swept by a strong sense of hunger.
He took out a pancake from his cloth bag. Ai Hui didn't care that the pancake was dry and hard, and quickly devoured one. When he reached into the cloth bag again, he touched nothing. Gone. He was stunned. He picked up the cloth bag and turned it upside down.
It was empty. How long had he been here? He couldn't remember. But he knew it was time to go back. He was just about to rush back when he thought about it and took off the iron armor, hiding it in a nearby place. Anyway, this thing wasn't worth much money.
And no one seemed to care about it. He would come back soon after replenishing his rations. He could carry more rations if he didn't wear the iron armor. Having removed the iron armor, Ai Hui felt as light as a swallow, as if he were treading on cotton.
Overcome with excitement, Ai Hui darted forward, startled by his own speed. His eyes immediately lit up. So, practicing with the bareback iron armor had benefits like this. Without another word, he set off towards Grove City.
Lai Wei was not tall, and he wore a plain green shirt. Unlike Zhou Xiaox's stuckness, he appeared somewhat scholarly, with a demeanor much like the teachers at the academy. He strolled about with great interest.
Few knew that he had studied in Grove City 15 years ago. When he had nothing to do, he liked to revisit the old place. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery, he would think of the best times of his past. Many vague memories would surface.
He strolled leisurely, the surrounding scenery changing. He felt a sense of familiarity, knowing he must have been here before, but he was uncertain about the exact location. After all, he had been here for 15 years.
It wasn't until the spire of a tall tower entered his vision that he suddenly understood. It was the hanging gold pagoda. Li Wei immediately became excited, even quickening his pace involuntarily.
The hanging gold pagoda was a place where he used to practice frequently. He remembered that he seemed to have written a special essay on his experiences practicing at the hanging gold pagoda. There are still so few people here.
He couldn't help but utter the same exclamation as he had 15 years ago. The hanging gold pagoda had never been a popular place for cultivation. Back then, he had chosen the hanging gold pagoda as his main training ground because it was relatively quiet.
The hanging gold pagoda was still the same as before, with no changes. He knew that as long as the golden wind continued to blow, this hanging gold pagoda would not fall. He stepped onto the stairs.
Every blade of grass and every tree here was incredibly familiar to him. As he walked, he stroked the tower wall, countless past days and nights flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. A smile of nostalgia tugged at the corner of his mouth.
He woke up with a start, noticing the spot where his palm was touching and couldn't help but utter a soft "huh." Chapter 24. Friend, Li Wei had practiced at the hanging gold pagoda for a full 3 years.
He was intimately familiar with every part of this tower. The feeling on his hand was not right. The tower wall seemed to be recessed inward. He moved closer for a careful examination. Sure enough, it was recessed inward.
And a large section of the tower wall was recessed inward. Li Wei was taken aback. He knew how hard the walls of suspended golden pagoda were. The golden wind had been blowing for 1,000 years. The original pagoda body was completely metallic.
The texture was extremely hard, far exceeding that of ordinary metal. He remembered that someone had once suggested dismantling the pagoda for refining weapons. However, it was discovered that the entire pagoda body was integrated and extremely hard,
making it impossible to cut, so the idea was abandoned. Li Wei tried it. The pagoda wall was the same as before, and the hardness hadn't changed at all. The large concave area in front of him was obviously not formed naturally.
Could it be that a powerful beast crashed into the pagoda wall? Sure enough, he saw many trampled marks around, which looked quite large. He almost automatically sketched the scene in his mind. A huge beast went mad and crashed into the suspended golden pagoda,
making the pagoda wall concave. The beast itself was also knocked back by the force, flying far away and falling down. It seems that the beast crashed more than once, because he found several places where the soil had been turned over.
It seems that this beast only has brute strength, but its intelligence is not high enough. Li Wei, feeling that he had found the reason, put the matter aside. When the time comes,
he would remind the school to inform the students that there are fierce beasts in the vicinity, and everyone should be careful. He wasn't too nervous. Beasts with such low intelligence would pose too much of a threat. Moreover,
those who dared to come to the suspended golden pagoda were at least students above the 2 palaces. Beasts with only brute strength would not pose a threat to them. If someone opened 2 palaces and still couldn't beat such a beast, then they deserved to die.
Li Wei didn't sympathize at all. He lingered for a long time before turning to leave. The hall of martial edge. Ai Hui looked at the steaming soup in front of him and licked his lips, eager to pounce on it. The aroma was too tempting.
He didn't know how effective the bone-boosting soup was yet, but just the aroma was irresistible. Ai Hui admired Lu Lan's soup-making skills. He felt that Lu Lan was most suitable to open a soup shop, which would definitely be a hit.
Ai Hui used to think that his cooking skills were not bad. After all, whether in the sword cultivation hall or in the wilderness, he had to cook for himself. Practice makes perfect, and the more he cooked, the better his skills naturally became.
But compared to Lu Lan, he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. A sand puppet who is good at making soup. This is a strange sand puppet. Ai Hui didn't know how many times he had lamented that Lu Lan was a strange sand puppet. But soon,
he was in no mood to lament. His attention was completely attracted by the soup that Lu Lan handed over. It's better to drink it while it's hot, Lu Lan reminded him. Ai Hui carefully took it as if holding a priceless treasure, 40,000 yuan.
His last 40,000 yuan was all in this bowl of soup. He exchanged all his belongings for a bowl of soup. Ai Hui couldn't believe that he had done such a luxurious thing. He licked his lips, hardened his heart, picked up the bowl, and gulped down the soup.
The soup looked like it was steaming hot. It wasn't as scalding as he had imagined. It was exceptionally delicious. The umami of bones and meat had been completely simmered out, mixed with the aroma of fresh herbs, an indescribable balance and harmony.
The viscous, slightly gelatinous texture felt like it was sliding into his throat, without any hesitation. Ai Hui practically poured the soup directly into his throat. He couldn't stop himself. It was too delicious. Lilan, you should just go sell soup.
After the last drop of soup entered his mouth, Ai Hui's eyes widened. He licked the bottom of the bowl clean before reluctantly putting down the empty bowl. An indescribable heat surged straight up from the soles of his feet.
Instantly spreading throughout his body, wisps of heat burrowed into his bones. His face was flushed red, as if he were drunk. An indescribable heat. Ai Hui, quickly start cultivating to dissolve the medicinal effects. Lulan reminded Ai Hui. Hearing this,
Ai Hui adopted a stance and began with punches and kicks. A light flickered in Lulan's eyes. Many of the moves looked familiar. Ai Hui had taught him some before. The moves were fragmented and mostly simple, without any fancy or complicated elements. However,
when Ai Hui used them, the feeling was completely different. Sharp, fierce, and full of murderous intent, like a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast stretching its body. Lulan was a little envious. He was a sand puppet who couldn't even fight.
He knew that sand puppets like him were rare. Sand puppets were war machines, doing the most dangerous work, able to help their companions, but he could only clean rooms, courtyards and cook.
He didn't understand why Instructor Xiao had created a sand puppet like him. Perhaps Instructor Xiao just needed a sand puppet who could clean rooms, courtyards, and cook. Lulan thought. He never had neighbors before, and no one would talk to him.
Except for the vegetable vendor. Oh, but that was a working relationship. Ai Hui was the first human he knew who wasn't related to work. We should be considered friends, right? Lilan thought. He was always very happy to be able to help Ai Hui.
Wasn't the purpose of a sand puppet's existence to help others? Immersed in cultivation, Ai Hui felt a ball of fire within his body. This fire drove him to sweat profusely. Those moves that used to consume a lot of energy now didn't seem so strenuous.
Especially the fish archer's back. When Ai Hui performed it, he could feel the strength in his back was greater than before. Time passed bit by bit, and the energy within his body gradually subsided. Ai Hui finally stopped.
His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night. His whole body was soaked in sweat, but he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt energetic and full of vitality. When he checked his body, the joy on his face intensified.
His previous training intensity was extremely high. The power of Fish Archer's back was also exceptionally fierce. When he collided with the tower wall, the force was reflected back onto himself. There were varying degrees of damage in many parts of his body.
The golden elemental power he ingested was sharp in nature and had no nourishing effect on flesh and blood. Now that all the hidden injuries in his body had disappeared, Ai Hui felt that the 40,000 yuan was well spent. He was not a short-sighted person.
How could he not know that such hidden injuries would have great potential dangers in the future? It was just that he was used to being poor, and compared to hidden dangers like these, he had too many pressing problems to solve.
What surprised Ai Hui even more was that his elemental power had obviously increased. It turned out that there was still some free elemental power remaining in his muscles that had not been absorbed.
This elemental power was now completely integrated into Ai Hui's muscles. Lilan, thank you! Ai Hui's tone was sincere. Apart from taking out 40,000 yuan, Lilan took care of buying the materials and making the soup.
Where else could he find such a good sand puppet? You're welcome. Lulan suddenly remembered his doubts just now and couldn't help but ask. Ai Hui, are we friends? Friends? Ai Hui was stunned for a moment. He answered seriously and solemnly. Of course.
Lulan smiled very happily. Chapter 25. Good person. Drinking the soup is great for a while, but then you're broke. Broke as a joke. The 40,000 yuan was Ai Hui's last bit of savings. Now it was all in his stomach.
This also meant that his training plan had to be interrupted. In a few more days, he wouldn't even have money for food, and he would really starve to death. Lulan, do you know any ways to make money? Ai Hui asked with some distress. Make money?
Lulan was taken aback. It was the first time he had been asked such a question. He couldn't help but ask, Ai Hui, are you out of money? Yes. All the money is spent, Ai Hui replied while thinking. It was still from the last blind battle, earning 50.
Otherwise, I would really starve to death. Blind battle. Lulan's eyes lit up. Ai Hui is very good at blind battles. Then you can go to blind battles. How can there be blind battles every day? Ai Hui shook his head, feeling inexplicably guilty. Suddenly,
the scene from that day appeared in his mind. The feeling on his fingertips seemed to be still so clear. Ai Hui sighed in his heart. Having too strong a fighting instinct was not necessarily a good thing.
He would remember the details of the battle very clearly. He didn't want to remember such an embarrassing thing at all. There is. Lulan held up a finger, his eyes bright. Ai Hui was a little surprised.
Could it be that the Shi family dojo had opened another blind battle? It was possible. Ai Hui was thinking that blind battles were actually quite interesting. The dojo would give up so easily, would it?
But what's with this inexplicable awkwardness in my heart? However, the thought that he was about to starve to death washed away any feelings of awkwardness or embarrassment. Where? Let's go. No one can stand in the way of my money.
Not gods, not girls. Here, little girl, good luck to you, just don't run into me again. A cold light flashed in his lowered eyes. Ai Hui's heart was like steel, merciless. If we do meet, that's your bad luck. Ai Hui,
with a face full of murderous intent, walked out. Like a brave warrior heading to the battlefield, Shi Xueman looked at Songjian city below, lost in thought. This small city, whose name she could even remember before, she had visited many times.
whenever she had a vacation, she would come here. Her biggest setback and most painful failure were in this place. She will never forget it in this lifetime. Yes, she will never forget it in this lifetime. She gritted her teeth, thinking of this.
She thought of her blind fight plan. She wondered how it was going. She was full of expectations for this plan. Although she felt that she was not ready yet, and that her strength was not enough to guarantee a victory over her opponent. That terrifying enemy.
However, she hoped to find some clues and figure out who that bastard was. Maybe there will be good news today. She had a little expectation. It was said that the dojo had specially designed many special blind fight rules.
The other party was so good at blind fight. How could they not be tempted to see so many different kinds of blind fight? She felt that if it were her, she would definitely join. As long as I find a clue, you're dead.
A cold murderous intent across Shi Xueman's icy face. The fire float cloud slowly descended in the courtyard. Uncle Yongzheng had been waiting for a long time. She jumped off the fire float cloud and said, "Thank you for your hard work."
Uncle Yongzheng, is there any progress in our blind fight plan? Yongzheng's expression was a little strange. When Shi Xueman saw Yongzheng's expression, she knew asked directly, "What's the situation?" Yongzheng smiled wryly. "Miss."
You'll know when you go out and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Shi Xueman didn't say anything and walked directly out of the dojo. Ai Hui followed behind Lulan, somewhat surprised. Lulan, I didn't realize you were so familiar with the local area.
I need to buy groceries, buy wine, buy materials. I buy everything Master Xiao needs. Ai Hui had always found Lulan's master, Master Xiao, to be.
It was the first time he had seen an earth elementalist create a sand puppet like Lulan. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Doesn't he ever go out?" Lulan said. "Master Xiao's legs aren't very good, and he doesn't like to go out either."
Master Xiao doesn't really like meeting people. Otherwise he would have invited you over for a visit. Ai Hui suddenly understood. No wonder Lulan was skilled entirely in domestic skills. There was no danger in the induction field.
And with limited mobility there were more needs for daily living. Suddenly, Ai Hui stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the street ahead.
Ultimate blind battle! Super high bounty!
The ultimate battle of experts. No light. No color, no shadow.
500,000 bounty waiting for you. Puppet turbulence blind battle. A different blind battle. A different challenge. The colorful banners dazzled Ai Hui. Almost every dojo had blind battle banners hanging outside. He was dumbfounded.
What was going on? As if sensing Ai Hui's confusion, Lulan explained from the side. I remember it was about 2 weeks ago. The Shi Clanajo put up $1 million blind battle competition. It was a huge sensation at the time.
And many people came to participate. Other dojos quickly began to imitate it. Almost every dojo hosts blind battles. It's the most popular challenge in Pine City right now. When I was buying groceries the day before yesterday,
I even heard someone say that blind battles aren't just popular in Pine City anymore. Other cities have also started having blind battle competitions. It's really amazing. It's even gone out of Pine City. Lulan spoke with great interest.
As if taking pride in it, coming back to his senses, Ai Hui immediately became excited. He looked at the dojos with greedy eyes, like a hungry wolf seeing a delicious and tender lamb. Oh no, a flock! In the last blind battle,
he noticed that the other contestants were not used to blind battles. In the blind battle state, his combat power could be maximized, while the combat power of other contestants would be affected and greatly reduced.
This was a battlefield perfectly suited to him. Ai Hui grinned, revealing his white teeth like someone sharpening a knife. He was determined. He was going to fight in all the blind battles in all the dojos here. Except for the Shi Clan dojo. Thank you.
Shi Clan Dojo, you are really good people.
He glanced sideways at the Shi Clan dojo. He saw a group of people surrounding a young woman at the entrance of the Shi Clan dojo. The young woman, like him,
seemed stunned when she saw the blind battle banners all over the street. After a while, the young woman's face turned ashen, and her face was full of frost. Even from a distance, Ai Hui could feel her anger. Wow. That expression is so vivid.
Seeming to notice Ai Hui's gloating gaze, the young woman turned back and glared at him. Then, she stormed into the Shi Clan dojo. Ai Hui felt the world was full of hope. The fighting spirit within him was almost burning.
Lulan, let's Begin. Lulan was taken aback. Begin what? Making money. Ai Hui, with a palpable fighting spirit, strode with mighty steps toward the first dojo. Chapter 26. First victory. Lulan stood below the stage,
his face inscrutable behind the mask, but from his unconsciously clenched fists, one could still see his nervousness. He was indeed very nervous. He was a layman when it came to fighting,
but he could still tell that the situation above was unusually dangerous and subtle. A moment of carelessness could lead to defeat. When Ai Hui on the stage, with a not so elegant but exceptionally fierce close quarters entanglement,
knocked down the last opponent, Lulan, who had been incredibly nervous, immediately leaped up and raised his arms in a cheer. Ai Hui came down from the stage with 100,000 yuan in prize money and several bruises.
You're amazing!
Lulan's eyes sparkled and he admired Ai Hui to the point of worship. Since he was created, his daily life had been monotonous, buying groceries, cleaning the room, and learning the knowledge specified by Master Xiao, sometimes medical, sometimes other things.
He had never fought before. The first time he threw a punch was when he punched Ai Hui. Today was the first time he had watched a fight live.
It was so intense!
He felt like he could barely breathe.
He had forgotten that he was a sand puppet and didn't need to breathe. The suffocating atmosphere kept him glued to the spot, completely focused. His life was calm and uneventful, with the same repetitive and boring tasks every day.
He hadn't felt bad about it before, until today. He suddenly felt that something was missing from his life. Lulan's gaze fell on Ai Hui's face. Ai Hui had several bruises on his face, making him look a bit disheveled. However, Ai Hui didn't seem.
His gaze was firm, giving his bruised face a hint of coldness and fortitude. It was as if nothing could stop him. Ai Hui's eyes were not bright like stars, but restrained and deep, like the distant horizon before the sun rises in the morning.
The pale blue light exuded coldness. Lulan was somewhat touched. He felt a different kind of passion in Ai Hui. It was a cold passion, a silent passion, a passion to never give up on a dim life, a passion to move forward alone in adversity.
Ai Hui's silence was like the deep, dark night, silently waiting for dawn. Lulan suddenly understood what he was missing. He was missing the passion for life. His life and destiny had already been replicated. He was to follow orders and execute them.
Lulan thought his ideas were truly nonsensical. I am a sand puppet, he reminded himself. Ai Hui noticed Lulan's gaze and thought he was noticing the bruises on his face. He didn't care at all. It's nothing, just minor injuries.
This kind of superficial wound just looks scary. The two walked outside. If you have the guts, don't leave. Let's play another round. Someone shouted loudly from behind. It was the player Ai Hui had just defeated. His face was full of dissatisfaction.
That's right. He was completely unconvinced. He felt that the reason he lost was because he was too careless. Look at the moves that guy used. They were as ugly as a street thug's brawl. Of course he would feel unconvinced losing to someone like that.
Lulan stopped. Without turning his head, said, "Ignore him, coward, wimp, chicken." The player behind them cursed in anger. The others also clamored. They also felt that they had lost inexplicably just now. People finally won once by a stroke of luck.
You can't expect them to be lucky every time, right? Get lost! Listening to the curses from behind, Lulan was very angry. Why were these people like this? They clearly lost, yet they said such awful things.
It was too much!
After a while,
Lulan saw that Ai Hui still didn't react and couldn't help but ask, "Ai Hui, aren't you angry? Do you want to go back and beat them up? What's there to be angry about?" Ai Hui casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside and bit it in his mouth.
In the wilderness they would already be dead. Lulan was a little stunned. He found it difficult to describe how he felt when he heard Ai Hui's words. The casual words revealed great confidence, and also a hint of desolation. Lulan asked curious,
"Has Ai Hui been to the wilderness?" "Yeah." Ai Hui chewed on the grass root in his mouth. "Stayed there for 3 years. Amazing." Lulan stood at attention in awe. The wilderness, to Lulan, was a mysterious and distant place. He had never left Pine Ridge City.
His understanding of the wilderness all came from books. But he knew the wilderness was dangerous. All the books describing the wilderness were unusually consistent in this point. He didn't know what it was like to stay in the wilderness for 3 years.
Ai Hui is so amazing. Lulan now admired Ai Hui to the point of prostration. He felt that the most amazing person in the world was Instructor Xiao. The second most amazing person was Ai Hui. No.
The two people were amazing in different ways. Then let's tie for first place. Where are we going now? Lulan thought of the 100,000 cash Ai Hui had just earned, and immediately felt happy. The next one. Ai Hui said matter-of-factly, next one.
Are we going to continue? Lulan was taken aback. Such a great opportunity. Ai Hui licked his lips involuntarily, squinting his eyes like a beast targeting its prey, ready to pounce. For some reason, Lulan felt a chill when he saw Ai Hui's expression.
As expected of a master who had stayed in the wilderness, even his expression was so fierce. He was curious about what the wilderness was like. Ai Hui walked into the second dojo. The noise immediately engulfed them. Blind battle, as a new competition format,
is popular for a reason. Blind battle is a completely new battle mode. It is unfamiliar to everyone and has great randomness. The boundary of strength is not so clear here. It is common for 4 palace experts to be defeated by 2 palace experts.
Even with absolute strength, one needs to be careful on the stage of blind battle. A little carelessness can lead to unexpected failure. In the state of blind battle, the usual experience is completely useless. Everyone is flustered and makes a lot of jokes.
When Ai Hui walked in, a contestant on the stage was grabbed by the clothes by his opponent. The opponent didn't know what he had grabbed, so he pulled hard. With a rip, his pants were instantly torn off, revealing his white, chubby buttocks.
The audience burst into laughter, screams and whistles almost lifted the roof in such an environment. Ai Hui's expressionless face looked exceptionally unique and glaring. Ai Hui watched the battle very seriously.
He seemed not to see the white buttocks of the contestants on the stage. His eyes swept across the contestants on the stage. Everyone was wearing opaque masks. But what interested Ai Hui even more was that it was a 2-person team battle. If Fatty were here,
that would be great. Ai Hui subconsciously had such a thought. He observed carefully for a while and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. There was no cooperation between the contestants on the stage. It would be great if Fatty were here.
Ai Hui couldn't help but have such a thought for the second time. If he and Fatty joined forces, it would be a sure thing. He glanced at the rule card. It was necessary to participate in units of 2. Change to another one. Ai Hui was a little unwilling.
His eyes swept over Lulan, who was watching with great interest beside him. An idea popped into his mind. Why not let Lulan try chapter 27? He is my sand puppet. Lulan, do you want to try? Ai Hui suddenly turned his face and asked, try.
Try what? Try going on stage. Try going on stage. Try. Lulan's eyes suddenly widened and his voice rose. Ai Hui, are you saying that I should go on stage to compete too? Always calm.
Ai Hui was startled by Lulan's sudden increase in volume. He steadied his mind. Yes, it says here that you need to be in a team of 2 to participate. If you don't want to. Okay. Lulan agreed very readily, but then hesitated. But I've never fought before.
What if I lose? If you lose, just switch to another dojo. Ai Hui said matter-of-factly. It's normal to have wins and losses. Just treat it as practice for you. Lulan felt relieved upon hearing this. However, when Ai Hui went to register,
he was rejected by the dojo. Sand puppets are not allowed. Sand puppets aren't human. Sand puppets don't see with their eyes. Isn't that cheating? Ai Hui was speechless. Indeed, sand puppets are not human.
Their judgment of the environment is completely different from human physiological mechanisms. Some sand puppets have a keen sense of smell. Some sand puppets can sense the opponent's position through heat, like snakes.
Still others can judge the opponent's position through sound waves that humans cannot hear, like bats. Ai Hui had seen all kinds of strange sand puppets. The utilization and modification of sand puppets by many Earth elementalists had reached incredible levels.
Although the vast majority of Earth elementalists were eccentric and unpopular, no one could ignore their existence on the battlefield. Earth elementalists were often regarded as the most dangerous people.
And half of the reason for this was due to sand puppets. Ai Hui really wanted to say that Lulan definitely didn't have these functions. But he still said nothing. Lulan was the weakest sand puppet Ai Hui had ever seen.
There was no design for combat on Lulan. He was the purest life sand puppet. Ai Hui saw the light in Lulan's eyes dim quickly. He patted Lulan. Let's go. Walking out of the dojo, Lulan lowered his head, not saying a word.
Ai Hui could feel Lulan's low mood and thought to himself, it seems that Lulan was full of expectations for fighting on stage. But Lulan is a sand puppet. In such a blind battle, the advantage is too obvious.
The dojo will definitely not agree to Lulan going on stage unless... Ai Hui's eyes lit up. He thought of a way. His eyes swept across the surrounding dojos, and his eyes fell on one of them. He took off. Lulan, this way. Hui led Lulan into another dojo.
He went straight to the registration desk. I want to register. The dojo staff glanced at Lulan. He is my sand puppet. Ai Hui added. I am an earth elementalist. Can I bring my own sand puppet to participate? Lulan behind Ai Hui was stunned.
Earth elementalist, huh, okay. The staff member nodded. He was obviously not dealing with such a situation for the first time. But your sand puppet needs to seal off various sensing methods and isolate telepathy. So you need to insert mist soul grass.
If the grass falls off, you will be judged as a loss. Are you sure you want to participate as expected? Ai Hui was slightly smug in his heart. For Earth elementalists, sand puppets are the most important part of their combat power.
An Earth elementalist who loses his sand puppet is no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Unless all blind battles do not allow Earth elementalists to participate. But this is unlikely for Ai Hui. There are quite a few Earth elementalists.
How could the dojo ignore such a large group? The dojo must have some suppression methods to weaken the advantage of sand puppets in blind battles. Ai Hui had thought about some of the dojo's suppression methods.
But he didn't expect the dojo's suppression methods to be so ruthless. Mist soul grass is a material specially used to deal with sand puppets. This is a product cultivated by wood elementalists and is widely used in traps and poisons. It is not a poisonous grass.
The biggest effect is that it can interfere with various sensing methods of sand puppets. And for sand puppets, this is also one of the things they hate most. Especially low-level sand puppets are greatly affected by mist soul grass.
Almost all sensing methods of low-level sand puppets will be suppressed. Sensing methods are useless, and telepathy is isolated. For low-level sand puppets, almost everything is useless. That's why Ai Hui thinks the dojo's methods are very ruthless.
No problem, it seems that your sand puppet is very smart. The staff member was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Smart sand puppets have a great advantage. Then I wish you good luck." Ai Hui knew that the other party was right.
When sensing and command are all interrupted, what is tested is the sand puppet's own judgment. And smart sand puppets have an advantage at this time. It's really rare. Lu Lan can be considered to have an advantage. Ai Hui chuckled.
The staff member took out a verdant mist soul grass and handed it to Lu Lan. Ai Hui saw the complete mist soul grass for the first time. It looked a bit like a bean sprout. Lu Lan inserted the mist soul grass into his head. I couldn't help but smile.
Lu Lan's head was originally sand, and now with the mist soul grass inserted, it looked like a bean sprout was growing on his head. It was indescribably funny. Lu Lan noticed that Ai Hui's expression was a little strange. He was a little puzzled.
Is the position of the insertion not right? Very good. Ai Hui coughed lightly. He commented,
Very energetic.
The two who finished registering were waiting for the start of the next match.
Ai Hui took advantage of the time before it started to cram Lu Lan with his experience. When you go up there, you won't be able to see anything. Don't panic. Don't stray too far from me, or I won't be able to support you. Don't panic if you're attacked.
Remember that you're a sand puppet. You can shapeshift. Come on, let's agree on a signal. We'll use the sound of sand rubbing together. Don't make it too loud, just a slight sound. You'll be able to hear it once you're on the stage. Dumb.
That will expose your position. Once you decide to attack, don't hesitate. Remember those tips and tricks from when you were beaten and sparring with me the other night. Remember, if the attack misses, immediately leave your current position.
The best way is to roll on the spot. You're a sand puppet, you can flow onto the ground. Ai Hui, don't describe me like P. Lu Lan corrected with dissatisfaction. Lu Lan is a sand puppet, not a water puppet. It's pretty much the same thing. Ai Hui chuckled.
Annie will help you. Relax a little, newbie. Your first battle in life. From today on, you're a sand puppet with combat experience. You'll remember this day. If it hurts too much, remember to surrender. Lu Lan will remember. Lu Lan answered honestly.
You guys are ready to go on, the staff member called out. It's our turn. Ai Hui patted Lu Lan's shoulder and boosted his morale. Go for it.
Soup broth treasure.
Lu Lan didn't notice the strange nickname Soup Broth Treasure. His tone was a little puzzled.
Dang. The bell rang. Ai Hui immediately changed as if he were a different person. His gaze suddenly became sharp. He steadily put on the opaque mask. Chapter 28. Lu Lan's doubts. Lu Lan stood on the stage, adding the dojo's mask.
He was wearing two masks on his face. This was an unprecedented experience, just like he was standing on the stage now. Every day he bought vegetables and ingredients. He passed by the dojo many times.
He had seen the long banners with the words blind fight written on them many times. He had heard many people talk about blind fights. However, before today, he never thought that one day he would stand on the stage of a blind fight. Yes.
He couldn't have imagined it. But the fact was happening right before his eyes. He stood on the stage. What awaited him was battle. He had to defeat his enemy, or be defeated by others. He actually still had doubts just now.
He wanted to tell Ai Hui that his situation seemed to be different from what the dojo staff had said. He reached out and touched the mist soul grass on his head.
What he wanted to tell Ai Hui before he was interrupted was that the mist soul grass didn't seem to be of any use to him. He could still see others. Lu Lan found it very strange. He also knew what mist soul grass was, according to the knowledge he had learned.
Mist soul grass should indeed be able to restrain him. Why could he still see others? For the first time, he noticed something unusual about himself. If he hadn't participated in the blind fight today, if he hadn't inserted the mist soul grass,
he wouldn't have been able to notice this. The low-grade sand puppet is greatly affected by the mist soul grass. Could it be that my rank is actually not low? Lu Lan found it impossible. A sand puppet used for cooking and cleaning.
A low-grade sand puppet is perfectly capable of that. He thought it was more likely that Master Xiao had made some experiments on him. Master Xiao was obsessed with research. When he had any inspiration, he would try it on Lu Lan.
This also led to Lu Lan's body often having problems. Just like the first time he met Ai Hui, his sand core had a problem and his body fell apart. Probably some new technology. He reminded himself to ask Master Xiao when he got back.
The mist soul grass was not completely without effect on him. His vision was affected, and everything around him became much blurrier. Moreover, Lu Lan also discovered an unexpected situation.
What affected him the most was actually the opaque mask on his face. Could it be that I usually use my eyes to observe the outside world? How strange. Lu Lan was only surprised by this. Sand puppets rarely use their eyes to observe the world.
For Earth elementalists with rich and varied methods, the eyes are greatly affected and limited. Under Master Xiao's influence, Lu Lan had a lot of knowledge about sand puppets. Master Xiao had always been meticulous in teaching him in this regard.
Lu Lan had never thought about checking his body. He didn't expect to have so many unique features. Thinking about Master Xiao, Lu Lan felt relieved. Master Xiao had always been a person who didn't like to follow conventions.
It would be abnormal if I were the same as other sand puppets. Just during this moment of distraction, Lu Lan noticed that Ai Hui had already collided with someone else. Ai Hui's movements of groping around were very strange. His waist was half squatted.
His legs were staggered, and his arms were like a crab spreading its two large pincers. That's right, Ai Hui's posture was exactly like a crab. Ai Hui moved silently, his feet were like a cat, and no sound could be heard.
Lu Lan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Compared to Ai Hui, his opponent not far away looked much more amateur. Even Lu Lan could see a hint of panic in the opponent's movements.
The scene in front of him reminded Lu Lan of the pictures of wild animals hunting in books. Ai Hui was like a wild animal slowly approaching, and the opponent was like a panicked prey. Ai Hui crouched down,
his palm resting right against the other person's waist. The moment they touched, both sides reacted immediately. The player's first reaction was to punch fiercely in Ai Hui's direction. However, he didn't expect that his opponent was actually half squatting.
This punch brushed past the top of Ai Hui's head and missed. Compared to the opponent's attack, Ai Hui's attack was much more effective. The moment he touched the opponent's waist, Ai Hui grabbed forward fiercely with his palm, then pulled back.
His body used this force to leap sideways, sweeping towards the opponent's calf. The convergence of two forces, one from above and one from below, instantly threw his opponent off balance, causing him to fall towards Ai Hui.
Ai Hui displayed his astonishing combat skills. He was like a lithe python, not retreating but instead advancing to meet the attack. He seized the opportunity to execute a strangling maneuver on his target. His foot braced against the opponent's chin,
while the opponent's entire body was pinned behind him, unable to move. The opponent only lasted for 20 seconds before losing consciousness. The adjudicators, who had been on high alert at the sidelines, swiftly acted. One of them,
with his whip moving like a nimble snake, coiled it around the unconscious contestant and pulled him to safety. Experienced doctors from the training hall rushed forward to provide assistance. After a brief examination, they signaled that he was all right.
Although the contestant was unharmed, the two adjudicators had been put on edge by Ai Hui's actions. Their expressions turned serious and solemn. That Earth Elementalist is really ruthless. Yeah, the sand puppet is motionless.
It's rare to see Earth Elementalists who are good fighters themselves. That's normal. Earth Elementalists are a bunch of abnormal guys. It's normal for them to be abnormal. That's true. The two were chatting softly, but their eyes never left the arena for a moment.
The spectators below were also stunned by Ai Hui's fierce and relentless attack, and a hush fell over the crowd. To be honest, there was nothing dazzling or particularly skillful about the attack. He didn't even use any elemental energy.
But it was this very move that made the students feel a sense of bloodlust washing over them. In the past few days, they had witnessed many blind battles in the training hall, some ingenious, some funny, and some accidental.
But none of them had brought such a great shock as the scene that had just unfolded. After a few seconds, an uproar erupted from below. So fierce! Totally awesome! What was that move called? Does anyone know? Are you kidding me? So powerful!
And here's an Earth Elementalist. Is he trying to make us all look bad? It's okay. Look at his sand puppet, it's so dull. Compared to the attack just now, everyone's usual sparring matches were just fancy moves, soft and weak.
Such ferocity and sharpness instantly piqued everyone's interest. Lu Lan on the stage was also stunned. He stared blankly at Ai Hui. Watching from below the stage was nothing compared to the direct feeling on the stage. The moment Ai Hui made his move,
Lu Lan felt his breathing almost stop. Ai Hui quietly moved towards another opponent after finishing off one. The previous player's movements had exposed his location. Ai Hui crept towards the opponent just as he had before.
Lu Lan couldn't help but widen his eyes, afraid to miss a single detail. Having never fought before, he had forgotten what he was supposed to be doing up here. He was completely drawn in by Ai Hui's fighting, incredibly nervous.
The crowd below the stage saw Ai Hui lock onto a new target and unanimously fell silent, holding their breath and widening their eyes. The dojo once again fell into silence. Ai Hui was unaware of the changes outside.
The sounds from below the stage were blocked by special means in the dojo. He was like a patient and cautious beast. approaching the opponent with silent killing intent. Change occurred. Chapter 29. Xuanhuan. Suddenly,
A wisp of fire flared up beneath Ai Hui's feet. Not good. Ai Hui's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he rolled to the side just then. The previously still target flipped his hand, and a burst of fire erupted from the spot where Ai Hui had been.
the opponent hadn't expected Ai Hui's reaction to be so fast, and that his well-disguised attack would miss. Brushing past the pillar of fire, Ai Hui sprang to his feet like a cannonball, charging towards the opponent.
The opponent was skilled in ranged attacks and had much stronger yuan power than him. He only had a chance of victory if he closed the distance. If Ai Hui's previous attack was silent and concealed, this charge was undisguised in its killing intent.
With an unparalleled imposing aura, enemies who specialize in ranged attacks tend to have an instinctive nervousness when engaged in close combat. Ai Hui was doing this intentionally, prioritizing psychological warfare.
Any panic from the enemy would be very advantageous to him. The opponent then made an extremely strange movement, suddenly doing a handstand with his feet in the air. Lulan, who was watching intently, suddenly felt a shock in his heart.
Not good just then.
The opponent's palms were enveloped in a ball of flame. Dark red fire lines spread throughout the arena like flowing oil. Lulan felt like he had seen this scene somewhere before. It seemed familiar, but he wasn't very familiar with this area.
Fireweb Sky Spider Transformation. Someone in the crowd below the stage exclaimed in shock.
Xuanhuan, heavens! Xuanhuan actually came!
The crowd below the stage immediately caused a commotion, however, was overjoyed.
Xuanhuan is a master from Winjap City. Winjap City is the closest city to Penagap City. However, in terms of school district, it is 1 year higher than Penagap City. The two cities are very close. The masters of both sides are relatively familiar.
Xuanhuan's realm is not high. He has only opened 2 palaces, but his reputation is extremely great, and that is because he has mastered the ultimate skill, Fireweb Spider Transformation. The development of yuan power has been around for 1,000 years.
But there are not many that can be called ultimate skills. Ultimate skills are the true foundation of a large family. The Fireweb Spider Transformation, for example,
has been continuously improved and deepened by generations of ancestors of the Zhu family before gradually taking shape. Compared with the supreme classics of the cultivation era that have been passed down for millions of years,
these ultimate skills are very immature. Every family in the 5-element sky knows this well. No one dares to rest on the laurels of their ancestors. The Zhu family's bloodline is inherently fire attributed.
This ultimate skill perfectly fits the Zhu family's bloodline. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, especially the requirement for comprehension has reached an incredible level in each generation of the Zhu family.
No more than 3 people can master the Fireweb Spider Transformation. This has been the case for generations. Like an iron law, although the Shi Fireweb Spider Transformation is extremely difficult to comprehend, once mastered.
As long as one constantly accumulates yuan power and improves the cultivation technique, it will be smooth and unobstructed. One will definitely become a master.
Xuanhuan is the first disciple of the Zhu family in this generation to comprehend the Fireweb Spider Transformation. The Zhu family is a large family in the 5-element sky, and the family's #1 genius is naturally well known.
When the spider web like fire web lit up on the stage, immediately, discerning people recognized Xuanhuan's origin. Now everyone's interest is even higher. It is not so easy to see a genius like Xuanhuan take action. Everyone is full of curiosity.
How powerful is the Fireweb Spider Transformation, which is known as an ultimate skill? The dojo owner smiled so much that he couldn't see his chin. The appearance of a master like Xuanhuan in his dojo is of great help to his dojo business.
Just like the nearby Shi family dojo, if they could invite Shi Xueman, I'm afraid the threshold of the dojo would be broken. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the field, waiting to witness Xuanhuan's gorgeous performance next.
Ai Hui's attack was as fast as lightning. Almost as soon as Xuanhuan completed the handstand, Ai Hui's punch broke through the air. Xuanhuan's heart trembled. The other party's reaction was faster than he expected. His palms were tightly pressed against the ground.
Everything around him was under his control. He could clearly perceive the power of this punch. The other party did not use yuan power, but this punch almost perfectly gathered the power of the other party's whole body.
That's why he could create such a powerful and unparalleled momentum. If he was hit by this punch, Xuanhuan felt that he should not try it. His reaction was equally swift. With a slight sinking of his wrist, his entire body arched backward like a drawn bow.
Suddenly exerting force from his waist and abdomen, his ramrod straight right leg was infused with yuan power. The flames surged and like a burning heavy axe, he chopped down with a blaze of fire. Fists and legs collided fiercely with a loud bang. Sparks flew.
Ai Hui felt an immense force surge through him, sending him flying backward. Xuanhuan had to retreat 7 or 8 steps, his palms digging into the ground, before he could regain his balance.
Lulan abruptly woke up at this moment and rushed towards Ai Hui without a second thought. Xuanhuan watched helplessly as the sand puppet rescued his master, his chest churning with blood and energy before finally calming down.
He hadn't had an easy time with Ai Hui's punch either. He hadn't expected the other's strength to be stronger than had imagined. He was somewhat taken aback because Ai Hui hadn't used any yuan power in that punch.
To be able to unleash such a fierce punch with pure muscle strength, who was this guy? Were there such experts in Pine City? Could it be that he was like himself, a powerhouse from another city who had come after hearing the news?
The blind battles in Pine City were quite famous in the vicinity. Wind City was nearby, so it naturally couldn't escape the craze. Although the dojos in Wind City had started to adopt it, they were still far behind the diverse offerings of Pine City.
Everyone would make a special trip to Pine City when they had time, since it wasn't too far anyway. While Xuanhuan was pondering Ai Hui's identity, Lulan had already caught Ai Hui. Ai Hui looked a bit wretched, his right hand hung down unnaturally,
showing how much damage the previous blow had inflicted. His fist was scorched black. Lulan didn't need to check to know that Ai Hui's right arm was broken. Lulan's heart was filled with self-blame. He had promised to help Ai Hui,
but he hadn't been of any assistance. However, he didn't know how to deal with Xuanhuan. He had just recognized the fire web heavenly spider transformation, but it was useless. His blank battle experience couldn't help him figure out any solutions at this moment.
Ai Hui, who was like a war god in his heart, was no match for the enemy. That meant he could only resort to the last resort. Let's surrender, Lulan said honestly. Those inside the arena couldn't hear the sounds from outside,
but those outside could clearly hear the sounds from inside. The crowd that had just been exclaiming in surprise burst into laughter upon hearing Lulan's words. Ha ha ha, is this really a sand puppet? Ha ha ha.
This is the first time I've heard of a sand puppet advising its master to surrender. It's hilarious. I can't help it. I need to laugh for a while. Ha ha ha. Hey, you're a sand puppet. You're supposed to be unyielding to the death.
You're supposed to burn yourself to win a chance of survival for your master. Haha. Chapter 30, Strategist Sand Puppet. Lulan's performance didn't surprise Ai Hui at all. He was a living sand puppet with no combat experience. It was his first time on stage.
It was already quite commendable that he hadn't lost his composure. The smarter a sand puppet is, the more it is affected by emotions. On the contrary, those low-level sand puppets do not have much intelligence.
They only execute commands rigidly and do not have many emotions. Many Earth elementalists do not like smart sand puppets for this reason. The smarter a sand puppet is, the more it is like a human being. Their self-awareness becomes strong.
They have their own judgments about many things. Most combat sand puppets are not very smart. As long as they are like humans, they will have negative emotions such as fear and cowardice.
This is the part that Earth elementalists who want to create killing machines dislike the most. However, the world is full of contradictions. Intelligence is precisely an essential quality for advanced killing machines.
Knowing how to make the right choices on the battlefield is undoubtedly an important criterion for measuring top-level killing machines. Lulan is very smart. This will be a big problem for him when he first enters the battlefield.
But it looks pretty good now. Lulan didn't panic. Persuading himself to surrender was more of a correct choice after weighing the strength of both sides. Smart and calm, from this point of view.
Lulan undoubtedly has the potential to be an advanced combat sand puppet. He cultivates the fire web sky spider transformation. This is a unique skill. Lulan whispered. His realm should be 2 palaces.
The fire web sky spider transformation of 2 palaces can already form the earth fire spider web. We have no chance of winning. If Lulan's persuasion of his master to surrender earlier caused the audience to burst into laughter, Lulan's words caused a...
Could it be a strategist hand puppet? He actually recognizes the fire web sky spider transformation. A strategist type sand puppet. What a smart sand puppet. Is this a strategist type sand puppet? What day is it today? Not only a unique skill appears,
but also a strategist type sand puppet. The crowd below discussed in hushed voices, their faces full of doubt and uncertainty. Sand puppets, after 1,000 years of development, have evolved into various bizarre types. Earth cultivators.
In the eyes of most people, eccentric, they are the most individualistic group. If your personality is too normal, you'd be embarrassed to call yourself an earth cultivator. Strategist type sand puppets are among the rarer types. They require high intelligence,
strong learning ability, calmness, and the ability to provide the most valuable advice at crucial moments. Strategist sand puppets are extremely difficult to create.
The intelligence requirements for sand puppets are far greater than those of ordinary sand puppets. Strategist sand puppets are fragile and become prime targets for enemies on the battlefield, making them easily destroyed. Of course,
Earth cultivators are self-assured and intelligent. What they need more are sand puppets that can do chores and protect them. They don't favor strategist sand puppets, but for meta cultivators of other attributes.
Strategist type sand puppets are their favorite type. especially those who are muscle-bound and brainless. Sand puppets have a much stronger learning ability than humans. They don't need to sleep and can learn and absorb knowledge tirelessly.
Who wouldn't want a smart companion? That's why the price of strategist sand puppets in the market has always been high. The happiest person is undoubtedly the owner of the dojo. The Zhu family's unique skill, Fire Web Sky Spider Transformation,
had just appeared when he suddenly realized that the dull-headed sand puppet might be a rare strategist sand puppet. The feeling of winning twice in one day almost made him fly. Ai Hui had originally planned to withdraw, as Lulan had said.
The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and he had no chance of winning. He came to the dojo to participate only to make money. Since there was no opportunity to make money, he might as well switch to another one.
He didn't care at all about the confrontation itself. But when he heard Lulan say that the opponent was using a unique skill, Ai Hui immediately changed his mind. He had seen many powerful meta cultivators in the wilderness for 3 years.
But none of them possessed a unique skill. The meta cultivator big shots who seemed unattainable in his eyes, were full of longing and yearning when they talked about unique skills. From then on, Ai Hui was very curious about what a unique skill was like.
Although he didn't know how Lulan knew that the opponent was cultivating a unique skill, he believed Lulan. Since they met, Lulan had never said anything unreliable. Lulan never spoke carelessly. The opportunity is right in front of me.
There is no better opportunity than today. Blind battle is just a competition. There is no need to worry about losing your life if you fail in it. How exciting it is to be able to witness a unique skill in the arena rather than on the battlefield.
Ai Hui's heart was excited. His right arm was numb, but he felt like he had endless strength. You go down first. It'll be down in a while. Behind the mask, Ai Hui licked his lips, slightly crouching. Lulan did understand why Ai Hui rejected his suggestion.
The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Ai Hui should be able to see that. But since Ai Hui chose to fight, he had no reason to back down. Lulan suddenly thought of his previous insights.
He felt that Ai Hui had a kind of passion he had never seen before. It was a passion he never possessed. The worst that could happen was that his body would be scattered. Lulan consoled himself. He stood beside Ai Hui, the sand core operating at full power.
Searching for information related to Fire Web Heavenly Spider Transformation, Ai Hui noticed Lulan beside him. He didn't expect Lulan to not leave. However, he didn't act pretentious and say anything more. Unlike others,
Ai Hui felt that this was also an excellent opportunity for Lulan to encounter a unique skill in his first battle. This starting point was enviable high. As for whether the newbie would suffer setbacks and frustrations, Ai Hui didn't even think about it.
compared to the barbaric wilderness where flesh and blood flew, the arena was as gentle as home. Lulan stood beside Ai Hui, but didn't know what posture to adopt. He looked like a clumsy penguin. The girls below the stage were already starry-eyed,
covering their chests with their hands. So cute, the sand puppet clumsy. I want one. The others all shook their heads. A strategist sand puppet going to fight others was just asking for abuse, wasn't it?
It seemed that the rank of this strategist sand puppet wasn't high, not enough intelligence otherwise. It wouldn't make such a foolish move. It was even more likely that everyone's previous guess was wrong. This was not a strategist sand puppet at all.
The bright red fire web on the ground was like a huge spider web. Xuanhuan was the spider on the web. Every move within the arena was under his control. The guy who had exchanged a punch with him earlier was the only opponent he was interested in.
Xuanhuan noticed that the person from before didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, which piqued his interest. He simply gave the opponent a moment to rest, while he had the time.
He swept everyone else out of the arena like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Ai Hui had no time to pay attention to Lulan at this moment. All his attention was focused on his opponent. Chapter 31, Earthfire Spider Web.
Ai Hui's concentration was unprecedented. The opponent in front of him was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. The opponent's strength was far greater than his own. The gap between the two was so large that the outcome was no longer in doubt.
But for some reason, he was even more excited. The blood flowing in his veins was as hot as burning magma. To witness the legendary ultimate skill, he felt excited. His right arm still hung down weakly. His eyes were still pitch black.
Perhaps it was due to his unusually concentrated attention. Ai Hui felt his sixth senses extending. He could clearly sense the opponent's position. The opponent wasn't deliberately hiding. He could sense the opponent's strange inverted position,
as well as the heat of their palms. He could even feel the faint fluctuations of elemental energy on the ground. The elemental energy fluctuations on the ground were very weak. Ai Hui hadn't noticed them before, so
the opponent had relied on these faint traces to detect his earlier surprise attack. The opponent had long since quietly laid a net, waiting for prey to enter. As expected of an ultimate skill, Ai Hui admired him in his heart.
Traps were also a skill he was relatively good at, but he hadn't noticed anything just now. Clearly, the opponent was more skilled. He suddenly remembered what Lulan had said earlier, that the opponent could already form the earthfire spider web. Spiders.
This was an animal Ai Hui was very familiar with. He had seen all kinds of strange spiders in the wilderness. Whether it was fire web sky spider transformation or earth fire spider web, they seemed to be related to spiders. Perhaps this was a breakthrough point.
All cultivation techniques are not named randomly. They often represent their characteristics. Ai Hui knew exactly how spiders hunted. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be? His figure suddenly moved, and he charged forward, almost at the same time.
He felt the opponent's figure move slightly. Sure enough, Ai Hui understood. The faint traces on the ground were actually an invisible net. The opponent was like a spider, lying in wait within the web. As long as the opponent entered any corner of the web,
they would be under his control. For a moment, Ai Hui couldn't think of a better way. This was the first time Ai Hui had encountered an opponent in blind combat who had even more advantages than him.
Earth fire spiderweb was undoubtedly the most suitable skill for blind combat. Since you're not attacking, then I will. Xuanhuan, having waited impatiently, roared and took the initiative to attack. His left palm, enveloped in flames, slapped the ground.
And his figure rushed towards Ai Hui like an angry arrow. His inability to see didn't affect him in the slightest. Using the momentum of his charge, he infused elemental energy into his straightened leg and chopped at Ai Hui again like a heavy axe.
The sharp sound of the air being torn apart carried the sound of flames spitting. The power of this strike was extremely fierce. Even the people below the stage couldn't help but change color in shock when they saw the power of this heavy leg. Ai Hui,
who was in the midst of it, felt it even more intensely. The sound of the wind filled his ears, and he actually felt like there was nowhere to hide. Like guarding a weak candlelight in a storm, Ai Hui, his heart palpitating and his mind wavering,
still had a trace of clarity in his spiritual platform. He bit his tongue fiercely, and the stinging pain suddenly cleared his mind. The firelight, like a heavy axe, roared towards him. Ai Hui used all his strength to pounce to the side. Boom.
In the sky full of firelight, the long leg, like a heavy axe swung by a giant, slammed heavily into the ground. The hard arena was like a fragile biscuit. Fragments flew everywhere. Ai Hui's figure was in a disheveled state. Xuanhuan was a little surprised.
His kick just now looked fierce, but the real killer move was the interference of her earthfire spider web. This move had worked repeatedly for him. Ordinary opponents would have their attention drawn to his heavy legs, and unknowing,
their minds would be affected by the invisible and intangible fluctuations. In a battle between experts, a moment of distraction is enough to lead to failure. Unexpectedly, the interference of the earthfire spider web was ineffective on the opponent.
Xuanhuan's excitement grew even higher. Anyone who could avoid his move was not an unknown figure. Who exactly are you? Xuanhuan, as if injected with chicken blood, roared and launched a furious storm of attacks. The roar of his heavy legs shook people's hearts.
The scarlet blooming flames enveloped the entire arena. Fragments shot out in all directions like a rainstorm, hitting the yuan power shield that provided protection, sounding like rain hitting banana leaves. The training hall was silent.
Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. When had they ever seen such a violent attack? The timid trembled involuntarily. Even those who prided themselves on their bravery had pale faces.
Even the several referees on the sidelines had tense expressions at this moment. They had already prepared to step in and save people at any time. Every hair on Ai Hui's body stood on end. From the beginning until now, danger had not left him for a moment.
The intense sense of danger stimulated Ai Hui's nerves. He had no time to think at all.
Dodge! Dodge desperately! Rely on instinct to dodge!
He felt like he could be hit at any moment. No, as long as he was grazed by the opponent's heavy leg,
he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Are you a mouse? Dodge! All you know is how to dodge. With successive attacks missing their mark, Xuanhuan's voice gradually became more fairy. Do you think you can keep dodging?
Xuanhuan's attacks became even faster. The flames had not yet dissipated, and new flames roared in with the heavy legs. In the blink of an eye, the flames on the arena actually overlapped, like fire burnt sunset clouds.
Ai Hui's situation became even more difficult. He was like being in a raging storm at sea, and he could be swallowed by the waves at any moment. His physical strength was rapidly draining away faster than usual. He was drenched in sweat.
Panting heavily, his throat was burning like fire. The people below the stage gradually recovered from their initial shock. They quickly discovered something unusual. That strange earth practitioner always looked incredibly dangerous, his figure disheveled,
tottering and on the verge of collapse. But after so long, this guy still hadn't been hit. Something's fishy. Anyone with a little bit of sense realized that something was wrong. Evading one or two moves could be a fluke. But after dozens of moves on stage,
it was definitely not a fluke. Gradually, some people saw a clue. That Earth Elementalist seemed to be able to predict Zhu Yan's attacks in advance, and his movements were extremely agile, without the slightest hesitation or sluggishness.
He was as slippery as if he were covered in oil, absolutely top-notch evasion. Those below who were good at dodging and thought they were quick to react stared with wide eyes. Such slippery dodging has definitely not an unknown figure.
Everyone frantically tried to figure out which Earth Elementalist expert is good at this kind of fighting style. Wait, Earth Elementalist. Everyone immediately felt an indescribable awkwardness in their hearts. If it was someone else,
everyone would feel fine. But as soon as they thought that the one above was an Earth Elementalist, everyone felt awkward. Such a slippery fighting style appearing on an Earth Elementalist was too incongruous.
Shouldn't the Earth Elementalist's fighting style be mainly based on sand puppets? Only now did everyone suddenly remember. Where's that somewhat stupid sand puppet? Chapter 32. Code. No one remembered Lulan anymore.
Zhu Yan didn't take Lulan seriously at all. Moreover, being provoked by Ai Hui, he had long forgotten about Lulan. Ai Hui, on the other hand, was highly tense at the moment, relying entirely on instinct and rich experience to dodge.
So naturally he couldn't care about Lulan, and the audience below were all attracted by Zhu Yan's dazzling and fierce attacks, their hearts filled with shock. How could they still remember that somewhat clumsy sand puppet? Lulan was just in the corner.
Watching Ai Hui running around the arena, he blankly pondered how to help Ai Hui. He had now completely recovered from his initial nervousness. However, that was of no use whatsoever. He had no way to start. In terms of combat, he was an unadulterated newbie.
Ai Hui, whom he regarded as a war god, was being chased around the arena without the slightest ability to fight back. The opponent's strength was simply too strong, in the face of absolute disparity in strength.
Lulan couldn't think of any way to change the situation. If Ai Hui suddenly stopped at this time and asked him, "Lulan, have you figured out a way?" he would definitely say, "Let's just surrender."
Then he would tell Ai Hui that according to the current situation, the final result was destined to be failure. Ai Hui, your right arm is already broken, and it will cost a lot of money to heal. If you continue to fight, you will suffer more serious injuries,
which will cost even more money. Then in the name of friendship, he would remind Ai Hui, you are very poor." This was the most rational approach. But it was clear that reason was useless here. He remembered Ai Hui's eyes, not very bright, but cold, deep,
and slightly glowing. So the enthusiasm hidden deep in his heart burst out at this moment. Lulan was a little envious. He didn't know why Ai Hui was pushing himself so hard, why he was so reckless, why he would fight someone so much stronger than him,
why he wouldn't surrender even when he was being chased all over the place without any chance to fight back. Was this what passion was? Lulan seriously considered himself. Such passion had never appeared in him. He really was thinking too much.
Lulan was a little self-deprecating. He reminded himself, "Lulan, you are a sand puppet." However, having such a friend was also a joyful thing. And right now, he was fighting alongside Ai Hui.
He glanced at the intense and violent battle scene not far away and muttered a little uncertainly. Alongside, I guess. The slight unhappiness from before immediately vanished. Although Lulan didn't have Ai Hui's passion, Ai Hui was his friend.
Lulan's first and only friend. That reason for fighting was enough. Lulan was a sand puppet. Lulan's body suddenly scattered, turning into a pool of quicksand. The arena was filled with turbulent air currents.
Lulan used the power of the air currents to float in the air. Occasionally, fragments would pass through his body, but he didn't react. He was like an inconspicuous cloud of sand, floating silently in the raging flames.
He had some understanding of the fairy web heavenly spider transformation. He had also read the description of the earthly flame spider web. The most commendable aspect of the fairy web heavenly spider transformation, which allowed it to become a supreme art,
was its immense potential for growth. After comprehending the fairy web heavenly spider transformation, one's strength would increase exponentially with each palace opened. It was very difficult to use the earthly flame spider web with a 2-palace cultivation.
At least 4 palaces would be more suitable. The 2-palace earthly flame spider web had a flaw. It could only detect enemies standing on the ground. If an enemy approached from the air, it wouldn't trigger a reaction from the earthly flame spider web.
Unfortunately, Hui couldn't fly. In fact, so-called weaknesses were only meaningful against opponents of similar strength. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that even knowing the weakness was useless. Lulan floated in mid-air.
Drifting in the air currents, he could sense that his opponent was consuming a lot of energy and stamina. This could be seen from the slowed attack frequency and the sound of panting. But in comparison, Ai Hui was in worse shape.
Ai Hui's stamina had reached its limit. Lulan could even sense that Ai Hui's legs were shaking. He couldn't help but admire him. The word willpower was a bit foreign to a sand puppet. He would see the word in books, but today,
Seeing how hard Ai Hui was fighting, he truly felt that this was willpower.
Ai Hui was truly amazing.
Just then, Ai Hui rushed past him. Immediately afterward, a heavy kick came down from the sky. Bang! It landed heavily on the ground, another near miss.
Seeing the opponent so close, Xuanhuan didn't expect to be attacked. His attention was all on Ai Hui, and the attack came from the air. Huff! A cloud of sand suddenly burst apart, enveloping Xuanhuan like lightning.
A layer of fine sand even burrowed under Xuanhuan's palms, creating a thin layer of sand between Xuanhuan's palms and the ground. Caught off guard, Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically, with the addition of fine sand between his palms and the ground.
His connection to Earthfire spiderweb was affected, and his surroundings immediately became somewhat blurred. Sha sha sha! Countless grains of sand rubbed together. The sound of sand rubbing reached Ai Hui, whose consciousness was somewhat scattered.
It exploded in his mind like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds and illuminating his dazed brain. Let's agree on a signal code. We'll use the sound of sand rubbing. Don't make the sound too loud, just a little bit. I can hear.
Ai Hui's scattered pupils suddenly contracted, and his aura suddenly changed. He adjusted his posture and slammed his right leg into the ground. Squeak! The harsh sound of the sole of his shoe rubbing against the ground was accompanied by a wisp of green smoke.
Ai Hui's body tilted so far that it was almost parallel to the ground. His hands subconsciously grabbed the ground to maintain balance, stopping his momentum. Ai Hui unreservedly poured in the last bit of his strength and his only remaining elemental power.
Using both hands and feet, he propelled himself like a spring, crashing into the figure enveloped in yellow sand. Ai Hui's body was slightly arched in mid-air. The moment his back touched something solid, his body made its most instinctive reaction.
Bang! Unlike the explosive sound of Xuanhuan's heavy legs, this explosive sound was unusually muffled, as if coming from the depths of the earth. Yet it possessed an even more inspiring power.
Yellow sand scattered in all directions like a rainstorm. Xuanhuan's figure is like being hit head-on by a rampaging rhinoceros. Bang! He crashed directly into the isolation barrier, flattening against it like dough. After a moment,
he slid down from the isolation barrier, limp and lifeless. The referee on the sidelines rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief after checking his fine. Just unconscious, the arena was silent. Everyone was stunned speechless by the reversal.
That fish archer's back had completely drained Ai Hui of his last bit of strength. He couldn't even move a finger now. Shashush! Countless grains of yellow sand rolled on the floor, like streams converging. After a moment,
a large pool of yellow sand gathered in front of Ai Hui. It was Lu Lan. The yellow sand tunneled under Ai Hui, lifting him up and gliding towards the edge of the arena like quicksand. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. A deathly silence.
They hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the previous moment. The yellow sand didn't carry Ai Hui towards the entrance, but instead slid directly to the front of the dojo owner. Poof! The mist soulgrass was spat out by the quicksand,
landing on the owner's table. Then a portion of the quicksand transformed into a palm, opened and extended towards the owner. The owner was stunned. After a full 10 seconds, the sand hand impatiently slapped the table in front of the owner a few times.
Then gestured to the owner, repeatedly rubbing its thumb and forefinger together. The owner suddenly understood, hurriedly brought the prize money, and placed it on the yellow sand palm. Only then did the yellow sand carry Ai Hui away.
In utter silence and stunned amazement, leisurely departing. Chapter 33, Repercussions. Shi Xueman consecutively broke 26 wooden stakes and shattered 37 iron targets before stopping, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from her face.
After this bout of venting, the pent-up anger in her heart was greatly relieved. She had been quite pleased with herself for coming up with the idea of blind combat, but she never expected that reality would slap her hard in the face.
Ever since she met that damned bastard last time, Shi Xueman felt like she had started to have bad luck. Everything had become unsatisfactory. She saw Uncle Yongzheng rushing in, and she couldn't help but stop, a glimmer of expectation rising in her heart.
Could it be news about that bastard? Miss, just received news that young Master Xuanhuan was knocked unconscious at a dojo. Shi Xueman was stunned for a moment before reacting. Ah, Xuanhuan, he was knocked unconscious. How is he now?
She had known Xuanhuan since she was little. The two families had a good relationship and could be considered family friends. Xuanhuan was 2 years younger than her. In her eyes, he had always been a little kid. When he was young,
he always followed her around like a tag-along. She never expected that he would grow up a little and his talent would begin to show, becoming the first young person in the Zhu family to comprehend the fire web heavenly spider transformation. After that,
Shi Xueman rarely saw him. He was probably locked up at home to cultivate. As the only seedling in the new generation, the Zhu family's attention to him definitely surpassed that of others. This was the same for Shi Xueman.
But she was more sensible and had higher requirements for herself, not needing others to urge her. On the contrary, Her family didn't have much control over her. Yongjin said the Zhu family has sent someone to take him back. That's good.
Shi Xueman breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression immediately became serious. What is the opponent's background? Still don't know. Recently, many foreign experts have come to Pine City to experience blind combat. Yong continued.
All that's known is that the opponent is an earth elementalist with a very intelligent sand puppet. He defeated young Master Xuanhuan in a blind combat match. Blind fight. Shi Xueman was taken aback. Her first reaction was that bastard from last time.
But the opponent was an earth elementalist. That didn't make sense. Shi Xueman had an incredibly vivid memory of every detail of their last encounter. Although she could determine the other party's identity, she was certain they weren't an earth elementalist.
Moreover, even if it was that bastard, it was unlikely he could defeat Xuanhuan in a blind fight. The Shi and Zhu families were old friends. Shi Xueman knew more about the Zhu family's secret techniques than most people.
She had long heard that Xuanhuan had opened 2 palaces. Once you open 2 palaces with the Fire Web Heavenly Spider transformation, you can learn the Earth Fire Spider Web, the Earth Fire Spider Web, which could detect movements around you like a spider web.
Was a true weapon for blind fights. It could even be said that blind fights were tailor-made for Xuanhuan. In a normal match, Shi Xueman was 80% sure she could defeat Xuanhuan. But if it was a blind fight,
Shi Xueman knew she would definitely be completely defeated. Xuanhuan was actually defeated in a blind fight, and he was knocked unconscious. The shock in Shi Xueman's heart was unimaginable. She searched her mind,
looking for any powerful earth elementalists in the sensory ground who could defeat Xuanhuan in a blind fight. There were many earth elementalist students stronger than Xuanhuan, but she didn't know anyone who could beat him in a blind fight.
She gradually calmed down her shock and said, "It's also a good thing for him. It'll keep him from being arrogant." Yongjang glanced at his young mistress, inwardly smiling wryly. When he first heard the news, he was also stunned.
The recent events in Pine Forest City could only be described as turbulent. He had been here for many years and had become accustomed to the city's tranquility. In the sensory ground, Pine Forest City was a small place, with no real experts.
The sudden rise of blind fights had brought a different change to Pine Forest City. It was conceivable that the news of Xuanhuan's defeat and unconsciousness, as well as the mysterious Earth Elementalist, would soon spread. At that,
it would probably attract more experts. Moreover, their own dojo and the young mistress, a woman of influence, were hidden here. If outsiders found out, Pine Forest City would be lively. Well, none of this was his business to worry about. Then,
when he thought that he was the one who came up with the idea of blind fights, he could only smile wryly. Shi Xueman suddenly said, "Find out about this Earth Elementalist." Yongjang nodded. Yes.
The news of Xuanhuan's defeat by a mysterious Earth Elementalist spread throughout Pine Forest City with astonishing speed. This was because Xuanhuan was too famous. Although Xuanhuan's 2-palace realm wasn't much in the sensory ground,
having the secret technique of Fire Web Heavenly Spider transformation was enough. The Zhu family had a long history. In every generation of the Zhu family,
those who comprehended the Fire Web Heavenly Spider transformation all became experts after the age of 30. Xuanhuan had already demonstrated his amazing talent. His current strength was only limited by his age.
Comprehending the secret technique at such a young age led people to believe that his future was even brighter. Moreover, a unique skill is a unique skill, even if only 2 palaces are opened.
Xuanhuan's strength is in no way inferior to those students who have opened 4 palaces. Xuanhuan, who entered the induction ground with the halo of the number 1 of the new generation of the Zhu family, may not be known to everyone. But in terms of fame,
he surpasses any student in Songjian City. Even Duan Huang, the number 1 genius in Songjian City, is far less famous than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's defeat in Songjian City caused a sensational effect in Songjian City, as one can imagine.
The entire city was discussing who the mysterious earth cultivator was. Moreover, the impact of this incident was not limited to Songjian City.
Many outstanding students from other cities were very interested in the unique blind battle in Songjian City after hearing about it, and came here admiringly. No one knows how miserable Ai Hui and Lulan, one of the protagonists in the entire incident, are.
With a crash, Lulan slid down the wall like a pile of quicksand. Ai Hui, how do you feel? The quicksand like Lulan slid to Ai Hui's side. Ai Hui looked much more miserable, his whole body wrapped in circles and circles of white bandages.
Looking just right arm hanging in front of his chest, inside the main hall of the training hall, Ai Hui, half lying on the rattan chair, chewed on green grass in his mouth, muttering vaguely, "Terrible, Lulan, okay?"
Xiao said that Lulan would not be able to stand up again until 3 days later, and he would not be able to help Ai Hui with treatment before that. Lulan said, "Ai Hui, would you like to find a wood cultivator doctor to treat you first?" "No need.
Anyway, it's not urgent for 3 days. When you get better, treat me again."
I'm a poor ghost.
Okay, Lulan did not object. The quicksand wrapped around the pillar next to Ai Hui like a snake and climbed upwards,
reaching the same height as Ai Hui's head. Lulan, thank you so much yesterday, Ai Hui said suddenly. Why should Ai Hui thank Lulan? Isn't this what should be done? Lulan asked, somewhat puzzled.
him talking about not forgetting to ask for the bonus when I left.
Ai Hui looked up at his mouth. So much money. I'm rich. I'm rich.
The bonus for yesterday's match with Zhu Yan was indeed very generous, as Xuanhuan,
which was simply a huge sum of money for Ai Hui. We won. Lulan's tone was full of joy. He was extremely happy to be able to win his first actual battle, and he played a very important role. Nothing could make Lulan more satisfied than this.
Ai Hui suddenly asked with concern, by the way, what did Xiao say about your body? Chapter 34, sharing the money. Lulan had told Ai about the various strange things about his body after returning. Ai Hui was very surprised.
He was also very familiar with the mist soul grass. The restraint effect of mist soul grass on sand puppets is not omnipotent, but if the sand puppet is not of high grade, the restraint effect will be very obvious, especially like yesterday.
When the whole mist soul grass was inserted into Lulan's head, Lulan could still see, which was very surprising. Ai Hui had always found Xiao Shifu to be mysterious and formidable. Many aspects of Lulan would surprise him.
Ai Hui had seen many sand puppets, but Lulan was the most unique one. Xiao Shifu said that he had used many of his original ideas on me. He didn't expect it to have such an effect. He doesn't know what it'll become in the end.
Because many of the technologies are brand new, I'm an unknown, to be precise, I'm an experiment. Xiao Shifu said that my performance surprised him. He hadn't thought that I could fight. Xiao Shifu needs some time to think about my current state.
Lulan sounded happy at the end. Obviously, being able to surprise Xiao Shifu made him quite happy. Of course you can fight, Ai Hui said with absolute certainty. I think you have the potential to be an advanced combat sand puppet. Really, really.
Like a child being praised. Of course, Ai Hui suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, there's one more thing we haven't done. What is it? Lulan asked curiously. Ai Hui, who had been on the verge of death on the rattan chair,
was now as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His immense ambition almost bursting out of him. The thick bandages couldn't hide it. Dividing the money. Divide the money. Lulan did understand. Of course we have to divide the money.
You get half of the bonus, Ai Hui said matter-of-factly. Lulan was stunned for a moment before saying, no need to divide it. Lulan is a sand puppet. Who says sand puppets don't get a share? Ai Hui retorted as a matter of course. He then said seriously,
regardless of whether you're a sand puppet or not, we fought side by side. We're partners. You deserve half the credit. Of course you get half the money. That's the rule. But there are no buts, Ai Hui said decisively. That's settled.
From now on, I won't give you a share of the first 100,000. I fought that one alone. The bonus for the second match is 500 and we each get 250,000. Take it quickly, lest I feel the pain of seeing it. 0,000.
Ai Hui's tone was excited. 350,000 was an unprecedented amount of money for him. We're rich. Those were the only 4 words on his mind. He imagined bowls and bowls of replenishing yuan soup floating before his eyes.
Their tempting aroma. He couldn't help but swallow. Heavens, this country bumpkin has never seen so much money. Ai Hui asked in a dreamlike tone. Lulan, what are you going to do with the money? Lulan was a little dazed.
You don't even know how to spend money. Huh, Lulan, you're so stupid, Ai Hui said sleepily, his voice slurred. Lulan really didn't know. He had never thought that he could get a share of the money. Since his birth,
he had come into contact with a lot of money. Xiao Shifu had to buy materials, groceries and so on, but he had never had money of his own. Even if he helps others, no one would give him money. He is a sand puppet.
Isn't it natural for sand puppets to help humans? But today he received his first money in life. The first money that belonged to him. This sudden money brought him a huge shock. He involuntarily looked at Ai Hui, who was sound asleep.
Smacking his lips as if he was eating something, Lulan silently watched Ai Hui. The words he had just spoken were still echoing in his mind. Regardless of whether you are a sand puppet or not, we fight side by side. We are part.
You deserve half of the credit, and of course you deserve half of the money. These are the rules. Partners. An unprecedented emotion surged in Lulan's heart. He didn't know how to describe this feeling, but he felt that he would remember this day. On this day,
Lulan finally had money of his own. On this day he was regarded as a partner, not a tool. He felt that something he was missing was quietly filled. It was as if a glimmer of life was nourishing the cold and barren land. In just this moment,
he understood that he was different from before. He didn't know how to describe this change, but he knew that he was already different. Xuanhuan, aren't there classes today? A friend who was about to go out shouted at the locked door. In the room,
Duamu Xuanhuan's face was close to the mirror, looking at the still clearly visible swelling and palm prints on his face. His eyes twitched, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Not going, then we're leaving. The friend turned and left.
Discussing as they walked, what's wrong with Xuanhuan recently? He doesn't even go to class. He never skipped class before. Maybe he's sick. Didn't he catch a cold before? Oh right, it seems like he was also tortured by the instructors of the Yinghua Win Society.
So inhuman.
Glad we didn't join. Get a rest. We wanted to join but could get in. Okay, do you think everyone is Xuanhuan? So handsome, women love him to death, and he's so talented. He's the #1 genius in our Songjian city.
Duamu Xuanhuan's face was livid. At this moment, he wished he could cover his ears. The discussion of his friends outside drilled into his ears. Looking at the swollen face in the mirror, every sentence was like a knife in his chest. Damn cold.
He was actually knocked unconscious by that guy. He could feel his face burning. The thought of that detestable fellow, Ai Hui, curing his cold in such a humiliating way made his face burn.
The memory of being pointed at by so many women on the street that day made his face feel like it was on fire. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt the face in the mirror was even more swollen than before. Deformed like a steamed bun.
His elegant and handsome jawline was gone, his features completely distorted, and his charming eyes had turned into light bulbs.
Too humiliating, too shameful.
This is an irreconcilable hatred. Just you wait. Xuanhuan.
We'll definitely not let you off. Just then, someone outside the window shouted, I heard that Duamu Xuanhuan is the #1 expert in Songjian City. I go Tianing. Have come to challenge him. Duamu Xuanhuan, do you dare to come out and fight?
Duamu Xuanhuan, don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight. How disappointing, the challenger shouted, his voice carrying far. Duamu Xuanhuan was trembling with anger, but when he saw his swollen face in the mirror,
all his impulsiveness vanished. If he went out like this, he would become the biggest joke in Songjian City tomorrow. Ai Hui, just you wait. Chapter 35. Harvest and Outbreak. Ai Hui waved his arms. He felt strong enough to kill a bull.
Lulan's craftsmanship was indeed trustworthy. Lulan, I'm going to cultivate now. Ai Hui, with his backpack filled with prepared dry food and water, waved goodbye to Lulan. Lulan burst into a puff of yellow sand,
transforming into a tightly clenched yellow sand fist. Ai Hui, go for it. Ai Hui laughed out loud, tightened his backpack, and walked out of the gates of the Bingfeng dojo, walking down the street.
Ai Hui clearly felt that there were many more people than usual. Before long, he realized that the vast majority of these people were students from other cities, all coming for the blind battle.
He overheard them excitedly discussing which experts they had seen. Some mysterious earth cultivator, and someone named Zhu Yan. Ai Hui was completely bewildered. He hadn't heard of any of them.
He had long forgotten that he had once impersonated an earth cultivator, but soon, he heard something he could understand. Have you heard? Gu Tianing challenged Duamu Xuanhuan, but unfortunately, Duamu Xuanhuan couldn't fight due to a cold.
That's a pity.
I've seen Gu Tianing's strength. Strong, has ranked 49th in the induction field. That's a top 50 master, and a battle maniac. Duamu Xuanhuan is the #1 genius of Pinejane City, the most outstanding disciple of the Duamu family.
It would definitely be a clash of dragons and tigers. That's right, it's bad timing. At the beginning, Gu Tianing thought Duamu Xuanhuan was making excuses. Later he found out, he really caught a cold. He hasn't been to class for several days. What a shame.
Ai Hui listened to this with a sneer in his heart. He greatly despised Duamu Xuanhuan. What cold? Who are you kidding? If he hadn't healed him personally, he would have been fooled by this nonsense. He looks decent enough, but his character seems really bad.
Walking along, he cursed his classmate a few times in his heart. Before he had walked 10 meters, Ai Hui had already thrown the matter to the back of his mind. Ai Hui never cared about things that had nothing to do with him.
Although Duamu Xuanhuan was his classmate, in Ai Hui's eyes, he was no different from a stranger. Ai Hui was full of vigilance, alienation, and indifference towards the world. He didn't care about what happened to the world.
Whether it was destruction or prosperity, he only cared about his own little world. The word friend had a completely different meaning for Ai Hui. The fatty was mercenary, stingy, greedy, timid, and afraid of death, but in reality he was soft-hearted, kind,
and a pushover. The fatty was the one who buried most of the sacrificed coolies. Only the fatty would do such a thing. Ai Hui wouldn't. He didn't think it had any meaning. He only cared about the fatty. They were friends in life and death.
The fatty had saved his life, more than once. The worst time was when the team was attacked by a group of desolate beasts. Half of the team's elementalists died, and the coolies were almost wiped out. Ai Hui was seriously injured and unconscious.
The fatty trembled as he pulled him out of the pile of dead bodies. The elementalist adults were already panicked. They just wanted to go back quickly. No one cared about them. The fatty carried him on his back and ran with the team for 5 days.
He lost 10 kilograms in 5 days. That was the only time the fatty had ever lost weight. He would never forget the scene of the fatty hugging him and crying loudly when he opened his eyes for the first time after he regained consciousness.
Now there was Lulan. Perhaps because Lulan was a sand puppet, Ai Hui was much less vigilant. He thought it was good this way. He could focus all his energy on cultivation. His world was so small. His world only needed to be this big.
Ai Hui walked quickly. No one noticed the young man carrying a worn-out cloth bag. Although he had just earned a fortune of 350 the Alozen, Ai Hui was reluctant to spend it. The old cloth bag was still the old cloth bag.
And the dry food was still the hard, dry pancake. There would be plenty of times when he needed money. This blind battle also made Ai Hui understand how naive his idea of making money through blind battles was, even if he joined forces with Lulan.
The last victory was just a fluke. Such luck was unlikely to happen again. Now the blind battle in Songjian City was famous far and wide, and more experts were pouring in. The possibility of his victory had become increasingly smaller. Before,
he could rely on his familiarity with night battles to gain an advantage. But in the face of various wonderful techniques and absolute elemental power, how insignificant was his experience? Experience can never replace strength. Otherwise,
he wouldn't need to come to the induction ground to learn. When he was almost at the suspended golden pagoda, he encountered 2 local guards who reminded him that there were wild animals in the suspended golden pagoda, and to be careful.
Ai Hui was a little surprised. It had only been a few days since he had been here, and there were wild animals already. He still thanked them for their kindness. It seemed that he had to be careful. Ai Hui perked up.
He was someone who had been in the wilderness, so naturally he wouldn't be careless at all. Arriving at the suspended golden pagoda, Ai Hui carefully examined the surrounding environment. It was no different from when he left.
There were no traces of wild animals. Ai Hui was a little puzzled. Although he didn't know how the guards made their judgment, Ai Hui trusted his own judgment more. He had a lot of experience in this area. He found the nude, back iron armor that he had hidden.
Seeing that his nude, back iron armor was safe and sound, Ai Hui was relieved. This set of nude, back iron armor cost a lot of money and could be considered his important property. Donning the iron armor and putting on the iron chains,
Ai Hui began his unique cultivation. When Ai Hui once again jumped into the suspended golden pagoda, he felt something different from before. The golden wind still penetrated his bones.
But the pain brought by the golden yuan silver needles was much less than before. This attracted Ai Hui's attention. After careful feeling and observation, he realized that there were subtle changes in his muscles.
His muscles had become more resilient and the texture had become more compact. Originally, his muscles were like straw, and the golden yuan silver needles were like steel needles, piercing into his body and causing unbearable pain. Now,
his muscles had become more resilient, like straw turning into bamboo silk, so the pain was naturally reduced a lot. The golden yuan power contained in the golden yuan silver needles was much more condensed than ordinary golden yuan power.
And the improvement effect on muscles was more obvious than ordinary golden yuan power. This made Ai Hui feel excited. He knew he had found the right path. His affinity was not enough, but his tolerance was relatively strong.
Although the absorption efficiency was not high, he could absorb higher-level elemental power. Higher-level elemental power had a better effect on tempering the body. Nothing was more exciting than finding one's own path.
Ai Hui persisted for a longer time this time than before. The days immediately became fulfilling. Ai Hui enjoyed the monotonous cultivation. Whether it was absorbing elemental energy or practicing the fish arches its back, he was filled with passion.
Fish arches its back used to be just a move Ai Hui used to disperse the golden and silver filaments of energy within his body. But the last blind battle made him realize that if this move was practiced well, its power would be very strong.
Experts with unique skills who had opened their 2 palaces were knocked unconscious by his fish arches its back. It's definitely his strongest move. Ai Hui brought a whole month's worth of dry rations and even found a water source 3 miles away.
He began to practice diligently day and night in the remote and deserted suspended gold pagoda. For him, this was not Kulian bitter practice. No one knew how much he longed to be able to ignore everything and concentrate on cultivation when he was in the wilderness.
Too happy. The feeling of being able to sweat every day is really too happy. Feeling his progress every day. Very small progress, but very solid, very fulfilling. Yes. His world is so small, he never thought about saving the world.
Never thought about being a great hero. Just cultivating steadily every day, without worrying about beast attacks, without worrying about what to do tomorrow. Isn't this kind of life happy? He can't imagine what a happier life would be like.
He wishes that this kind of life could go on forever. A month's time, for Ai Hui, who was immersed in cultivation, was like a blink of an eye. It wasn't until he reached for his old cloth bag again and found it empty that he realized that a month had passed.
Ai Hui didn't waste a second in a month. He took off his naked, back iron armor, his face full of surprise. The extent of his progress was so great that even he himself couldn't believe it. In the sunlight, his skin faintly glowed with a layer of metallic sheen.
He had seen this phenomena on some elemental cultivators, but those were true elemental cultivators. His skin has become harder. He tried to scratch it with a sharp stone chip, leaving only a shallow mark. His strength has increased significantly.
The muscles tempered by golden elemental energy can unleash greater power. He used to be quite strong, but now his strength has become even more astonishing. Without using elemental energy, his strength is increased by about 50%.
The increase in elemental energy in his body is even more obvious. The previous elemental energy was as thin as hair strands. Now, the elemental energy in Ai Hui's body has grown as thick as toothpicks.
The increase in elemental energy brings an all-round increase in Ai Hui's combat power. His fish arc as its back is much more powerful than before, as can be seen from the large dent in the suspended gold pagoda.
Although the tower wall of the suspended gold pagoda was dented last time, it could only be seen up close. But now, the dent is very obvious and can be easily found. At this rate, in another 2 months, Ai Hui felt that he could try to Xuanhuan charge the palace gate.
Now, Ai Hui wasn't as eager to rush to the Chong mansion, because he could feel his progress. Tempering his body hadn't reached a bottleneck yet, so he wasn't in a hurry.
His experiences in the wilderness had taught him that a strong body was essential at all times. He had seen some elemental cultivators who, despite their profound elemental power, had perished in the wilderness due to their weak bodies.
Since he now had the conditions, why not make his body even stronger? Knowing that his path was correct, Ai Hui's anxious heart calmed down. He had read so many sword manuals.
But the sword manuals of those great sects all emphasized the importance of a strong foundation. Every sword sect with 10,000 years of heritage did so. There must be a reason. Suddenly thinking of Lulan's key replenishing soup,
Ai Hui's mouth began to water, and he rushed towards Songjian City like a gust of wind. He didn't know the earth-shattering events that had occurred outside during the past month. The defeated Zuyan secluded himself for arduous training.
He issued a challenge to that mysterious earth cultivator, agreeing to a decisive battle in half a year. The challenge was posted in the branches of every city in the induction ground. Shi Xueman was also training hard.
She felt that her strength was not enough to defeat her enemy. In order to hone her combat power, she was preparing for an even more arduous seclusion. Songjian City has become the most sought-after city in the entire induction ground.
The trend of blind battles swept through the induction ground. This brand new competition system attracted the interest of the entire induction ground. Even the masters would often explain the skills of blind battles during class.
Some schools with keen senses and open minds were even preparing to open blind battle courses. But during this month, the most popular person in the entire Songjian City belonged to only one person, Xuanhuan.
Xuanhuan was known as the #1 genius of Songjian City, one of the most promising geniuses among this year's freshmen, and the only relatively well-known student in Songjian City.
As the blind battles in Songjian City attracted a large number of experts from other places, Songjian City was full of experts. Naturally, some people thought of challenging Xuanhuan. In particular, Xuanhuan's refusal to Guining's challenge.
Although with the excuse of catching a cold, many people still sneered at Xuanhuan and looked down on him. There were even many rumors about Xuanhuan being outwardly strong but inwardly weak,
which led many students who wanted to make a name for themselves to challenge Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan broke out. In a week, he defeated 9 seniors who had been in school for more than 4 years, and the rumors came to an abrupt end.
But this was just the beginning. Xuanhuan, who was full of anger, was not satisfied with such results. In the second week, he took the initiative to go to various dojos to challenge various experts. 15 consecutive victories in 1 week.
Among them was even a master who had opened 6 palaces. Such terrifying achievements immediately made Xuanhuan's name resound throughout the induction ground. However, Xuanhuan, who was blinded by the killing, had no intention of letting go.
The third week, he fought his way out of Pine Shade City. Challenged Gu Tianing, who ranked 49th in the induction ground. Challenged Kui Yuan, who ranked 33rd. Challenged Fuha, who ranked 25th. A complete victory, for a time.
The entire induction ground was silent. In the newly released induction ground rankings, he ranked 17th, becoming the only freshman in the top 20, and also the leading figure among this year's freshmen in the history of the induction ground.
There are only a handful of freshmen who have reached such heights. The radiant Xuanhuan, with such dreamlike achievements, leaped into the ranks of the top powerhouses in the induction ground.
His amazing talent even alarmed the higher-ups of the induction ground. In order to allow him to receive better guidance, the induction ground allowed him to directly enter the advanced learning area.
Countless schools in the advanced learning area were alerted and moved. Taking advantage of the fact that Xuanhuan had not yet returned to Pine Shade Academy, they intercepted him halfway, hoping to introduce this genius boy,
who was regarded as a once-in-a-century talent, with various generous conditions. However, to everyone's surprise, Duanmu Huanghan refused them all. Duanmu Huanghan issued a public statement,
claiming that he would only stay in Pine Shade Academy and was only willing to accept Master Sis guidance. This result, which no one had expected, silenced the induction ground again. But this time everyone's evaluation of Duanmu Huanghan was much higher.
believing that this young man had the style of an ancient sage, not forgetting his roots and valuing relationships. Duanmu Huanghan's glorious image was sublimated again, his handsome appearance, evil charm,
and innate coldness immediately turned him into the dream lover of the induction grounds girls. Countless girls left their branch academies and followed Duanmu Huanghan to challenge experts from all walks of life. Wherever he went,
he was accompanied by countless beauties. The originally unknown Pine Shade Academy became famous and became the envy of branch academies in various cities. And today is the day Duanmu Huanghan returns to Pine Shade City. Nightmare.
I didn't expect student Duanmu Tong to be so powerful. Yes, and his character is so good. He is willing to stay in Pine Shade Academy and values relationships so much. I used to misunderstand him. That's right.
It seems that student Duanmu is the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Today is the day Duanmu Huanghan returns to Pine Shade City. When the school learned the news,
they specially organized all the teachers and students to hold a welcome ceremony. Whether it was the masters or the students, everyone's faces were full of joy. This was an unprecedented honor in the history of Pine Shade Academy.
Entering the top 20 of the induction ground as a freshman brought not only fame but also tangible benefits to Pine Shade Academy. As long as Duanmu Huanghan can be retained, Pine Shade Academy can reap a large number of points every year.
The points that Duanmu Huanghan alone brings to Pine Shade Academy exceed the sum of other students. Points are related to Pine Shade Academy's future rating and resource supply. Duanmu Huanghan is now a veritable golden goose.
Duanmu Huanghan's astonishing achievement was completely beyond the Academy's expectations, and Duanmu Huanghan's public statement that he would stay at Songjian Academy was like a huge pie falling from the sky, directly into the Academy's mouth.
That's why there was this welcome ceremony. Whether it was the instructors or the students, they were all willing at this moment. The benefits that Duanmu Huanghan brought to the Academy will be reflected in all aspects. The instructors' salaries and benefits,
and the students' cultivation resources will all be improved to varying degrees. But even more eye-catching were the girls of Songjian Academy. Duanmu Huanghan was already incredibly popular among the girls of Songjian Academy.
And now that Duanmu Huanghan has become the idol of the entire sensory field, these girls are even more crazy about him. Sisters, cheer up. We can't let the little goblins from other academies outshine us. Exactly, our Huanghan.
What makes them think they can have him? If they want to lay a finger on our Huanghan,
They'll have to ask me first.
charity begins at home.
Let those sluts get as far away as possible.
We need to let Huanghan know who really loves him.
The girls wore their favorite gorgeous clothes, dressed to the nines, each one more beautiful than the last. Starting from the city gate, the teachers and students of Songjian Academy have already occupied both sides of the street.
Preparing to welcome him on both sides, the welcoming team stretches endlessly. From the city gate all the way to the school gate of Songjian Academy, the merchants on both sides of the street also hung colorful flags.
Each dojo also sent their staff to put up banners. The bosses were all smiling from ear to ear. Recently, business has been booming for each of them. The wallets around their waists don't know how much they've swollen.
The popularity of blind battles has made the business of various dojos in Songjian City hot. Songjian City has clearly become the birthplace of blind battles. With this sign, their business will be hot for a while.
But they are also very clear that this kind of heat cannot last. Blind battles are still a novelty to everyone. But after a while, once the novelty wears off, business will plummet. However, what surprised them was the sudden appearance of Duanmu Huanghan.
The radiant Duanmu Huanghan, as long as he stays in Songjian City will not be an obscure and remote small city. What is the concept of the top 20 in the sensory field? That is an existence to be admired. In other words,
the sign of Songjian City before was blind battles, and now the only sign of Songjian City will be one, and that is Duanmu Huanghan. In the eyes of business-savvy bosses, Duanmu Huanghan is definitely a rare commodity.
In addition to his powerful strength and prominent family background, he entered the top 20 as a first-year student. There is absolutely no problem in hyping a genius of the century. Today's Duanmu Huanghan is already a leading figure among the new students.
How many people will come to challenge him? How many topics will there be in the future? What's more, Duanmu Huanghan also has a face that is beautiful enough to make women jealous. Think about those women who have lost their minds.
That's countless walking money. Whose money is easiest to earn? Women. The fame of Pine Forest City is on the rise. This benefits everyone. Almost the entire population of the city turned out. Pine Forest City had never seen such a remarkable genius.
Everyone was filled with curiosity, not to mention the top 20 students. Pine Forest City hadn't even produced anyone in the top 100. The highest ranked student from Pine Forest Academy in the past was only 292nd.
A ball of fire cloud flew rapidly through the air. Xuanhuan sat on it, his handsome and alluring face showing fatigue. Challenging so many strong opponents in a row was a huge burden, both mentally and physically.
Looking at the outline of Pine Forest City in the distance, he let out a long breath. To get rid of those crazed female students he had left in the dead of night, these days had been a nightmare for him, ever since Fu's task.
He felt like he was plagued by bad luck. He had been holding back a fire in his heart. Later on, this fire grew bigger and bigger. Just thinking about the days he had been through, especially when he thought about Gu Tianning's open challenge,
which he had to refuse because of his swollen face, earning him the reputation of a coward. This had already made Duanmu Huangyan feel utterly humiliated. Who would have thought that even nobodies wanted to step on his shoulders?
The pent-up anger in Duanmu Huangyan suddenly exploded. So without saying a word, he directly beat those who challenged him into pig heads. Not only that, in his fury, he directly stormed into various dojos,
beating the out-of-town experts who came to experience blind combat to a pulp. Even so, Duanmu Huangyan's anger was still not completely vented. No one knew how much he needed to vent, so he went straight out of Pine Forest City.
The first one he targeted was Gu Tianning, who made him feel so aggrieved. Thinking about the day he looked in the mirror and saw his swollen face, listening to the challengers outside, his proud soul felt an unspeakable humiliation later on.
Duanmu Huangyan went completely berserk. The anger in his chest that was about to explode made him hear only one voice in his mind. He needed to vent. He needed to vent. After challenging two more strong opponents in a row,
Duanmu Huangyan was finally exhausted. The anger in his chest had finally been somewhat vented. His mood became much calmer. As for the invitations from other academies, he didn't even look at them and threw them all into the trash can. Where you fall,
you must rise. Going to other academies, would that be making it easy for Ai Hui? Their score hadn't been settled yet. He would absolutely not leave Pine Forest Academy. Recalling his swollen face,
the killing intent in his chest was somewhat difficult to restrain. And that even more terrible scene he didn't even have the courage to recall. That damned Ai Hui was his nightmare. He had to get rid of this nightmare. He saw the city
and the crowd welcoming him behind the city gate. He straightened his clothes and restored the cold and alluring aura on his face. He raised his chin and stood proudly, able to return like a hero. His vanity was greatly satisfied. All eyes were on him.
The fire cloud slowly came to a stop at the city gate. Everyone behind the city gate unconsciously held their breath. Duanmu Huangyan's handsome and indifferent face was captivating. His tall and slender figure exuded extraordinary temperament.
The gorgeous clothes, covered in dust, seemed to tell of the glory and feats after a great battle. The unparalleled genius who emerged from the sensing ground, the absolute idol of the new generation. The fire cloud steadied a few inches above the ground.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Duanmu Huangyan, like a hero, with immense radiance, stepped off the fire cloud with restraint and composure.
Oh, it's you, classmate Bangwan!
The voice from his nightmare suddenly rang out from behind without warning.
Duanmu Huangyan's pupils dilated instantly, and his body instinctively stiffened. His outstretched foot faltered, and he missed his step. Thump! Duanmu Huangyan fell straight to the ground like a wooden stake.
Inside and outside the city gate, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 37 Noodle Shop. Ai Hui originally didn't plan to greet Duanmu Huangyan. They weren't familiar. He could just pretend he didn't see him and move on.
Who knew that Duanmu Huangyan's fire cloud would stop right in the middle of the city gate, blocking the way, and not move for a long time? Getting off the fire cloud was as slow as a turtle. Ai Hui waited for ages and couldn't bear it any longer.
The guy was still dawdling, so he had to greet him to remind classmate Bangwan that there were people behind him and he should hurry up. As a result, watching Duanmu Huangyan smash his face into the dirt, Ai Hui felt great contempt in his heart.
His mental fortitude was really terrible. His voice was so soft, yet he still stumbled. If he encountered those roaring wild beasts in the wilderness, wouldn't he be scared out of his wits? Well, maybe all kids are like this.
Ai Hui always thought Duanmu Huangyan was very childish. Ai Hui never overthinks things other than cultivation. As for why there were so many people at the city gate, what did it have to do with him? The training hall was still spotless.
Lulan's cleaning skills were still as high as ever, but Lulan wasn't around. Ai Hui took a refreshing shower. Lulan hasn't come yet. Looks like there's no soup to drink today. Ai Hui's dream was shattered. Ai Hui saw that it was still early.
He decided to noodles.
That's right, eat noodles! 150 for a bowl of noodles!
He was, after all, a rich man with a fortune of 350,000. Today he would eat his fill of noodles. Thinking of the noodles from that shop, Ai Hui,
who had been eating flatbread for a month, drooled. Without saying a word, he went straight out the door. Shi Xueman wandered aimlessly through the streets of Penagap City. She had heard about Xuanhuan's grand performance today, but unfortunately,
she didn't witness it in person. Uncle Yongjing said that Xuanhuan had stumbled when jumping off the fire cloud due to exhaustion. Everyone was marveling at how hard-earned Xuanhuan's achievements were this time. Shi Xueman admired him somewhat.
Challenging 3 top 50 experts in a week was an unprecedented feat. It was no wonder he was exhausted. She barely made it into the top 100 in her first year. No wonder Xuanhuan was hailed as a genius once in a century. However,
she wasn't interested in Xuanhuan. She was only interested in the mysterious expert who had defeated her. She had also wondered if that mysterious expert was Xuanhuan, but she quickly dismissed the idea.
Xuanhuan's aristocratic demeanor was too obvious. The mysterious expert's temperament was completely different. To avoid being recognized, Shi Xueman wore a yuan power mask. At this moment, she looked like an ordinary female student.
Ever since the blind war incident, she would come to Pine City whenever she had time. After coming so many times, she gradually became familiar with Pine City. Today's cultivation had already ended.
And the feeling of aimlessly wandering the streets was actually quite nice. A waft of fragrance floated in the air, and Shi Xueman suddenly felt a little hungry. She turned her face and looked in the direction of the fragrance, only to find a noodle shop.
She rarely ate out, or rather, she rarely ate food other than yuan food. Because of cultivation, she had strict control over her diet. The food she usually ate was specially formulated yuan food that could improve her cultivation effect.
She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist the fragrance that kept wafting over. It wasn't mealtime, and there weren't many people in the restaurant. The owner was busy braising beef, and the aroma was overflowing. She walked into the shop,
sat down casually, and ordered a bowl of noodles. Just then a figure rushed in and sat down at another table directly opposite her. "Boss, give me 5 bowls of noodles!" Shi Xueman glanced over. It was a boy, and he looked a bit familiar.
It seemed like she had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a while, she remembered the last time she came to Pine City and saw the city full of blind war banners. She was in a bad mood, and there was an annoying guy across the street gloating.
Was this the guy? Shi Xueman thought of the last time she was full of confidence but ended up making a big mistake, and she felt a little embarrassed. She didn't have much resentment towards the boy opposite her. The other party didn't recognize her.
And she was in a bad mood at the time, and it seemed like she had glared at him. She chuckled to herself. Just then, the noodles were served, and she lowered her head to eat. The noodles tasted fresh and rich.
Completely different from the yuan food she usually ate. She could stop eating, however. Compared to her, the guy opposite her ate even more exaggeratedly. It was simply like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves.
The scene of 5 large bowls of noodles lined up was too visually impactful, and the way he ate the noodles was too rough and wild. A chopstick down and half a bowl of noodles disappeared. Shi Xueman was dumbfounded.
Where had she ever seen anyone eat like this? The people around her were all slow, methodical, and refined when they ate. Ai Hui initially noticed the girl opposite him because she stared at him twice. Fortunately,
Ai Hui had begun to adapt to life in the induction ground and did not judge this as dangerous behavior. His attention was completely attracted by the noodles in front of him, and he was completely oblivious.
He picked up the bowl and drank most of the noodle soup. Ai Hui finally put down the bowl with satisfaction. As soon as he put down the bowl, he noticed the dumbfounded girl opposite him. Their eyes met.
Shi Xueman immediately realized she had been impolite and quickly lowered her head. To cover up her embarrassment, she hurriedly called out, "Boss, check out! 150 yuan, please." The boss brought the bill. "Okay," Shi Xueman responded.
She quickly reached for her wallet, but her movement suddenly froze. She discovered a terrible thing: she didn't bring any money. She remembered that she had just finished cultivating, taken a shower, and changed clothes.
Her wallet was in the clothes she had taken off. What to do? She had never encountered such a situation before. Helpless, she didn't know what to do at all. For a moment, she just stood there, dumbfounded customer.
The boss saw her daze and couldn't help but remind her, "Boss, I forgot to bring my money." She stammered out the sentence, her face almost burning up. At that moment, she wished there was a crack in the ground she could disappear into.
The boss' face immediately darkened. Ai Hui happened to see this scene. He saw the little girl's face almost buried in her arms and couldn't help but shake his head. He simply spoke up. "Hey, I'll lend it to you. Leave something here as collateral."
"I'll give it back to you when you return the money. Put it on my tab." Ai Hui would never say something so foolish. 150 yuan was a lot of money. Okay, if there was nothing to pawn, he wouldn't lend it. His sympathy never overflowed.
In his opinion, him being willing to lend was already helping. After saying that, he took out the money and pointed to his bowl in front of the boss. "Add mine to the bill too." After paying, Ai Hui walked out of the noodle shop with a toothpick in his mouth.
He had a string of beads that Shi Xueman had taken off in his hand. Shi Xueman earnestly thanked Ai Hui.
Thank you. I will definitely return it to you. Please leave me your address.
I live in the Bingfeng dojo, Ai Hui said.
Bring the money here and I'll give you back the beads. I'm leaving. Hurry home and get the money. Ai Hui looked at the darkening sky and immediately changed his mind. Bringing it tomorrow is fine too. I'm leaving. He waved his sleeves.
Not taking away a single cloud. Chapter 38. Inner Demons. Shi Xueman returned to her own dojo and met Uncle Yongjing. She asked, Uncle Yongjing, do you know where the Bingfeng dojo is? Bingfeng dojo. Yongjing thought carefully. He shook his head.
There is no Bingfeng dojo in Songjian City. Where did you hear about this dojo? Miss, he has been the head of the Songjian City dojo for quite some time. He is very familiar with all aspects of Songjian City, especially the dojo.
He is absolutely certain that there is no such dojo in Songjian City. The fact that the miss asked about this Bingfeng dojo made him feel uneasy. The miss' strength is beyond doubt, and he is not worried about her safety at all. However,
the miss has been in a very simple environment since she was a child, and she is obsessed with cultivation, doesn't understand social interactions, and has a simple mind, making her easily deceived. So Shi Xueman recounted what had happened today.
The unease in Yongjing's heart grew stronger. He quickly asked, Miss, is the bead the string of tranquil azure you usually wear on your wrist? Yes, only that string of beads could be used as collateral. It's a memento from Grandma, and I always keep it with me.
Shi Xueman noticed the expression on Yongjing's face and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yongjing, do you think there's something wrong with that person? When Yongjing heard that it was a memento from Shi Xueman's grandmother, cold sweat poured down.
Tranquil azure is produced by the desolate beast, the bilateral azure bird. It is rare and extremely precious. It can calm the mind and is very beneficial for cultivation. Even in the previous era of cultivation, such treasures were equally precious.
What's more, this is a memento from Shi Xueman's grandmother. Shi Xueman's grandmother. What a noble status she had. If her memento is lost, and especially lost in Songjian City, he absolutely cannot bear the responsibility. I'll go check it out right away.
Yongjing couldn't care about anything else and ran away. Although Shi Xueman is inexperienced, she is intelligent. Seeing Uncle Yongjing's nervous appearance, she understood a bit. However, she wasn't too worried, although the other party wanted collateral.
It was her own initiative to use the beads as collateral. She didn't think it was likely to be a scam. After a while, Yongjing ran back, covered in sweat. Miss, I found it. There is a Bingfeng dojo. It's been closed for a long time, recently.
A student moved in to clean and maintain the dojo. You've worked hard. Give me the address and I'll go myself. Shi Xueman felt much happier. She wasn't too worried about being scammed, not to mention Songjian City.
Even if someone in the entire induction field scammed her, she would find a way to make them return it. She just didn't want what she thought was a kind act to turn into a scam, which would make her very unhappy. Yongjing also breathed a sigh of relief.
It's best if it's not a scam. He quickly handed the address he found to the miss. He wasn't worried about the miss' safety at all. He had witnessed the miss' powerful combat abilities. Take the address and the money. Shi Xueman went out, the dusk of Duanmu.
After the celebration, returning to his residence, in light of his outstanding contribution, the academy had rearranged his living quarters, a secluded courtyard with the highest concentration of elemental energy. The interior was luxuriously furnished.
Duanmu Xuanhuan sighed in relief. Finally, he could rest. His body had been exhausted to the extreme these past few days. Previously, he had been holding on with sheer willpower, but now that he was back in his residence,
that breath in his chest suddenly released. Fatigue surged like a tide. However, as he lay in bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Images of himself falling flat on his face at the city gate kept flashing in his mind.
He had never done anything so embarrassing in his life, in front of everyone. At his most glorious moment, he had completely lost face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Damn Ai Hui!
He didn't even understand what had happened to him back then. Why did he fall when he heard Ai Hui's voice? After thinking for a while, Duanmu Xuanhuan sat up involuntarily, his expression turning serious, because he thought of a terrifying word, inner demon.
The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. That's right, Ai Hui's voice felt like a nightmare to him. What else could this be but an inner demon? Duanmu Xuanhuan was definitely a genius in cultivation, possessing keen intuition.
Recalling his various abnormal reactions every time he encountered Ai Hui, he became even more convinced that his judgment was correct. Encountering inner demons during cultivation was not uncommon. Duanmu Xuanhuan had seen it mentioned in many ancient texts.
The more talented one was, the more likely one was to encounter inner demons. An inner demon generally refers to an obsession or a psychological obstacle that has affected cultivation.
Reaching a certain realm in cultivation requires increasingly higher states of mind. Different cultivation methods also have different requirements for the state of mind. Some cultivation methods require the practitioner to be aggressive, selfless,
and courageous. If there is any fear in the heart, it is difficult to improve. Other cultivation methods require the practitioner to have a mind as still as water, indifferent, and without ego. If there are any attachments in the heart,
it is difficult to achieve great success. Inner demons have a significant impact on cultivation. At best, they hinder progress. At worst, they lead to cue deviation, posing a threat to life. Thinking about the last time he opened his eyes, feeling cold all over,
and seeing a series of palm prints on his body, his face immediately burned as if on fire, and then there was his swollen face, the anger in his chest flared up, adding to the humiliation of today's clumsiness.
It was like pouring a ladle of boiling oil on the fire. Old grudges and new hatreds. Xuanhuan's eyes were bloodshot. That's right. At this point, sense certain, Ai Hui was his inner demon. In cultivation,
there is a specific term for dealing with inner demons, slaying the inner demon. It means to slay the inner demon in order to make one's cultivation smoother and prevent cue deviation.
Slaying the inner demon does not mean killing the person related to the inner demon, but rather untying a knot, allowing one's thoughts to flow freely. Xuanhuan decided to slay his inner demon. I overlooked this problem before.
I'm going to solve it all today, unleash all the fury. Xuanhuan was absolutely confident in his success. Ai Hui hadn't even opened his natal palace. His strength was so weak it could be ignored. He had defeated 3 of the top 50 experts in a row.
A mere Ai Hui, wasn't he a piece of cake? The reason he hadn't acted before was only because of the task given to him by Master Shu. Full of confidence, Xuanhuan was thinking about how to completely relieve himself.
Why not give Ai Hui a taste of the humiliation he had suffered? As soon as this idea emerged, Xuanhuan became excited. That's right, that's it! He even figured out the steps. First let Ai Hui catch a cold, then treat Ai Hui's cold. The method
Ai Hui used. Return the favor in kind. And the swollen face, and the wrestling. A sinister and cold smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Ai Hui, I will let you fully experience the taste. Enjoy it. At the height of his excitement,
Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh uproariously. His laughter filled with an eerie aura. Ha ha ha. His excited spirit made him feel no physical fatigue. He took out an elemental energy mask and put it on his face. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter.
At the Blade Edge Dojo, Ai Hui dragged a rotten chair into the courtyard and lay down comfortably. The quiet dojo, the soft gourd light, and the bright moon in the sky made him feel exceptionally comfortable and peaceful. No noise, no fighting.
The relaxation of body and mind made him feel a little lazy. He used to like to spend his evenings like this at the sword training hall, leisurely and carefree, emptying his mind. The rattan chair rocked back and forth,
moonlight shining all over him. The front door was open, and the noisy sounds from afar passed through the deep alley, becoming barely audible yet adding a touch of worldly atmosphere. Ai Hui fiddled with the bead he got today in his hand.
The bead was cool and felt very comfortable to hold. Whether it was because of the bead or the quiet night, Ai Hui's heart was very peaceful, mind stabilizing. Azuret, Lulan, who walked in from the door, noticed the bed Ai Hui was playing with.
A flash of yellow light disappeared in his eyes, followed by an objective evaluation. A high-quality mind, stabilizing Azuret. Is it worth a lot of money? Ai Hui shook it. Collateral from a little girl. 150 blocks. It's worth a lot.
Lulan nodded, the yellow light in his eyes dimming. He sat down next to Ai Hui. Ai Hui has made great progress. Your body has also become stronger. At this rate, you will soon be able to break through the natal palace. Maybe later. Hui shook his head.
I want to temper my body first. The metal wind has a good effect on tempering the body. I want to accumulate more before breaking through the natal palace. That way I'll be more confident. Lulan tilted his head and thought for a moment. In that case,
Lulan can help Ai Hui make some strong blood-strengthening bone cakes. They're very effective. Thank you, Lulan. Ai Hui thought for a moment and asked, are they expensive? Not expensive.
100,000 worth of strong blood-strengthening bone cakes is enough to eat for a month. Lulan calculated. 100,000. Not expensive. Ai Hui could connect 100,000 with not expensive no matter what.
But Lulan said the effect was good, which still made him very tempted. He knew Lulan wouldn't talk nonsense. If Lulan said it was good, then the effect must be truly good. Whether it was the previous one, replenishing soup, or the bone, benefiting soup.
They were both extraordinarily effective, made by Soup Treasure, guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Okay. Ai Hui gritted his teeth. 100,000. I'll pay it. Ai Hui's eyes were sharp.
And he noticed that the sand on Lulan's body seemed to have changed a bit. He couldn't help but curiously ask, Lulan, your color seems to have changed a bit. Yes, Lulan has the function of learning combat, Lulan explained.
Teacher Xiao said that Lulan wasn't created as a combat sand puppet, so there are no specialized combat skills. But Lulan hasn't been weakened in terms of combat. Ai Hui blank didn't understand. In other words,
Lulan can acquire combat skills through learning, Lulan continued to explain, but this process takes time. Lulan has recently been learning some basic combat skills. Combat skills bring about changes in the nature of yuan power.
so the color of the sand on my body will also change. Ai Hui understood. He suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But Lulan has encountered a problem. Can Ai Hui help Lulan? Lulan asked. Of course, Ai Hui said with exceptional certainty. Tell me.
Lulan saw that many combat manuals mention weapons. Lulan doesn't know which weapon to choose. Lulan asked, weapons? Ai Hui pondered for a moment before saying, I don't think you need a weapon, because your body is the best weapon, body.
Lulan was a little confused. Yes, Ai Hui sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. Lulan's body can change shape as desired, soft or hard. Isn't that the best weapon? Combat is a very complex thing but also a very simple thing, like last time.
Lulan's body turned into sand clouds, blocking the opponent's vision and cutting off the connection between them and the higher earth fire spider web. That was very powerful. That's the key to our victory. Really, hearing the praise, Lan's tone revealed happiness.
Yes, Lulan is very powerful. As long as Lulan can skillfully use the advantages of his body, he can be invincible. Ai Hui's expression was serious. So-called combat is using your own strengths to strike at the opponent's weaknesses. Ai Hui is amazing.
Lulan admired. He curiously asked, then what weapon does Ai Hui use? I use the sword. Ai Hui said. Lulan remembered the grass sword in the room. He suddenly realized, I remember. Ai Hui has a grass sword, but I haven't seen him use it.
Wait for me. Ai Hui also felt that he hadn't touched the sword for a long time, and his hands were itching. He ran to the room excitedly and took out his grass sword. The moment the grass sword touched his hand, the sword embryo seed in his brow surged.
Ai Hui was a little excited by the long-lost feeling. When Lulan saw Ai Hui walking in with the grass sword, he tilted his head and muttered to himself. Ai Hui seems to have become different. The moonlight was like water.
The long-lost sword embryo state made Ai Hui feel an impulse to practice swordsmanship. Without thinking, he swiped the grass sword in his hand, striking an upward starting pose. His deep, faintly glowing eyes became deep and unpredictable.
A faint but clear and cold aura like moonlight spread from Ai Hui's body. In his heart, which was as calm as water, it was as if countless sword manuals were suddenly blown open by the wind. In the fluttering pages, each sword move seemed to come alive,
slowly rising from the paper and turning into vivid little figures. Ai Hui began to wield the grass sword in his hand. The grass sword is made of sword grass, weighing 3 caddies, 2 tails and 6 qian. The edge is natural,
like an old lady's. However, the air around him seemed to become solidified and viscous. During his time in the wilderness, Ai Hui's elemental power cultivation had no results.
The wisp of elemental power that he managed to cultivate was used as a last resort to save his life and would not be used easily. What he used the most was swordplay. Ever since he created the sword embryo, he discovered its wonders,
which made him realize that there were still some useful remnants in the sword cultivator classics. Moreover, he had no other choice at that time. He tried all the sword manuals he had read several times and later discovered some usable sword moves.
They were all very simple and superficial sword moves. He thought it was normal. The more advanced the sword move, the higher the need for spiritual power. Now they have long lost their effect. On the contrary,
those simple and superficial sword moves involve a lot of muscle usage skills, which are still effective now. Ai Hui danced the sword faster and faster. His expression was extremely focused. The blade of the grass sword had no luster but around Ai Hui.
The sword light floated, appearing and disappearing, like silver fish chasing each other, which was very beautiful. He didn't notice that there was a figure at the door. Shi Xueman was extremely shocked. She did not expect to see such amazing swordsmanship here.
The induction ground also taught swordsmanship, but she had never seen such beautiful swordsmanship. Is Songjian City really full of hidden talents? Suddenly, Shi Xueman's gaze landed on the beads on Ai Hui's wrist. Her head buzzed,
and her face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 40. 80 Million's Fury. Shi Xueman could hardly believe her eyes. The tranquil heart crimson blue on Ai Hui's wrist, like a candle being roasted by fire, softened little by little,
turning into a gelatinous substance, continuously seeping into Ai Hui's skin. She felt like she had been punched in the head. In that instant, her brain went blank. That was her grandmother's keepsake.
She had worn it since she was little and had almost never taken it off. Seeing it was like seeing her beloved grandmother. She still remembered when her grandmother gave her this string of tranquil heart crimson blue. She smiled and said to her,
My good granddaughter, you must wear this string of tranquil heart crimson blue well. When you grow up and meet a good husband, give this string of tranquil heart crimson blue to him. It is the best token of love. It is produced by the crimson blue lovebirds.
But Shi Xueman came back to her senses and rushed in with a crying voice. My beads! Ai Hui shuddered and immediately withdrew from the sword embryo state. He came back to his senses, saw it was the noodle shop girl and realized it's you. Huh.
Why are you crying? Give me 150 and he'll give you the beads. As he spoke, Ai Hui reached out to touch his wrist. His movement suddenly froze. That's not right. After being stunned for a few seconds, he looked down at his wrist.
He was dumbfounded. His wrist only had a bare string left. Where were the beads? He looked around, but couldn't see the beads on the ground. Ai Hui, the beads were absorbed by you, Lulan honestly said. Absorbed by me. Ai Hui was dumbfounded. What was going on?
How were they absorbed? He quickly checked his body. When he discovered a circle of blue mist around the sword embryo seed, he couldn't help but gasp.
They were really absorbed by me.
Ai Hui felt like his heart had been trampled by a stampede of wild bulls from an entire wilderness. Watching the tears well up in the eyes of the noodle shop girl, Ai Hui was at a loss. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. That.
You don't have to give me the 150. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ai Hui knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, the tears in the noodle shop girl's eyes instantly turned into murderous intent.
He'll pay! He'll pay!
This is my grandmother's heirloom! Shi Xueman almost sobbed as she said this. Ai Hui was in deep trouble. He was now regretting his actions immensely. Why did he even consider mortgaging it? He should have just ordered the noodles. But it was indeed his fault.
He could only lower his voice and apologize. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, really sorry. I really didn't know this would happen. I also don't understand how I could absorb this thing. How about I compensate you? Shi Xueman's emotions calmed down a bit.
How do you plan to compensate? She had watched the entire process and knew that the other party hadn't done it intentionally. She had never heard of anyone absorbing a tranquil heart azure. I have 250,000. I'll give it all to you,
Ai Hui said, feeling a pang of pain. But what could he do? It was indeed his doing. He couldn't bring himself to renege on his debt. 250,000, Shi Xueman sneered. Not enough. Ai Hui was immediately stunned.
Just that string of broken blue beads, worth more than 250,000, Lulan next to him honestly said. Ai Hui, the price of tranquil heart azure is generally above 30 million.
This string is of very high quality and should be above 50 million. Shi Xueman glanced at Lulan. It was rare to see a sand puppet who knew the market price of tranquil heart azure, she said expressionlessly.
This string of tranquil heart azure is of the highest quality. 80 million. 80 million! Ai Hui felt as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt the size of a water bucket from the sky. Completely dumbfounded, he opened his mouth wide.
His eyeballs bulging out, and every muscle in his body was as stiff as iron. Ai Hui felt that his life had completely turned bleak. 80 million, Grandma. Why are you wearing a string of 80 million beads to show off in the streets, Grandma?
Why are you wearing 80 million beads but don't even have 150 yuan on you? What kind of huge sum is 150 yuan that Grandma needs to mortgage 80 million beads for it? Sword embryo, you bastard.
You dare to swallow 80 million beads? How dark is your heart? You're even more of a scammer than Fatty. 80 million. Ai Hui didn't know what to do.
The experiences he'd gained from facing various crises in his life weren't helping him in his current predicament. He'd rather face the beasts of the entire wilderness than the noodle shop girl in front of him. Anyway, he knew one thing.
He wasn't worth 80 million even if he sold himself. Alright, Ai Hui was now also being straightforward. I don't know what to do either. I'm not worth 80 million even if I sell myself. Noodle shop girl, whatever you say goes. I want Welch on the debt.
If I didn't see that you didn't do it on purpose, you'd be dead today, Shi Xueman said coldly. Ai Hui glared, wanting to say that a scholar would rather die than be humiliated, but under Shi Xueman's direct gaze, he still hummed and turned his head away.
Damn sword embryo, why wasn't he a fatty? If he were a fatty, he'd definitely be acting high and mighty, saying that the one who owes money is the boss, and owing 80 million makes him the boss of bosses. He'd make sure the boss was taken care of first.
Alright, he still had his bottom line. He couldn't do something so shameless. Ai Hui was a little dejected. Shi Xueman also didn't know what to do for a moment. The Serenity Amethyst Blue was gone. Should she kill this guy?
He had been helping her out of kindness in the noodle shop. She had witnessed the entire process of the Serenity Amethyst Blue being absorbed. He hadn't done it on purpose. Repay 80 million's worth of Serenity Amethyst Blue.
This guy couldn't afford to repay it even if he sold himself. Beat him up. It still felt like it was letting him off easy. For a moment, Shi Xueman also felt aggrieved. She didn't care about the 80 million.
But she was heartbroken that her grandmother's keepsake was gone. To just let him go, Shi Xueman would agree to that even more. For a moment, the two of them were at a standstill. Lulan looked at the two of them and didn't know what to say.
He could owe it's not much. Lulan has 250,000 here. Ai Hui shook his head. One person does something. One person takes responsibility. Lulan, I can't use your money, Shi Xueman snorted coldly.
Without saying anything, suddenly, Ai Hui abruptly turned his head and looked at the wall. Who's there? At the same time, Shi Xueman also abruptly turned her head to look at the wall. Who's there? They spoke in unison. Heh! Cold laugh.
A pitch-black figure appeared on the wall. Shi Xueman's eyes were sharp. She spotted the elemental energy mask on the other person's face immediately. Her voice sounded as if it were squeezed out from between her teeth. Playing tricks.
She completely forgot that she was also wearing an elemental energy mask. Ai Hui, never thought you had a sweetheart, the figure on the wall said in a strange tone. Sweetheart. Ai Hui and Shi Xueman frowned at the same time. Poh.
Does this guy even qualify to be my sweetheart? Shi Xueman's anger, suppressed all night, erupted instantly. Poi. A sweetheart who can't even pass 150 and caused me to be scammed out of 80 million by the sword embryo. I don't want it all. Ai Hui's anger,
suppressed all night, erupted instantly. Shi Xueman, her face ashen, vanished from the spot in a flash. Ai Hui, his expression gloomy, charged up with his sword without another word. Chapter 41. One sword.
Xuanhuan outlined countless possible scenarios in his mind, but absolutely none of them included the scene before him. But he soon laughed. A guy who hasn't even attended elementary school and hasn't even opened his natal palace
actually took the initiative to challenge a genius young man like himself. It's really makes one not know what to say. As for Ai Hui's sweetheart, well, a woman who can be fancied by a hopeless case like Ai Hui, what level can one expect her to be at today?
He will thoroughly deal with this adulterous couple and completely eliminate the inner demon. Damu Huanghun chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. A blurry figure, like a phantom in the water,
appeared before him, that not-so-pretty face with after-images almost pressed against his eyes. Fast! A snow-white, flawless palm gently and weakly pressed on his shoulder. Xuanhuan's pupils suddenly widened. Thump!
The deep booming sound was like a cannonball being fired, carrying a shocking echo around that perfect and exquisite palm that was hard to look away from in the darkness. The circle of turbulent airflow had not yet dissipated.
Like the wisp of smoke from a pistol's muzzle, Damu Huanghun's body instantly disappeared from the top of the wall. Almost simultaneously, he was like a cannonball fired from its barrel, crashing heavily into the opposite wall.
A large section of the wall collapsed with a loud crash. Damu Huanghun struggled to stand up from the rubble. He had a thorn-woven vine shield on his shoulder. He saw stars before his eyes and his head was spinning. What terrifying power!
Is Io's old flame a wild bull? This is unscientific. How could Ai Hui have such a fierce girl? Damu Huanghun was completely bewildered, but soon he secretly cried out in his heart that things were going badly.
He could feel his body reacting sluggishly. Damn it! His body was exhausted to the extreme, his stamina overdrawn. Now his consciousness was still struggling to stay awake, but his body's reactions could no longer keep up.
The strength of that blow just now made him feel that all the muscles in his body were trembling. The exhaustion of his body also made the elemental energy within him become disobedient. And at this time,
Ai Hui had just picked up his sword and jumped onto the wall. Ai, who had missed his target, was even angrier in his heart. His gaze turned and he saw the target staggering up from the rubble. Without saying a word,
he jumped down from the wall and pounced towards his opponent. Before he even landed, he saw the noodle shop girl appear out of nowhere next to the target, a palm silently pressed on the target's vine shield. Ai Hui was even more furious. Noodle shop girl,
you're eating all the noodles and not even leaving me a sip of the soup. He suddenly rushed towards the entrance of the alley. Thump! Another explosion. A ring of air burst outwards. Damu Huanghun's head hadn't cleared when a terrifying force struck.
The scene before his eyes blurred abruptly, and his body flew up again. This blow was extremely fatal to him, and the last bit of sanity he had completely collapsed. Caught completely unprepared, Damu Huanghun was stunned in an instant.
Having lost his ability to resist, Damu Huanghun became a lamb to the slaughter. Shi Xueman, angered by his earlier remark about his old flame, attacked ruthlessly. The low and awe-inspiring explosion echoed in the narrow alley, one after another.
Ai Hui watched as the target shot forward like a rocket, so fast that he could only eat dust. The continuous misses not only failed to release the anger Ai Hui had been holding in, but instead made it burn even more fiercely.
It had been a long time since he had felt so stifled. The anger of the entire night instantly reached its peak. He gripped the grass sword in his hand tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The noodle shop girl was as fast as lightning,
and his naked eye could hardly capture her. With red eyes, Ai Hui didn't notice the subtle changes taking place within his sword embryo. The sword embryo seed at the center of his brow was continuously absorbing the surrounding blue mist.
Like a parched desert frantically absorbing rainwater, strands of blue mist were continuously sucked into the sword embryo seed. Ai Hui only felt that the grass sword in his hand was getting lighter and lighter. But at this moment, his eyes widened,
and he sprinted wildly towards the alley entrance. just for that old flame remark. If he didn't chop down with this sword today,
The fire in his heart wouldn't die out. 80 million.
he owed 80 million for just eating a bowl of noodles.
Even the elemental power he usually kept at the bottom of the box was used without hesitation at this moment. His speed suddenly increased sharply.
The vague sword embryo between Ai Hui's eyebrows was gradually becoming clearer as it absorbed the calming cerulean. Ai Hui could feel the existence of the original sword embryo seed, but it was vague and unclear.
Although he insisted on nurturing the sword embryo, the effect was only average. Until this time, no one noticed that Ai Hui's eyes were tinged with a faint blue light. The blue light made Ai Hui's face even more stern, like a reef in the deep sea.
The speed at which the sword embryo seed absorbed the blue mist was constantly increasing. Ai Hui's speed was also constantly increasing. Ai Hui, who was running wildly, felt the anger in his chest rising continuously in his rapidly shaking vision.
The figure of the noodle shop girl and the continuously fleeing target seemed to become blurred. The sound of the wind roared in his ears. The lights of the houses on both sides of the alley flashed by like shadows. He had never run so fast.
He had never run so fast. Even when encountering wild beasts, the blood in his body churned, like a lake of magma stirred over a fire. The wind roared in his ears, and his heart pounded in his chest. But, it's still not fast enough?
The figure was still in front, seemingly so far away. What else can he do? The grass sword in Ai Hui's hand rose and fell with his figure, swaying unconsciously, like a leaf drifting with the waves.
The unique frequency seemed to awaken long-dormant memories deep in his mind. The grass sword in his hand seemed to share his pain, and his wrist flicked lightly, the shadow of the sword like feathers, humming softly. He lightly sliced forward.
The oncoming wind seemed to be split in two by the sword, sliding past Ai Hui's sides. Ai Hui's figure suddenly drew a series of afterimages in the air. His stern face remained motionless, his blue glowing eyes had no emotional color.
And he stared intently at the target in front. The soles of his feet pressed against the ground, his figure soared into the air. Just at this moment, the last trace of calming cerulean was completely devoured by the sword embryo.
The blue light in his eyes vanished instantly. All the roaring surrounding Ai Hui abruptly ceased. He felt as if he had fallen into a silent and empty void. There was no sound. A sword manual, both familiar and strange, opened.
As if he had practiced it countless times, he extended his arm and threw the sword. The light from the alley entrance was right before her eyes. The anger in Shi Xueman's heart had finally been vented to a great extent.
She had used the most violent methods to bombard Xuanhuan more than 10 times in a row, blasting him all the way from the end of the alley to the entrance. Watching the completely dazed Xuanhuan fly towards the alley entrance like a sandbag.
A hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. This guy deserved to run into her bad side, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He deserved a beating, if not death. He would be able to get up for at least 10 days and a half. Suddenly,
she felt a jolt in her heart and sensed something. She turned her head abruptly. Under the black night sky, Ai Hui leaped high like a great bird. The night was like the wings on his back, an indescribable sword light. Time seemed to freeze. Chapter 42.
Peace of mind. It was the cheapest, most ordinary grass sword without any craftsman's mark, without any decoration. Even many weapon shops were too lazy to put it on the shelves. They were mostly just thrown into an inconspicuous corner.
Tied into bundles with hemp rope, covered in dust. The price will exceed 1,000 coins. Even the practice swords Shi Xueman usually used for training were dozens of times more expensive than this grass sword.
She had never imagined that such a brilliant sword light would bloom on such a cheap and ordinary grass sword. She had never seen such dazzling sword light, like fireworks, as soon as the grass sword left Ai Hui's hand.
It transformed into a spray of light as fine as rain, streaking across the night sky, leaving a gorgeous trail of light. It struck the guy flying towards the alley entrance squarely. Chi-chi-shi, like countless hands tearing at someone's clothes simultaneously.
The clothes instantly disintegrated like countless butterflies scattering. Shi Xueman, her eyes wide, quickly turned her face away. Thump, a naked, snow-white body flew directly from the alley entrance onto the street.
The pedestrians on the street were stunned at first. A moment later, the girls on the street suddenly burst into a series of screams. Shi Xueman's gaze involuntarily fell on Ai Hui. Her heart was filled with shock. Yes.
That sword strike just now was even more powerful than the sword dance she had seen before. Could this be his true level? She had met some famous swordsmen, but none of them had brought her such a great shock. Swordsmanship had declined for a long time.
Although those famous swordsmen had considerable combat power, they always exuded a sense of frustration and depression. She didn't like that kind of emotion, so she had always been indifferent to so-called famous swordsmen.
But that sword strike just now was truly amazing! After Ai Hui swung that sword, his entire body seemed to be instantly emptied. He immediately broke away from the strange state of utter silence just now. He woke up as if from a dream.
In the air. He looked down and was immediately stunned. So high. He actually jumped so high. Not good. Ai Hui's body fell rapidly. He flailed his arms and legs, his face pale.
He remembered that he had fallen from such a high cliff once in the wilderness, and as a result, he was half dead and took half a month to recover. What's even worse is that he found his hands and feet weak, and the elemental energy in his body was empty.
The sword in his hand was thrown out by himself. Help! Shi Xueman was still immersed in the shock of the sword strike just now. When she reacted, Ai Hui's posture seemed a bit wrong. Ai Hui was only a zhang away from the ground. Whoosh!
A gust of yellow sand blew past. It was Lu Lan who had rushed over and caught Ai Hui firmly. Ai Hui was let down by Lu Lan with lingering fear. He patted Lu Lan's shoulder. Thank you. Lu Lan! You're welcome. Ai Hui! Lu Lan said happily.
Ai Hui looked at the results of his sword strike with great satisfaction. The sensing ground couldn't kill people, but watching the other party lying naked in the middle of the street, surrounded by a crowd of people, Ai Hui's anger dissipated a lot.
He suddenly frowned. Lu Lan, does that guy's body look a bit familiar? Lu Lan turned his face, his yellow eyes flashing. He honestly said, yes, based on body shape analysis.
He and your classmate Evening, who you healed last time, have a degree of overlap of more than 90%. So it's classmate Evening. Ai Hui realized with a start. His face was full of sneers. From the last time he lied about not recovering from a cold.
It was already clear that his character was bad and despicable. Now it seems, he really is a bad and immature teenager. Nodding maturely, Ai Hui said to Lu Lan with emotion, let's go back, Lu Lan.
Shi Xueman heard a bit of the story, and only thought that the person who was knocked unconscious was a classmate of Ai Hui's named Evening. She never thought that it would be Xuanhuan, who had just shone throughout the entire sensing ground.
The anger in her heart vented. Shi Xueman also calmed down. Her fixed star indigo was gone, and she felt bad, but there was nothing to be gained by thinking about it now. She walked and thought about how to solve the problem.
Just let the other party off like this. She wasn't that generous. But how was she going to ask the other party for compensation? Walking in the alley, Lu Lan said enthusiastically to Ai Hui, Lu Lan can repair the damaged neighbor's wall. Lu Lan.
Ai Hui was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Lu Lan is a sand puppet. Lu Lan is very happy to help Ai Hui. Only with Lu Lan can one feel the warmth of spring. Returning to the yard, Ai Hui was full of emotion.
He turned to look at the noodle shop girl, his face immediately turning cold. Speak, how do you want to solve this? Shi Xueman happened to have some ideas, but hearing Ai Hui's tone, she immediately raised her eyebrows.
Your tone is as if I owe you 80 million. Ai Hui was immediately a little embarrassed and softened his tone. Tell me straight, what should we do? You can't pay back 80 million at once. Shi Xueman glanced at Ai Hui and then said,
I'll make two conditions first. One is that you serve as my swordsmanship sparring partner, guiding my swordsmanship. The other condition is to help me find someone. Ai Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then it's settled.
I'll teach you swordsmanship and help you find someone. 80 million is written off. Dream on, Shi Xueman sneered. This is just interest. Ai Hui was immediately furious. Noodle shop girl, don't push your luck. Shi Xueman was unmoved and said lightly.
Ask your sand puppet friend. What is the market interest rate for loans now? Ai Hui immediately looked at Lu Lan. Lu Lan honestly said, generally speaking, the annual interest rate for loans starts at 10%. 10%, not much. Wait.
What is 10% of 80 million? 8 million. Ai Hui's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of horror. I didn't lie to you, did I? Shi Xueman glanced at him. Do you think your swordsmanship is worth 8 million? Ai Hui didn't say anything.
Swordsmanship has been in decline for so long. Even the swordsmanship of famous swordsmen wouldn't dare to say it's worth 8 million. Moreover, Ai Hui wasn't so arrogant as to think his swordsmanship had reached the level of a famous swordsman.
The greatest tragedy in the world is when someone presents you with facts and reasons, and you have no rebuttal. The reason for asking you to find someone is because you live in Pine Grove City and should be familiar with it.
Shi Xueman felt it was a bit far-fetched to place her hopes on this guy, but having more hope is always good. Ai Hui asked dejectedly. What does this person look like? I don't know. Shi Xueman shook her head. Ai Hui looked at Shi Xueman with suspicion.
Are you kidding me? How can I find someone if I don't know what they look like? Shi Xueman pondered. The last time I encountered him was in a blind fight at the arena. If you start from the arena, it will be easier. Arena. Now it was Ai Hui's turn to sneer.
He turned to Lu Lan and asked, Lu Lan, how many arenas are there in Pine Grove City? Lu Lan replied honestly. 46. Shi Xueman said. Of course. I have other information too. Chapter 43. Pervert an information tree. Duaimu Huang woke up groggily.
There seemed to be sounds around him. Why was his whole body cold, his limbs weak, his entire body aching? Was he sick? Duaimu Huang struggled to open his eyes. Through the haze, he seemed to see many figures above him.
Could it be high-level leaders from the hospital coming to visit him? The sounds around him gradually became clearer. Wow, what an exhibitionist! He's not wearing any clothes. Oh my god, our school actually has someone like this. Could he be a flower thief?
Or caught in the act of adultery, not wearing any clothes and shivering all over. Xuanhuan jolted awake and suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw his face pressed against the ground and countless pairs of feet. He felt a chill all over his body.
He froze, feeling his vision darken, wishing there was a crack in the ground he could disappear into. How vicious! Xuanhuan almost choked. The people around him were pointing and whispering, making him want to disappear into the ground. Heavens!
Since he was a child, there had never been a moment like this, making him feel that life was so bleak. Ai Hui and his partner are such a poisonous couple. Xuanhuan suddenly remembered that he was wearing a yuan power mask on his face.
And he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He must leave here immediately. He could feel the crowd gathering around him growing larger and larger, but the yuan power in his body was completely disobedient. He was now filled with regret.
Why did he choose to trouble Ai Hui when he was physically exhausted? He forcibly circulated his natal palace, even knowing that it would cause internal injuries and require at least half a month of recuperation. He couldn't care less.
Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and the naked figure on the ground disappeared. Wow, an expert! The world is going to the dogs. Now even such experts are so shameless. Complain to the academy. We must catch this pervert.
Listening to the voices of denunciation coming from behind him, Xuanhuan almost spat out a mouthful of hot blood. His internal injuries immediately worsened. Ai Hui, you just wait! Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. The way of the blade dojo.
Ai Hui perked up and prepared to listen carefully to Shi Xueman describe the target's characteristics. No matter what, he had absorbed someone else's beads. Although the sword embryo was the culprit, Ai Hui still felt apologetic. Moreover,
he could see that the noodle shop girl was not an unreasonable person. In fact, she was quite nice. If it were him, if anyone swallowed his 80 million, there would be no other result than being chopped into minced meat, since it was his fault.
There was nothing to say. Ai Hui was not an innocent teenager who knew nothing about the world. He knew how amazing the value of 80 million was. Even his own life, he didn't think it was worth 80 million. If someone really wanted to buy his life,
they could buy many lives, right? The other party was so strong, but they didn't make a move. Their temper was already unbelievably good, so his attitude was very serious. Shi Xueman could tell that Ai Hui was being serious,
which slightly improved her impression of him. Ticking off points on her fingers, she said, he is good at close combat, has a lot of practical experience, and has a fierce fighting style. Upon hearing this, Ai Hui knew that the little girl had no experience.
He directly said, "That's too general. Does he have a name? How old is he? How tall is he? Is he fat or thin, or very strong? Does he have any other characteristics, like a physical disability? What is his hair color? Is his skin dark or light?"
Shi Xueman's spirits lifted. She was intelligent, and upon hearing Ai Hui's questions, she knew that he was very meticulous. She quickly said, "It was a blind battle at the time, and he didn't leave his name. He wasn't old. Probably a young man.
His height is about the same as yours, and his build is about the same as yours as well. As for other physical characteristics, oh right, he was very strong." Ai Hui shook his head. Too little information. Shi Xueman was a little anxious. She gritted her teeth,
thinking hard, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Right, he was very strong. How strong? What realm? Ai Hui asked. He should be stronger than me. Shi Xueman added. If not stronger, then not much weaker. AD nodded. That can narrow down the range quite a bit.
He wasn't just saying that randomly. Recalling the strength the noodle shop girl had displayed made him feel lingering fear. Seeing how even an arrogant guy like Xuanhuan was beaten like a dog by her, without any ability to fight back, was telling.
After thinking for a while, he cautiously asked, "What is your realm? Is it convenient to say?" "It's fine if it's not," Shi Xueman said readily. "My realm is 6 palaces." "Of course, hiss."
Even though Ai Hui already knew the noodle shop girl was formidable, he still couldn't help but gasp when he really knew her realm. Even if Fatty came, he wouldn't dare to renege or say that the one owing the debt is the boss.
Ai Hui was glad he didn't plan to renege on the debt. Otherwise, he would definitely be scum flushed into the sewers by now. He cleared his throat, hiding his shock. Then the other party must be a famous expert. We can narrow down our range.
Who knew the noodle shop girl would shake her head? No, I know all the famous experts well. It's not them. It must be a newcomer. Someone I haven't fought before. Ai Hui's mind raced. The noodle shop girl's subtext was terrifying.
What did know all the famous experts well mean? Judging from the haven't fought before part, no well definitely wasn't just nodding and saying hello. And the noodle shop girl said it so confidently.
Didn't that mean that the noodle shop girl had fought all the famous experts? Ai Hui felt a bit parched. How unlucky was he to owe such a fierce woman 80 million? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
How could there be a master of the 6 palaces among the freshmen? Why is it impossible? The noodle shop girl said nonchalantly. Maybe they have a weird temperament and keep a low profile. They just like to play dumb to deceive others.
Ai Hui thought about it and summarized. In other words, a freshman master who is about my height and build, with a cultivation of the 6 palaces or higher, knows powerful techniques, has a ferocious fighting style.
And is good at blind fighting and close combat, right? Should be about right. Shi Xueman was very satisfied. Although the other party was not old, she was very satisfied with the maturity, composure, and attention to detail he showed.
Ai Hui decided to put the cards on the table first. I will do my best, but finding someone like this depends a lot on luck. I can't guarantee anything. It's okay, Shi Xueman said naturally. Anyway, you owe me 80 million, and you have to pay interest every year.
There will always be something for me to make you do. As for defaulting on the debt, no one in the entire induction ground dares to default on my debt. The noodle shop girl said it so casually, but Ai Hui felt a chill run down his spine. Ai Hui swallowed.
What about the swordplay instruction? He'll probably come once every 2 weeks. He'll come here to find you then. Shi Xueman glanced at the surroundings. It's good that this is also a dojo. He'll let you know a day in advance. Luckily, there's the message tree.
Pay attention to the message tree. Message tree. Ai Hui looked blank. Shi Xueman could tell that Ai Hui hadn't used it before, and pointed to an inconspicuous tree in the corner of the courtyard. That's it.
The leaves of the message tree are different from other leaves. The veins of each leaf are the same. When there's a message, a leaf will fall off. There will be words on it. It's a technique of wood cultivators. Didn't you learn it in class? Ai Hui was shocked.
He had cleaned the courtyard many times, but he had never noticed anything unusual about that tree. It turned out to be a message tree. Shi Xueman walked to the message tree and plucked a leaf. He didn't know where she took out a book from. Opening the book,
She put the leaf into the book page. The book page lit up with a soft light enveloping the leaf. Shi Xueman suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 44, First Generation Message Tree. Hearing the noodle shop girl's exclamation, Ai Hui couldn't help but ask,
"Is there a problem?" Shi Xueman shook her head. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "There's no problem. I just didn't expect the leaf veins of this message tree to be so ancient." Ancient? Ai Hui was confused. Shi Xueman looked up.
Didn't you learn about it in class? I'm a freshman, Ai Hui said matter-of-factly. Shi Xueman glanced at him, thinking that his foundation was really terrible and his realm was so low. However, his swordsmanship was so amazing.
She wondered who had cultivated this freak. She simply explained. The message tree is an invention of the Emerald Forest's wood cultivators. They discovered that there is a unique tree language between trees,
which allows them to transmit very fragmented information. Based on the tree language, wood cultivators cultivated the message tree, greatly increasing the amount of information and the distance it can transmit.
The message tree identifies identities through its leaf veins. However, after the message tree became practical, Emerald Forest quickly discovered that the leaf veins were not complex enough to meet so many needs. Therefore,
Emerald Forest cultivated the second generation of message trees. The leaf veins of the second generation of message trees are much more complex. Now it is the third generation, Ai Hui thoughtfully said.
So this message tree is the first generation or the second generation? First generation, Shi Xueman concluded. An old antique. Ai Hui looked up at the message tree. He wondered if the noodle shop girl's words had created a psychological suggestion.
He felt that the towering tree in front of him exuded an unspeakable ancient and desolate aura. It seems that this dojo has been around for some time. Shi Xueman looked around and suddenly asked, "Where is the owner of the dojo? They left 20 years ago."
Ai Hui responded calmly. "When I came, this place was completely deserted." "Does this dojo have a significant background?" "It has a significant background." Shi Xueman nodded. Unexpectedly, the first generation of message trees was not widely promoted at the time.
It was only given to a very small group of people. The first owner of this dojo had an extraordinary identity. When it came to life experience, Ai Hui was streets ahead of Shi Xueman. However, when it came to historical knowledge and heritage,
Shi Xueman was also streets ahead of Ai Hui. "Let's not worry about its background for now. Can it be used?" Ai Hui asked. He didn't care at all about the dojo's background. What if it had a significant background? Would it give him more money? Obviously not.
As for its previous glorious history, he didn't feel anything. Who could compare with sword cultivators when talking about history and sentiment? Look at those great sword cultivation sects.
They were often tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years old. In the palm-sized 5-element sky.
The great sword cultivation sects of the past would be embarrassed to say that they dominated the cultivation world if they didn't shake the myriad realms. Didn't they all end up in ashes? Didn't they all get swept into the trash heap of history? Therefore,
Ai Hui's reaction to the things the noodle shop girl said was very bland. First generation or not, it had nothing to do with him. The key was whether it could be used. It can be used. Shi Xueman was a little surprised.
if someone else knew that they were living in such an ancient and historically significant dojo, They would definitely be excited and curious, maybe even hoping to find some inherited unique skills. The guy in front of her had a flat reaction.
Then we'll take it as settled. Hui nodded. Shi Xueman closed the book and checked the time, nodding. Okay. Pay attention to your message tree. If there's any news, send it to me through the message tree. This is my message tree leaf. Well,
I doubt you'll know how to use it. Having said that, Shi Xueman took her message tree leaf and placed it on the broken branch where she had just plucked a leaf. A soft green light shone between the leaf and the broken branch.
And the leaf grew on the message tree. To send me a message, just write on it. Don't write too much. The messages I send you will also appear on it. Pay attention to checking it, Shi Xueman said. Ai Hui turned his head and said, Lu Lan, I'm leaving it to you.
If there's any news, come from at the usual place, okay? Ai Hui, Lu Lan is very happy. Shi Xueman glanced at him and said coldly, cultivate diligently. The stronger you are, the sooner you can pay off the 80 million you owe me. Having said that,
Ai Hui sighed and collapsed into the wicker chair. Lu Lan, why am I so unlucky? Lu Lan's eyes flashed with yellow light. Obviously thinking hard. After a moment he returned to normal and honestly said, Ai Hui's question is very profound.
No 80 million. Ai Hui felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. A sigh, laced with the sounds of sleep, drifted far, far away into the night. When Ai Hui woke up, it was already late at night. Lu Lan had already returned.
The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a sky full of stars. He was shocked by the vast and mysterious starry sky, and he was slightly lost in thought. It took him a long time to recover and sit up.
During his cultivation in the suspended gold pagoda, his biggest change was being able to sleep. The intensity of the cultivation was too high, and he was exhausted every day. He would lean against the pagoda wall and fall asleep without realizing it.
He thought of the sword embryo seed, which had absorbed 80 million units of tranquil crimson blue and allowed him to unleash such a powerful sword strike. That damn sword embryo. His first reaction was to look for a sword, but he soon smiled wryly.
His only straw sword was already damaged. He shook his head and chuckled. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well get up and cultivate. 2 days later, Ai Hui, carrying a bag full of fortifying blood and strengthening bone cakes, waved to Lu Lan.
Lu Lan transformed into a clenched yellow sand fist. Ai Hui, keep it up! Walking on the street, the sunlight embraced him, and the gloom of the past 2 days was swept away.
He had already put the 80 million behind him and was still full of anticipation for the future and encouragement for himself. Do you know, a very powerful pervert appeared here the other night? Oh, I heard about it.
It said that a naked man ran into the street. Yeah, it's so scary, and let me tell you, the pervert is so strong, so powerful. What if he takes a fancy to me? There's no way to resist. I'm so worried. It's a pity it's not our Xuanhuan. If it were our Xuanhuan,
I would resist. Our Xuanhuan is such an upright person.
It seems like we haven't seen our Xuanhuan these past few days. Our idol is injured. It said that he needs to rest for more than 10 days.
Don't you remember him staggering and falling when he entered the city due to exhaustion? He must have been injured then. I wonder if it's serious. I'm so worried. Yeah. He's so fragile, and he still has to challenge those like Gu Tianing. It's heartbreaking.
That's exactly why I like him, because he's so stubborn. Listening to a group of young girls chattering there, Ai Hui sneered in his heart.
That unscrupulous, childish brat, two-faced, despicable, disgusting.
Hui raised his noble head.
Walked out of the city gate with full disdain. Having arrived at the familiar suspended golden pagoda, Ai Hui was instantly excited. The cultivation that others found tedious and painful filled him with excitement and a sense of grounding. Chapter 45.
Charging the elemental palace gate, inside the suspended golden pagoda, the golden winds howled, but Ai Hui remained unmoved. He was like someone asleep, letting the golden winds rage and buffet his body in all directions.
His skin's metallic luster grew increasingly deep, resembling ancient bronze. This was a sign that the copper skin was about to take form. Golden elemental body tempering has always been described with the terms copper skin, iron muscle, steel bone,
has silver marrow, representing the 5 stages of body tempering. If one could master all 5 stages, it would be an extremely rare golden elemental pure body. But as the saying goes, cultivating elemental energy is easy.
But tempering the body is hard, meaning that as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, the accumulation of elemental energy would always bring improvement. Body tempering, however, was a true test of patience and perseverance.
Not only did the process involve various forms of pain, but it was also extremely long. Without sufficient patience and willpower, it was difficult to achieve any success.
There has always been controversy surrounding golden elemental body tempering in the 5 elements heaven. Many cultivators believe that no matter how much humans train their physical bodies, they cannot compete with the physical strength of wild beasts.
Therefore, elemental energy body tempering is actually abandoning the fundamental for the superficial. Moreover, as one's cultivation level increases, the combat power brought by elemental energy far exceeds that brought by the physical body.
This is indeed the case. Each palace opened in elemental energy cultivation brings its own wonders, causing combat power to increase by leaps and bounds. However,
improvements in body tempering do not directly translate into such a significant increase in combat power. Of course, mainstream cultivation methods still involve a certain degree of body tempering.
the prevailing view is that while elemental energy's destructive power is indeed far greater than that of the physical body, a strong and agile physical body allows for better utilization of elemental energy.
This is also the choice of the vast majority of golden cultivators. Even the first stage of body tempering, copper skin, is usually only attained or even attempted by students who have opened at least 6 palaces. Beginners often do not choose body tempering.
Not only because it is not cost-effective, but also because the elemental energy ingested in the early stages is mild in nature and difficult to achieve the effects of body tempering. This was not a problem for Ai Hui.
The golden elemental energy within the golden wind was extremely sharp. Not only could it temper Ai Hui's flesh and blood, but the elemental energy after being scattered was also far purer than that ingested by ordinary beginners.
Although Ai Hui did not refine a large amount of elemental energy, it was very pure. And this time, with Lu Lan's blood-strengthening bone, fortifying cake, he had the strength of a tiger with wings. Ai Hui could be said to be making rapid progress.
Especially in golden elemental body tempering, the effects of Lu Lan's blood-strengthening bone, fortifying cake were so good that Ai Hui wanted to cry. Not only could it repair hidden injuries in his body,
but it also provided significant help in body tempering. In addition, Ai Hui had not yet opened his natal elemental palace, so the stimulation of elemental energy on his flesh and blood was even stronger. Ai Hui is very clear about the changes in his body.
His strength was the most obvious improvement. If he were to encounter that A Fireweb Heavenly Spider transformation guy from the last blind battle again, he would be as embarrassed in a head-on confrontation. If he mastered copper skin,
then he could completely rely on strength to fight against that guy's heavy legs from last time. As for the final result, it would depend on whether his endurance was stronger, or the opponent's elemental power was greater.
Although the last encounter was very brief and rather embarrassing, it brought considerable benefits to Ai Hui. These benefits were not in terms of progress in realm, but in terms of broadening his horizons and increasing his confidence.
The impact of special techniques on him was huge. He still couldn't figure out what the principle behind the opponent's Earth Fire Spider Web was. It was truly wonderful.
Although the strength of those elemental cultivators he had seen in the wilderness before was very powerful, he at least knew where their strength lay. But the magic of special techniques exceeded his shallow understanding.
If the opponent hadn't lacked actual combat experience, they would have taken him down long ago. There was no way he and Lu Lan would have had the slightest chance of winning. But this battle also gave him confidence. Compared to the opponent's lack of strength,
he hadn't even opened his natal palace. Being able to hold out on his own for so long, and still turn defeat into victory with Lu Lan's help, was something to be proud of. He wasn't as weak as he thought he was. Body tempering was an unexpected surprise.
Ai Hui had not forgotten his pursuit of elemental power. That was the purpose of his coming to the induction ground. Time passed little by little. The elemental power in Ai Hui's body grew stronger bit by bit. The metallic luster of his skin deepened bit by bit.
The tower walls dented inward bit by bit. Every day was incredibly fulfilling. Cultivation was complete self-forgetfulness. He didn't know how much time had passed. His hair was disheveled, his body was dirty, and he exuded an unpleasant odor.
The strong blood-strengthening bone cake had been eaten. But Ai Hui did not return to the city. He had a very strong feeling that his breakthrough was not far away. Bang bang bang, a fish arch's back continued to impact the tower wall as always.
The solid sound of iron and muscle colliding carried a hint of explosive noise. Sweat constantly shattered into incredibly tiny water droplets, like wisps of weapons, lingering around Ai Hui. They surged with the impact.
When the last trace of metal elemental power was shattered, Ai Hui sat down as usual. As soon as he circulated the elemental power in his body, he felt something different from usual.
The elemental power he had refined in the past circulated smoothly and effortlessly. But today, the elemental power in his body felt like a stampede of 10,000 horses, roaring and howling, with a faint hint of being out of control.
Ai Hui suddenly realized that the time to break through the palace gate had arrived. The elemental power in his body had reached the limit that his muscles could withstand. It was like an overflowing pool of water,
which would be difficult to control once stirred. Chongdiba Miyuan for Ai Hui's first goal. He had already made ample preparations. His experience in this aspect of Ganitong was extremely rich. He had encountered various situations.
The discussions on this aspect were very detailed and specific. Sufficient preparation ensures no confusion. This was Ai Hui's valuable experience. He attached great importance to impacting the Benming Yuanfu. He had reviewed the possible situations countless times.
Few people would cultivate their elemental energy to such an overflowing state before Foreman. After all, the elemental energy that can be stored in flesh and blood is far less than that of the Benming Yuanfu. It's really thankless, but very few doesn't mean none.
Historically, some people have achieved it, some by chance, some intentionally. The discussion of this situation is also very clear. At this moment, he was not flustered at all, but exceptionally calm.
He calmed his mind and slowly urged the elemental energy in his body. The key to operating elemental energy in an overflowing state is slow. Operate slowly, accelerate slowly, so that the elemental energy will not get out of control.
Ai Hui's body had a faint circle of silvery light. That was the phenomenon produced by the operation of elemental energy after it overflowed from the flesh and blood. This shows that elemental energy has a tendency to escape, which is not a good thing.
As the elemental energy in Ai Hui's body slowly accelerated, the light gradually disappeared. Ai Hui was as quiet as if he were asleep, but inside Ai Hui's body it was a completely different scene. Chapter 46, Yuan opens.
Each time elemental energy passes through a cycle, its speed will increase by 1 point. After 6 consecutive cycles, the elemental energy in Ai Hui's body was accelerated to a critical value. Ai Hui felt that if it was any faster,
he would lose control of the elemental energy. At this moment inside Ai Hui's body, it was like a Shanxinpa in a raging storm. The roar of the elemental energy's operation almost drowned him.
Ai Hui felt for the first time that the operation of elemental energy would produce such an astonishing effect. If he hadn't read similar discussions long ago, he would have been panicked at this moment. Ai Hui was very calm.
All situations had been prepared for. What was there to panic about? The elemental energy accelerated to a critical threshold. The resulting rumble caused involuntary tremors in Ai Hui's muscles. Amidst this high-frequency vibration,
the elemental energy surged into Ai Hui's lungs like a roaring flood. The previously encountered invisible barrier that would always impede the flow of elemental energy at this point shattered instantly. Like fragile paper.
Ai Hui's body jolted as his lungs suddenly erupted with an intense silver light. The light shone through him, revealing Ai Hui's distinct silver lungs as he sat in the night. Ai Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a long hiss echoed.
With faint metallic sounds, a clearly visible stream of air, like a whale sucking in hundreds of rivers, rushed into Ai Hui's nose and quickly entered his lungs. This was the initial sound of the opening of the mansion.
It was actually a suction force generated at the instant the lung mansion opened. This suction force pulled the air and produced the sound. Ai Hui felt unspeakably comfortable all over, as if he had been injected with new vitality. All his fatigue vanished.
And the previously violent elemental energy immediately stabilized, becoming exceptionally docile. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. Although he had found his path after he began trying to cultivate the hanging golden pagoda,
and he was sure that he could open his natal elemental mansion. The joy he felt when it actually happened was overwhelming. He had achieved his first goal since entering the induction ground. For a moment, he even felt a little dazed, a little incredulous.
It was much faster than he had initially expected. The invisible pressure that had always enveloped him immediately lessened a lot. At least he didn't have to worry about not opening his natal elemental mansion within a year.
The precocious Ai Hui gradually calmed down from his ecstasy. Opening his natal elemental mansion was only the first step. He still had a long way to go before becoming a registered, official elemental cultivator. Ai's eyes regained their deepness.
He began to examine his body. After a while, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. After the natal elemental mansion was opened, things were indeed very different.
The most obvious improvement was the significant increase in the speed of his elemental energy circulation. Ai Hui roughly estimated that the speed had nearly doubled. This meant that the time it took to complete a full cycle was nearly halved.
And the efficiency of elemental energy refinement had doubled. Only now did Ai Hui finally understand why ordinary beginners were unwilling to cultivate their elemental energy to a state of overflow before Chongji the mansion gate.
The efficiency of cultivation before and after opening the natal elemental mansion was truly worlds apart. Moreover, the increase in the speed of elemental energy circulation greatly enhanced combat power.
This meant that the time required to mobilize elemental energy was halved, and the explosive power of elemental energy was doubled. Ai Hui's previous hint of pride immediately vanished.
His combat experience and keen sixth sense were of great help to his fighting, but in the face of absolute strength, they were completely insufficient. The benefits of opening and improving the natal palace are already so significant.
How about opening each subsequent palace? Strength would leap forward with each one. What about opening all 8 palaces? How terrifying would the speed of yuan power circulation become? Just like a stationary fist has no destructive power.
Stationary yuan power also has no destructive power. Yuan power can only be effective when in motion. Ai Hui, with his rich combat experience, could easily understand this point. The opponent's attack is as fast as lightning.
The effect of their cultivation is 10 or even 100 times stronger than yours. This kind of gap cannot be bridged by experience alone. Having regained his composure, Ai Hui went to the tower wall where he usually practiced, took a deep breath,
and slammed his back against the hanging gold tower. The moment he made contact with the wall, his spine trembled.
Fish Archer's back, bang!
A resounding explosion, much louder than usual, occurred. The tower wall, harder than steel, seemed like clay.
Suddenly caving in, a clear dent appeared on the tower wall. Next to it were the shallow pits left by his previous Fish Archer's back practice. A comparison revealed the difference between the two.
The dent left by his previous Fish Archer's back practice was only half as deep as this one. The improvement in realm is indeed extraordinary. Ai Hui felt a surge of gratitude. Coming to the induction ground was the best decision he had made. Satisfied,
Ai Hui did not continue practicing and prepared to return to the city. He needed time to readjust to the new changes in his body and to replenish his knowledge. The content he had learned in elementary school was all about breaking through the palace gates.
Now that he had entered a new realm, he was almost completely blank about the knowledge that followed. Hasty and blind cultivation would only lead to the opposite of what he desired. If he had not thought and explored, and had not found the hanging gold tower,
his cultivation would definitely not have been so smooth. Cultivation is like a long battle. Thorough preparation is a necessary condition for victory. Therefore, Ai Hui needed to go to class. In addition to this,
Ai Hui did not forget his promise to the noodle shop girl to find someone. A debt of 80 million was not something to be taken lightly. For a long time to come, the hanging gold tower would be the most suitable place for him to cultivate.
He could cultivate yuan power, temper his body, and practice Fish Archer's back. Where else could he find such a good place? It was already night when Ai Hui returned to the military edge dojo. Lulan's first words upon seeing Ai Hui were, "Ai,
you need to take a bath." Lulan's reminder made Ai realize how dirty he was. He quickly ran to take a shower. After a comfortable shower, Ai Hui felt refreshed and light as a feather. He lazily lay on the rattan chair. Continuous cultivation and sustain.
Selfless focus meant he didn't feel anything at the time. Afterwards, the fatigue emerged like a lurking virus. Lying on the rattan chair, Ai Hui was too lazy to even move a finger. Even his voice sounded like a pig's grunglin.
Thank you for the strong blood bone cake. It really helped a lot, really. Lulan is happy if it can help Ai Hui. Lulan's eyes flashed yellow. Congratulations, Ai Hui, for opening your natal palace. Great progress. It's still early.
I can even beat the noodle shop girl. Ai Hui didn't move like a dead pig, not even lifting his eyelids. Has there been any movement from that news tree? No, Lulan said. Ha, hopefully she forgot about the 80 million. Ai Hui fantasized.
I don't think that's likely. Ai Hui, then let's ignore her for now. I'll go to class tomorrow and then go to the blind fighting arena to help her find someone. Sigh, life is so fulfilling. Ai Hui mumbled,
his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Before long he fell asleep. Lulan saw that Ai Hui was asleep and quietly left without disturbing him. Chapter 47. The lovable instructor Shu having opened his natal palace.
Ai Hui was finally not so conspicuous at school. This was something worth celebrating. Returning to his long-lost school dormitory and looking at the bustling crowd, Ai Hui actually had a sense of being in another world. He couldn't help but chuckle.
Could it be that he had been away from the wilderness for too long and had become sentimental? On closer thought, he had been away from the wilderness for several months. His changes were indeed significant. He could fall asleep peacefully.
Instead of having to hold his sword and meditate in a safe corner, he could accept people approaching him. Instead of subconsciously wanting to kill them and nip the danger in the bud, he could talk about meaningless things with Lulan.
He could lie on the rattan chair and look at the stars. Instead of being vigilant and on guard against danger and unease at all times like before, he didn't know if such changes were good or bad. But at least for now, he didn't reject them.
He would be very happy if he could continue like this. He saw Instructor Zhu on the road, and Instructor Zhu showed an appreciative expression. Ai Hui's progress is not small. To be able to open your natal palace in such a short time.
Ai Hui must have put in a lot of effort recently. Keep up the good work. Yes, Instructor Ai Hui respectfully saluted. He had a heartfelt respect for the instructors at the school. In his opinion, imparting knowledge was a great thing in the wilderness.
It was very difficult to learn anything. Everyone had their own things to do. Few people were willing to spend their time helping you. No one cared whether you learned anything or not. Originally, Master Shu was worried about Ai Hui's lack of attendance in class.
But seeing Ai Hui's current state, he knew that he hadn't been slacking off. He still earnestly taught. Now that your elemental internal palace is open, you need to learn even more than before. Your foundation is already weaker than others.
so you must not slack off. I will, master, Ai Hui said gratefully. Master Shu nodded, relieved to hear that. You must be harmonious and friendly with your classmates. Some classmates may be a little impatient and have a poor attitude,
but their hearts are good. You've opened your elemental internal palace so quickly. You must have realized this as well. Ai Hui was bewildered. Did Master Shu mean that he should try not to have conflicts with his classmates? He still nodded respectfully.
I will keep that in mind. Master Shu was very satisfied with Ai Hui's attitude. A student who respects his teacher and works hard is naturally a good student. He had a wealth of teaching experience and had seen many students.
It didn't matter if the foundation was a little weak. They could learn slowly. As long as their character was not bad, they would always make progress. Such students, because they were down to earth, often learned very solid skills.
Although it would be difficult for them to become a leader in the future, they could become the backbone of the middle level of the 5 elements sky. Before, because you hadn't opened your elemental internal palace, I didn't mention it to you.
The school has many activities, and you should participate in them to broaden your horizons. After a while, you will also go out to perform tasks, which is considered a practical course and also the school's assessment of you. Master Shu said patiently.
The students also have to go out to perform tasks. Ai Hui was a little surprised. Master Shu laughed. Of course, you came to the induction grounds to learn skills. What's the use of just learning without practice? Don't worry.
The initial tasks are very simple. As your strength increases, the tasks will become more difficult. You will encounter all kinds of more complex and dangerous situations in the future. More training is a good thing. I will work hard, Master.
After the instructions, Master Shu said to Ai Hui, go to class. Watching Ai Hui's departing figure, Master Shu was filled with emotion. Ai Hui's situation was the most unique in the class.
A coolie who hadn't even opened his natal palace was able to stay in the wilderness for 3 years and come out alive. To be honest, he could imagine what Ai Hui had experienced and how he had survived those 3 years.
He had always been very disgusted and opposed to the 5 elements sky's practice of recruiting coolies in the old earth, but his voice was weak and he couldn't change anything. But the first time he saw Ai Hui, he saw the desire in his eyes, the desire to learn.
For a master, nothing was more touching than that. That's why he specifically sought out Xuanhuan and asked him to help Ai Hui. Now it seems that Xuanhuan has done a good job. He knows Ai Hui's aptitude very well.
To be able to open his natal palace in such a short time, it must be Xuanhuan's credit. Master Shu is very satisfied with his decision. He has no doubt about Xuanhuan's talent and strength.
The brilliant record of the past few days is enough to explain everything. He is even more pleased with the sense of responsibility and love that Xuanhuan has shown in helping Ai Hui. Suddenly, his gaze noticed Xuanhuan walking not far away.
Xuanhuan also noticed Master Shu and quickly bowed. Master, has your injury healed? Master Shu asked with concern, then said with a hint of reproach, Xuanmu, don't be so competitive in the future. Ranking is important, but your body is the foundation.
You are still young and have a long way to go. Don't take the immediate fame too seriously. Look, you strained yourself this time and nursed your injury for a whole month. Don't do such things in the future. Master is right.
Huanggan will definitely not act so rashly in the future, Xuanhuan said respectfully. Feeling a little guilty, your talent is unquestionable, and you have achieved success at a young age. I am not worried about your cultivation.
I am most worried about your moral character, Master Shu said with a solemn face and a stern tone. No matter how strong a person is, if he doesn't have good character, he can only be a scourge to society, like the other day.
There were students publicly streaking on the street. Such a thing is a disgrace to our Pine Spire Academy. The academy is furious and determined to investigate to the end. No matter how deep the person's background is, once he is found,
he will never be let go. Why are you sweating so much? Xuanhuan felt even more guilty and forced a smile. Maybe my injury hasn't fully healed and my body is a little weak. Master Shu suddenly realized and said with concern.
You should pay more attention to your body. If you need anything, just tell Master. I will. Xuanhuan couldn't wait to leave immediately. Shu Fuzi continued with praise. Student Xuanmu is very responsible.
I didn't expect Student Xuanmu to perform so excellently. Student Ai Hui was able to open his natal palace in such a short time, and Student Xuanmu deserves the greatest credit. I was initially worried that your personalities would clash.
It seems I was overthinking it. You two have been paired for so long, and it seems you work quite well together. Good, it's time to divide into activity groups today. You two will be in the same group. Alright, go to class.
Xuanhuan was completely lost at first. It took him a while to understand the last sentence. He and Ai Hui were in the same group. Oh no, he held his head in his hands, looking at the departing figure of the instructor with a terrified expression.
Chapter 48 Class. After opening his natal palace, Ai realized that his previous experience was no longer sufficient. The circulation of elemental energy was very different from before. Every move was made up of many details.
If one detail was not done well, the power of the move would be greatly reduced. How to exert force, how to circulate elemental energy, when to be fast, when to be slow. A large number of details determined how powerful the final move would be.
Ai Hui was a down-to-earth person. This was the wealth his experience had given him. He didn't think about things that were too profound, nor did he think he was that kind of material. The exploration of the suspended golden pagoda was very successful.
But he was not complacent because of it. Instructor Dong explained it very clearly, and he had also pondered it for a long time in the wilderness. It was the accumulation of knowledge that led to those insights.
He knew his own weight and that he was not a genius. Many things were self-taught. The elemental energy of the induction ground had been developing for 1,000 years. Weren't there many geniuses and predecessors who were more powerful than him?
All he could do was persevere and practice hard, learning what the instructors taught him. What did it mean to learn well? It meant understanding every point the instructors taught. Why was it fast here? Why was it slow here? Break it down, knit it.
Understand it, and be able to do it, that was learning. With the natal palace opened, the sword hanging over his head was gone. He had 4 years to slowly learn, without being in such a hurry, as long as he studied earnestly and steadily for 4 years.
He should be able to become a registered elementalist, right? He wasn't very confident, but that was his goal. Perhaps because he had seen so much life and death, Ai Hui lived a very clear life.
Having seen the fragility of life made it difficult to have too many lofty ideas and ethereal sentiments. In the basic cultivation class, the instructor lectured from above, and Ai Hui listened extremely carefully.
Only a small half of the schoolhouse was occupied, with the other seats empty. Most of the students came from the old territory. Very few local students from the 5 elements heaven had not learned this course.
Songjian Academy had a self-selected course system. Everyone's foundation was different, and the guidance they needed to receive was also different. Geniuses like Dongmu Huang'an left other students far behind. General courses were meaningless to him.
Songjian Academy specially assigned the most outstanding instructors to guide his cultivation, and at other times, there was also the Yinghua Wind Society to help him. Ai Hui never thought he was a genius, of course.
He never thought Duanmu Huanghan was a genius either, that despicable,
immature and unscrupulous youth.
Ai Hui greedily absorbed everything the instructor taught. Master Wang was his name. He lectured on very basic things.
What to pay attention to after opening one's natal palace. What moves could be learned? Which masters could one learn from? And so on. Everything in the world of the 5 elements was closely related to elemental energy.
Ai Hui had heard the master mention more than once the need to establish a more complete 5 elements elemental energy system, claiming that only with a complete system could it last for millions of years like the world of cultivation.
Master Wang's admiration for the world of cultivation came as a surprise to Ai Hui. But after listening for a while, he gradually understood. The world of the 5 elements had grown from the ruins of the world of cultivation. In a sense,
the two were of the same origin. Compared to the long history and glory of the world of cultivation, the 1,000-year-old world of the 5 elements was not even an infant. However,
Ai Hui had a more direct experience of what the master said about popularizing elemental energy cultivation in the old territory. Before entering the wilderness, he had always lived in the old territory. Compared to the world of the 5 elements,
the old territory was like another world. Once the center of the world of cultivation, it was now backward like a rural area. Life in the old territory was slow and peaceful, under the protection of the world of the 5 elements.
There were no wild beasts or barbarians. The old territory was not a place that emphasized cultivation. The elemental energy concentration there was low. There were no wild beasts, and cultivation materials were scarce. There were also no masters to guide them.
The atmosphere for cultivation had always been weak. In recent years it had improved. Many elementalists from the old territory would return to their hometowns when they were older, opening dojos to teach the locals how to cultivate elemental energy.
The master lectured on and on, occasionally criticizing a certain policy of the world of the 5 elements. Ai Hui noticed that the masters in the induction ground seemed to have their own preferences, just like Master Dong,
who liked to talk about the history of the world of the 5 elements. Master Wang in front of him liked to talk about the future. This probably had something to do with the detached status of the induction ground.
Whether it was a noble family or the 13 divisions, it was difficult for them to influence the induction ground. Ai Hui did not find it boring, but rather listened with great interest, whether it was history or the future.
They were things he had not known before. Listening to them broadened his horizons. If you have just opened your natal palace, I do not recommend that you directly cultivate moves. Why? Because these moves can easily fix your understanding of elemental energy.
Our understanding of elemental energy is very superficial. Many people will say, No, isn't our 5 palaces and 8 mansions system very complete and mature? Yes, compared to the previous elemental energy system.
The current 5 palaces and 8 mansions system is indeed more mature and complete, but you must know that the development of elemental energy has only been around for 1,000 years. Look at the world of cultivation.
How vast and immense is the cultivation system, and how intricate it is. Our 5 palaces and 8 mansions system is so thin and rough. Therefore, you should now be more familiar with your elemental energy. Understand it, just like understanding your partner.
But it was clear that the students were not interested in such arguments. The academic atmosphere of induction ground is very free. In particular, the masters are subject to very few restrictions, as long as each master completes his or her work.
The school will not interfere in any individual's affairs. The active and free atmosphere has made induction ground the place with the most genres and theories in the entire 5-element sky.
There is a saying that the number of masters in induction ground is equal to the number of genres and theories. The students are already accustomed to and quite immune to the personal ideas of each master.
Not everyone is interested in the theories of every master. The master was obviously used to the reaction he was seeing. For beginners, those dazzling and flashy moves have an unparalleled attraction for them. In their eyes, that is the symbol of power.
The master himself was also a teenager and is very familiar with this mentality. Okay. I know what you want to know more about. No matter how simple the move, everyone should pay attention to their own attributes. Don't practice rant.
No matter how simple the move, everyone should put more effort into it. The master saw that the students were already impatient and announced the end of the class. He was a little helpless.
It seemed that no one had been interested in his theory since its birth. Although there were many such theories in induction ground, it still filled his heart with sadness. The students couldn't wait to leave, ready to learn their own moves.
The master was about to pack up and leave when a voice suddenly sounded. Master, can you explain it in more detail? How can I better understand my own elemental power? Taking in a disciple. The master was stunned for a moment.
But he quickly reacted. He couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Ai Hui repeated his question. I think the master's idea is very interesting. I would like to know more about it. Is that possible? When the master heard this sentence,
he almost burst into tears. Heaven have mercy. Someone is finally interested in his theory. His theory had been put forward for many years, but no one had ever been interested in it. Moreover, due to the lack of research subjects,
his theory lacked evidence and thus lacked sufficient persuasiveness. No one would believe a theory that had never been proven. Oh no, it was just a hypothesis. In the eyes of most people, it was just his delusion.
What was even worse was that he could not carry out further research because he had no research subjects. He was not young and his elemental power had long since left the initial stage. He could not prove on himself that his theory was correct.
In induction ground there is only one way for a new theory to gain recognition. That is, the new theory must be proven to be correct. How to prove it? You need successful cases. If a student, according to his theory, achieved something in the end,
developed special skills, or became a master, it would be enough to prove that this theory had merit. And if many students successfully cultivated according to this theory, it would be enough to make this completely new theory famous in the induction ground.
Master had often fantasized about his theories becoming famous in the induction ground and himself becoming a great sage of his generation. However, reality was cruel. His theories remained unheard of, and he couldn't even find a single test subject.
Finally, someone was interested in his theories. No problem, he said quickly, his face breaking into a smile like a blooming flower. This student. What would you like to know? Feel free to ask. Master has plenty of time.
Could Master give a detailed introduction to your theories? Ai Hui asked very politely. Although many students dismissed Master's ideas, Ai Hui found them quite reasonable. Ai Hui had a lot of practical experience.
And he knew very well that those flashy and dazzling moves were not necessarily useful in combat. The most dangerous were those inconspicuous and silent killing moves, without light or sound but extremely terrifying and deadly. Moreover,
just as he was interested in the history and future of the 5 elements sky, he was equally interested in the theories of various schools of thought. He knew how impoverished he was in this aspect, no matter how fanciful Master was.
In terms of knowledge and research on yuan power, he was many times stronger than himself. No problem, Master perked up. He cleared his mind slightly and slowly began to speak. First of all, we must start with what yuan power is.
Although we still know very little about yuan power is not as lively as spiritual power. It is more stable. It is divided into metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Everyone knows this.
We cultivate yuan power by absorbing yuan power from nature and then refining it. In essence, it is no different from cultivating spiritual power in the age of cultivation. However, in practice, it is vastly different.
This is also one of the reasons why our predecessors did not quickly learn to use yuan power when spiritual power disappeared. Ai Hui listened carefully. He had read many sword manuals and knew more about spiritual power than most people.
But if he were asked to say what the difference between spiritual power and yuan power was, he really couldn't say. The first difference is that spiritual power has no attributes, while yuan power has 5 attributes.
Ancient cultivators absorbed spiritual power from heaven and earth into their bodies, and then used their techniques to give spiritual power various different attributes, such as fire, water, lightning, and so on. But yuan power is different.
Yuan power in nature already has properties. When we absorb yuan power, we only absorb the yuan power of the attributes we need. The second difference is that spiritual power and matter cannot be converted. Spiritual power is spiritual power.
They can be stored in crystals, but they cannot be converted into matter. Yuan power and matter can be converted into each other: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each type of yuan power corresponds to its own substance.
This is the principle by which we can use certain materials. Ai Hui listened with rapt attention. Master's words were not complicated, but they were profound. Others might not appreciate them, but Ai Hui could feel them.
He recalled many of the words in the sword manuals he had read, all of which could elaborate on Master's words. Both of these differences illustrate one point: yuan power is complex. This is the starting point of my doctrine. What else is complex?
Master gave an answer that Ai Hui never expected. Ai Hui's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He had never thought about the problem of people themselves. Treating yuan power was like exploring an unknown and fresh thing.
The effects of cultivation were all attributed to reasons related to yuan power, cultivation methods, and so on. The teacher was very satisfied with the expression on Ai Hui's face. He continued, "The structure of the human body is the same,
but the details are completely different. Are there 2 people in this world who are exactly the same? No, even twin brothers. Their physical constitutions and talents are vastly different. And don't forget,
the human body itself is also composed of the 5 elements. But is everyone's 5 elements composition the same? Absolutely not. Complex elemental power and complex cultivators, how can the perfect match between the 2 be found?"
This is the core of my theory.
Ai Hui blurted out subconsciously. How can I find it? The instructor smiled. He knew that the student in front of him was moved by him. He did not answer, but asked, "If you have a new partner, how can you become tacit with him?"
Ai Hui thought for a moment and said, "First, I need to see if this partner is suitable for me. Then we need time to get along." When he was in the wilderness, he had interacted with many elemental cultivators. Some got along well,
and some did not get along very well. He could be considered experienced. The instructor was very surprised. He had not expected Ai Hui to be able to give an answer. This question was a bit beyond the age range of the student in front of him.
He did not expect that the other party not only gave an answer, but also a very accurate and appropriate answer. The instructor couldn't help but re-examine the student in front of him. He could see that Ai Hui's aptitude was not good.
But the boy's face revealed incomparable seriousness, composure, and calmness. He listened and thought carefully, and had his own opinions. The instructor's heart stirred. Ai Hui noticed that the instructor was examining him, so he couldn't help but ask,
"Did I answer wrong?" The instructor did not answer, but asked, "What is your name?" "Student Ai Hui." Ai Hui quickly saluted. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" the instructor suddenly asked solemnly. Ai Hui did not expect to receive this sentence and was stunned.
Chapter 50. Not enough brain power. The instructor saw Ai Hui's surprised expression and couldn't help but smile. But then he became solemn and earnest. "You don't need to worry. Whether you agree or not, I will tell you everything I know and think of."
Without reservation, and even if you agree. Besides being able to help you think and provide some of my ideas on cultivation, I can provide very little support in other areas.
I am a poor instructor who has taught the basics of cultivation for 30 years and has no connections. Speaking of the last sentence, the instructor was somewhat self-deprecating. Ai Hui was a little strange. Why would the instructor take a liking to me?
My aptitude, I am also very poor. Haha, the instructor laughed. I have long seen that your aptitude is poor and you are poor, but it doesn't matter. My theory does not require high talent. What it needs is patience and persistence.
I see this in you. Hui no longer hesitated and respectfully performed a great salute. Disciple pays respects to teacher. The instructor was overjoyed and extremely excited. Good, good. Ai Hui was also very excited. As an orphan since childhood,
he was very excited to meet an instructor who was willing to take him as a disciple. One was a poor scholar who had pondered for decades but was not appreciated, and the other was a teenager with poor aptitude who longed to learn. At this moment,
the old and the young were birds of a feather. It took a long time for the 2 to calm down from their excitement. The old man was a little embarrassed. "I'm so old. Shameful. Shameful." Ai Hui just smiled.
I should tell you my name now. My surname is Wang, given name Xuanhuan. I haven't achieved much. You're from the old territory, right? The old man said. Yes, my name is Ai Hui from the old territory. I spent 3 years in the wilderness before.
Ai Hui introduced himself. Wang Xuanhuan suddenly realized, I heard of it. I knew it when you mentioned the wilderness. To survive 3 years of hard labor in the wilderness, you're no ordinary person, disciple. The more the old man looked at Ai Hui,
the more satisfied he became. Surviving 3 years in the wilderness was something few could do, let alone a laborer without fighting ability, even the geniuses in the induction ground.
The old man had taught at Pine Courtyard for 30 years and had seen all kinds of students. But he had never seen anyone like Ai Hui before. What does it matter if the aptitude is a little poor?
Which year doesn't the induction ground produce some students with mediocre aptitudes but good development? At first, although he felt Ai Hui was calm, he was still not sure if Ai Hui could really stick to his own path, but knowing Ai Hui's background,
he had no worries. How could an impatient laborer survive 3 years in the wilderness? There was no need to worry about enduring hardship either. Now the old man understood where Ai Hui's uncharacteristic maturity and composure came from.
A disciple who had experienced such tempering was no ordinary person. The old man knew he had struck gold today. Come, let me explain my theories to you properly. The old man suddenly became energetic. You said a lot just now.
Like how people get along. If 2 people have completely different temperaments and can't agree at all, wanting them to have tacit understanding is a pipe dream. Ai Hui nodded repeatedly. That's right, he immediately thought of a very fitting example.
Xuanhuan, reprehensible, hypocritical, childish, unscrupulous guy. To have to partner with such a person, he would definitely kill his partner before the enemy. A suitable partner is very important.
If 2 people have compatible temperaments, it's easy to be very tacit, the old man said. Ai Hui nodded repeatedly again. That's right. He immediately thought of another very fitting example. Lulan. Lulan was so good, enthusiastic, helpful, kind.
Excellent cooking skills, trustworthy. He hadn't known Lulan for long, but they naturally became confidants. There was absolutely no obstacle. With the right partner, you still need time to work together. You have to spend time understanding your partner.
Noting them know yours. Only then can you achieve perfect understanding. The old man concluded. Exactly. Ai Hui agreed wholeheartedly. It's the same with yuan power. The old man says.
Cultivators treat yuan power more as a tool rather than a partner. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. After all, yuan power doesn't have intelligence. However, yuan power as a tool is very complex, not as simple as everyone thinks.
The old man proudly stated his very satisfying conclusion. Because the nature of yuan power is not constant. But he was surprised to see Ai Hui's calm expression and was puzzled. Disciple, aren't you surprised?
This is different from what other instructors teach. Right, teacher? What you said makes a lot of sense. Ai Hui said matter-of-factly. Just like the same gold yuan power, the hanging golden pagoda is more intense, while the whirlpool hot spring is more gentle.
This shows that gold yuan power also has different properties. Since they have different properties, it's not surprising that they can transform into each other.
The gold yuan power of the hanging golden pagoda will slowly change if it leaves the hanging golden pagoda. Right? The old man was dumbfounded. He had done a lot of reasoning to reach this conclusion.
But he didn't expect Ai Hui to casually come up with a reason. Ai Hui actually wanted to say that even if it doesn't change, you can make it change, like by shattering it. After the initial shock, the old man was even happier and praised. Disciple.
You truly have comprehension, he continued. Everyone's physical attributes have slight differences, and they will have different affinities for different attributes of gold yuan power. So we need to find the yuan power that is more compatible with us.
It can better adapt to our bodies, but the current cultivation methods only consider one thing, which is affinity, what we call aptitude, whether it is easier to absorb. But what if a yuan power is not so easy to absorb, but is easier to use?
Few people would consider this. Ai Hui understood it without any difficulty and even took the lead to expand on it. Like disciple's aptitude is poor, but the endurance is higher. Disciple can choose some purer gold yuan power, although the intake is slower.
The effect of using it will be more outstanding. Isn't this very similar to his own cultivation? Yes, although the 2 people's perspectives are different, the core meaning is the same. Moreover,
doesn't this further illustrate that the teacher's theory is very suitable for him? Ai Hui couldn't help but be full of anticipation for the next cultivation. The old man stared blankly at Ai Hui.
Could it be that what he had been thinking about for decades was actually some very simple things? Or did he finally encounter a student willing to listen to his theory, eagerly accept him as a disciple, and then strike it lucky and pick up a genius?
The old man felt that his brain was not enough.
The audiobook readings for chapters 6 through 50 of this issue have concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications and share. Additionally, leave your comments. I will continue to update with further content.